XOXO Gossip Girl. Welcome back, Upper East Siders. My inbox is overflowing, so let's get to the good stuff, shall we?
Hi guys, it's
Lauren Daisy.
Welcome back to my channel. So today is part 2 of the ultimate Gossip Girl video. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who has already watched the first part. It is now my most viewed video ever by quite a lot, and the comments have been really nice. I was a bit nervous if people would sit through the whole thing, but everyone seems to have really loved it, and that literally means the whole entire world to me. So thank you so much to everyone that has seen it, and obviously everyone that has come back to watch part 2. In this part we're talking all about seasons 3 and 4. I feel like I need to like stand in front of this actually, because this is updated to like season 5, because I'm filming this intro like after I'd already done it because it was a whole audio mishap. But anyway, I need to stand in front of this because otherwise you're gonna get spoilers for season 5. It's gonna be another long one, so buckle up, get some snacks, get some like hot chocolate. Like, you know, it's getting to like November time I think when I post this, so it's chilly, you know, wrap up warm. I hope you guys enjoy it and love it. It's been definitely a passion project. It has taken, at this point when I'm posting this, I think it'll be about 9 months that this whole big project has been in motion. Let's let past me get straight into it. Season 3 aired from September 14th, 2009 to May 17th, 2010. Chuck and Blair basically play this game where they seduce a girl, and then Blair comes in at the last minute as the scorned girlfriend, which they both say that they kind of find fun until Blair doesn't anymore, and she's scared that Chuck will actually cheat on her. So she voices her concerns with Chuck that maybe they need to play games or they'll be boring, and he says they could never be boring, and they get past it and they're fine. That's pretty much their whole like first 3 episodes together. Eric and Jenny agreed to hide all of Serena's summer exploits from Rufus and Dan. While they've all been staying in the Hamptons and she's been off like in Europe, they've managed to hide all the magazine covers and all that stuff from then, so they don't know what Serena is up to. But they find out anyway when she comes back, and she's on the cover of a magazine, and all these paparazzi like swarm her as she's coming back into the building. And then we come to find out that basically she's doing this to get her father's attention. She wants to be on every magazine, every newspaper, so that she's unavoidable to him. And also Lily isn't there. She is taking care of Cece. We also find out that Nate and Vanessa only spent 1 night together on their Europe trip and then kind of just went their separate ways. So they aren't a couple at the start of season 3. Nate has started seeing a girl called Bree Buckley, so we are getting a new picture, people, while Vanessa has started seeing Scott, thinking that he's just another NYU student. Vanessa and Scott don't get a pink line yet because they're just hanging out. They haven't actually like kissed or anything like that. Oh, also Vanessa gets upset when Dan's like still pretending to be poor even though he's not. He's got bare money now that Dad's engaged to one of the richest women in New York. He pretends he's getting on the subway when he's actually getting into like a town car, and she goes to this event thing that he's going to because he lies and says he's not going, but then he is. So then she goes and it's like, why are you lying to me, fam? But then I think they're fine after that. I'm not really sure. I don't remember. I think they're fine. So it turns out that Bree is called Bree Buckley. And the Buckleys and the Vanderbilts, they got big beef. It's like a political thing. But when Nate finds out about this, he dates Bree. Well, he was seeing Bree anyway, but then he dates her to make William angry. And when she finds out about that, she's upset because she's like, don't sabotage my relationship with my family by like exposing our relationship because you are mad at your grandfather. And he's like, fair dues. And she's like, look, I'll date you if we can keep you a secret. And he says yes. And then William tells Tripp that now because Nate is dating Bree, they have a way to get rid of the Buckleys. Blair is like not doing well at NYU basically. She wants to try and be the new queen bee there, but there isn't like a social hierarchy thing like there was at Constance. She throws an expensive sushi party, no one cares, and they go to Georgina's pizza party on the roof instead or something. Blair attempts to sabotage it by getting Dan to take her to the party, pretending like, oh, I want to fit in, when she doesn't. She just wants to sabotage it. She invites people from Georgina's Christian camp to make it seem like it's a conversion party or some shit. Dan gets on stage and it's like, look, Blair did this. She is trying to sabotage Georgina. everyone just stay where you are. Serena. So Serena is packing for Brown and she says goodbye to Rufus to like go to school. But then actually she goes to Chuck's and asks him if she can stay there because she doesn't want to go to Brown. He says yes. But that she needs to be out for a little while he's having a business meeting about opening like a speakeasy. But later on when he's having the meeting, she comes back in because she like broke her heel or something. She ends up telling the business manager, like the person he's meeting with, about the speakeasy, and he's like, oh my god, isn't it such a good idea? He's like, what the fuck? You're using my building to open a speakeasy? And Chuck's like, for fuck's sake, Serena, you've really like fucked up my whole deal, basically. So then out of annoyance for this, Chuck tells Rufus that Serena didn't go to Brown. And then Rufus says to Serena, look, if you still go today, Lily never has to know anything. And she's like, I'm not going. So then she's annoyed at Chuck, right? So she asks Carter out just so that they can go to Chuck's business meeting and ruin it for him again. And Chuck's like, what the fuck, bro? He's like, look, I only told Rufus about Brown because I was genuinely concerned about you. And then Carter is also pissed at Serena because he's like, oh, so you just used me. So then Serena apologizes to Rufus for lying and he apologizes for overreacting. She says she deferred Brown for a year because she felt like she was only going because Lily wanted her to go. Serena then meets up with Carter and tells him that she wants to be with him and nobody else. So now Serena and Carter need a pink line. Blair then finds Dan and Georgina making out in her bed.
Please tell me it was Blair and not Georgina.
And they basically interrogate him and find out that he and Georgina have been hooking up. They've been hooking up, but apparently it's nothing serious. And they're like, does Georgina know it's something serious? And he's like, yeah, like I'm sure she does. I'm sure she knows it's something serious. Spoiler alert, she doesn't know it's nothing serious. Scott starts becoming a little suspicious because he doesn't know the names of lecturers he's supposed to know. He says he's at a lecture, but then Vanessa finds out that he actually didn't go there. She goes to the reception. She says to the lady, can you tell me if there's someone called Scott, whatever his last name is, I can't remember, that goes here? And she's like, no, there is no record of this Scott person at NYU. So Vanessa is like, what the fuck? So Vanessa confronts Scott and he admits, I'm Lily and Rufus's son. Please don't tell them yet because I want to tell them on my own time, but that's why I'm here. And she's so confused because she knows that obviously Scott's supposed to have died. And he's like, no, that was my brother. But my parents told you I died. And so he finds out obviously that his adoptive parents lied about the whole thing. So he's like, fucking hell. These two are in a full-on mindfuck. And Vanessa's like, Jesus, this is a big secret to keep to myself. And Dan and Vanessa don't really do secrets. So she goes to him and she's like, Scott isn't who he says he is. But before she can explain, Georgina shows up. And Dan says to Georgina, he's like, well, apparently Scott isn't who he says he is. Dan with his big mouth yet again. So they decide they're going to figure out what's happening here. Scott tells Vanessa that he's planning on telling Rufus that he's his son. But Dan and Georgina, through their snooping, think they've got it figured out and they haven't. They figure out he was the one that sent the letter to Dan. So they think he's like a stalker, psycho fanboy of Dan Humphrey. I mean, good lord, people. Is that not just the most far-fetched thing you've ever heard in your entire life? So Scott's adoptive mother shows up to support him and is like, look, if you want to tell Rufus, I support you, whatever you want to do. He feels bad for her and chickens out at the last minute and is like, I'm going to protect my adopted mum. So he tells Rufus that he is the brother. He goes along with the story and he's like, I'm Scott's brother. I just really wanted to meet you. I'm sorry that I went about it in this weird way. And Rufus is like, oh my God, like, no way. I haven't put it in here as like noteworthy, but these two actually did kiss. Like not that long ago. I think it was a couple episodes ago. So I am going to give him a pink line. Scott tells Vanessa that he's leaving to go back to Boston and just forget about this whole thing. And she's like, look, one day you really should come back and tell Rufus the truth. And he's like, I can't do that. Georgina overhears this whole thing. And then she gets on a train to Boston. It's like a B plot line. So basically, Chuck wants this picture because it'll help him get a business deal. Blair wants it because it's going to help her get into this elite society she's been invited into.
She stole my shoes?
And they're bickering and they're both bidding for the painting. And Serena wins the painting. She gives it to Blair. And Blair's like, you know what, I'm going to do the right thing and give it to Chuck so that he can have his meeting. And it's really sweet, cute character development, cute couple vibes. And then Serena figures out that the invitation Blair was sent from this elite group was actually sent by Georgina as like revenge. Chuck also figures out that the lady who the secretary who encouraged him to buy the picture for her boss also was in cahoots with Georgina to like get them bickering and try and get them to break up over this picture. Chuck then takes Blair to the Empire Hotel and tells her that he is going to buy it. And she's like, yep, that's a great idea. I know you're going to succeed. I know you're going to do well. You have my full support. Super cute, wholesome vibes. Serena is struggling to trust Carter, which makes him angry. There's all these like things that keep happening and she's like, oh, I don't know if I can trust him. And he gets mad that she doesn't trust him. But it turns out Chuck and Blair have been setting up all these different things to get Serena not to trust him. Blair says she did it because she was concerned about Serena, didn't want her to get hurt. Chuck says he did it because he just hates Carter. And that was enough for him. And then Chuck says something about, oh, we tried to send him to Fiji to get rid of him, basically. But then he went to Dubai and he went to Greece and all these other places. And Serena realizes, oh my God, this whole time Carter was looking for my father. They ended up getting almost arrested on a stolen boat trying to crash her father's wedding. That's what happened in Santorini. They decide to be together and a proper couple. But then, as he's leaving the Vanderwoodson apartment, he bumps into Bree Buckley. She says that she's going home to Texas, and considering what he did to her family, finding Carter will help her get back into her family's good graces, right? So, Bree's sister was supposed to get married, right? Carter was the one she's supposed to be marrying, and he dipped and left her the altar. So now the Buckleys and Carter have big beef. So we're about to put a new picture up on the board, and that picture is of Hilary Duff. Yes, people, I am not kidding. Lizzie McGuire is making an appearance. So Hilary Duff is here as Olivia Burke, and shit gets weird, okay? Shit gets weird. She's a famous actress called Olivia Burke, coming to NYU to try and live a more normal life, and she doesn't want people to know that she's like famous or whatever. When she meets Dan, Dan's got no idea who she is. And she introduces herself as Kate, and then later Dan points her out to Nate, and Nate's like, bro, that's Olivia Burke from, oh my God, it's like Endless Nights, I think it's called. It's like the series she's in. It's basically like a rip-off of Twilight. It's like some vampire movie trilogy that she stars in. He asks her out, and she says yes, but then she turns him down because she thinks that the Humphrey lifestyle is not going to want to date a celebrity. And Vanessa's her roommate as well, I'm pretty sure. And she tells Olivia, look, Dan's a really good guy. You should give him a chance. And so she's like, you know what? Go on then. So she does. Lily is back. Can't lie, didn't miss you, queen. She is big pissed that Serena is not going to Brown, and she insists that she goes. She's like, you have to go. And she's also pissed at Rufus for being so nice and lenient about it, basically. There's a woman called Casey who, she's a bit of a recurring character, but she didn't get a picture. I don't know why, I just didn't give her a picture. But she is Olivia's publicist, and Serena sees Olivia and Casey get into a restaurant, like, fighting about whatever, and all the paparazzi outside, and Serena's like, oh, you know, I have a bit of experience with the paparazzi myself, being Upper East Side's it girl. So she's like, sneak out the back of the restaurant, you'll be fine, they won't see you. And Casey's impressed, and she's like, oh, have you ever thought about coming into publicity? She basically has to prove to Lily that this publicity job is a good substitute for Brown, and Lily's kind of not buying it. But then it turns out that Casey was just using Serena because she knew who she was, so she was just using her for like her connections and all that kind of stuff. And also she wanted to sabotage the actress that she gave Serena to look after. Her scene in the movie basically got cut, and she wanted Serena to tell her, make a huge scene and all this stuff. And Serena's like, that's gonna look so fucking unprofessional. And she's like, yeah, but it's good drama. And Serena's like, no. So she goes to Ursula and she's like, look, just be graceful, take the pictures, be professional, like all this stuff. And Casey's big pissed, and she's like, you're fired. That's why Casey didn't get a picture. Then Serena packs a suitcase, and Lily's like, babes, you're gonna love Brown. And Serena's like, I'm not going to Brown. I just can't live in this apartment because I can't find myself here because you're being so bloody restrictive. Lily's pissed, and she blames Rufus again. He's like, that's not fair, don't blame me. And also, you shouldn't force Serena to go when she doesn't want to go. Okay? So, Team Rufu. Let's move on to somebody else. So, Jill? Little J is Queen of Constance, but she basically wants to, like, eliminate the hierarchy. The new minions, who I don't have any pictures of, but they don't like that. They're like, we like how things were, Stop it. Blair finds out about this and she's like, I didn't make her queen so that she could abolish the hierarchy. That's not how this works. So she throws the annual Waldorf sleepover, even though she's in college and these girls are in high school. Chuck is like, what is this shit? So he goes to Jenny and he's like, look, let's team up. We need to get Blair back to reality. She's not living in high school anymore. I'm not having it. Chuck takes Jenny to this film premiere where everyone else, instead of Blair, and like it's on Gossip Girl and everything like that. So then Blair goes and confronts Jenny and is like, what the fuck? And Chuck's like, no, it was me. I just basically want you to adjust to like your new reality and like the fact that you're at NYU now. Like you just need to let this shit go. She's like, it's hard being around people who don't care about who she is.
The next time you forget, you're Blair Waldorf. Remember, I'm Chuck Bass, and I love you.
And also he secretly paid a photographer to take pictures of her at the premiere, to be like, oh my god, are you Blair Waldorf? Like, let me take a picture of you. So that she's all like gassed, realizes who she is again. When Jenny goes back to school, the minions try and wait on her again. And they're like, oh, like, can we do anything for you? And she's like, you know what? Yeah, go on. Can you get my yogurt and then meet me at the Met Steps? She set out to abolish it, but she's actually kind of liking it. So then we've got Dan and Vanessa. So Dan is telling Vanessa, he's like, look, every time I log on to my like IM messaging thing, Georgina is there. She is there and she won't leave me alone. Vanessa is like, you need to tell Georgina that you're seeing someone, Olivia, so that she gets the hint. So he decides to send her an email. A fucking email. So then Georgina comes back and she's like, I know everything, Vanessa. I know that Scott is Dan's brother, not adoptive brother's brother, or whatever. Anyway, I won't say anything if you help me break up Olivia and Dan. So Vanessa basically attempts to plant rumors about Olivia in Dan's head. I think it was something about she was seeing somebody else or she was pregnant. He isn't paying attention. So then Georgina's like, look, we got up our game. And she tells Vanessa to Photoshop a picture of Olivia onto like a pregnant body or a picture of Olivia like something else. It's something weird like that. And Dan walks in and he's like, what the fuck is this, Vanessa?
Oh my god.
Dan, oh my god.
You know, I've always cared about you.
Stop!
Always.
Stop! I'm not in love with you, you moron. Georgina's been blackmailing me.
What?
Here's the deal. Georgina is blackmailing me. And it's because Scott is your brother. He's not the brother of your brother. So then Chuck, Blair, Nate and Bree all go for like this weird brunch double date together. Nate asks if Serena is still seeing Carter. And then Bree starts asking all these weird questions about Carter. And Blair's like, when they're alone, Blair warns Nate about Bree and is like, I think she's a little bit suspect.
I know women, and none of us are that nice.
Meanwhile, Chuck and Bree are talking, and Bree is like, tell me when you know where Carter is. And Chuck's like, you know what? Any enemy of Carter is a friend of mine, so sure. So after fighting again, these two, honestly, Lily and Rufus decide they're going to get married. They're going to do it, and they're going to get married the next day. We literally just saw this shit with these two, but whatever. It's the wedding day. I love a wedding. So a lot of shit is going down. So Dan is trying to stop Georgina from spilling the beans because he's like, look, not on the wedding day, babes. Not on the wedding day. He does this by pretending that they could start seeing each other again to basically like play into what she wants. Meanwhile, Serena tells Lily that her vows are shit. Babes, these are not good. These are not good. And she's like, why? And she's like, these could literally apply to any of your exes. This is not specific to Rufus. You need to up your game. Georgina realizes that Dan is lying to her because of course she did, because she's an evil mastermind and everyone underestimates her every fucking time. And she brings Scott from Boston to New York. Serena invites Carter to the wedding and he's like, wouldn't miss it. I'll be there, babe. But then he bumps into Chuck and Chuck's like, look, here's the ultimatum. Either you go to this wedding and you tell Serena the truth about the Buckleys and you have to face them, or you take this plane ticket and you leave. Carter shows up. Go on, lad. He tells Serena the truth. So what happened was he had a gambling debt. To try and pay off his gambling debt, he proposed to Beth Buckley, who is Bree's sister or cousin, something like that, kind of in the hopes that her family would take care of this debt. And then he left her at the altar. So that is why the Buckleys are big pissed at Carr Bazin. And Serena's like, oh shit. And she's like, I don't really have time for this now. So because the wedding's about to start, Lily and Rufus start fighting before the wedding. Again, get it together, people. And Scott comes up to them, and Lily, oh my God, she is so rude to this man. She like snaps at him for interrupting. She's like, who even are you? Stone cold bitch, I tell you. The gang like all show up as well, and they're all like, what's happening here? And Georgina's like, he's your son. And Scott runs off because obviously she just fucking read him to filth in the middle of the street in front of everybody. Lily and Rufus go after him, and the three bond, and then they decide to get married at the loft, and he will be there. Do not get attached to this man. We never see him again. I'm not even joking, okay? This is like the second, I think this is the second or the third maybe episode of season 3. I don't even know. We never see this man again. He is Lily and Rufus's son. We never see him again. The mind boggles. Carter asks Serena if she's okay, and she's like, look, I just need time to like think about this. He's like, I'm gonna hand myself over to the Buckleys and just get this shit over with. And he doesn't tell Serena. Chuck tells Serena that he gave Carter the option to flee and he didn't take it. So he was like, God give him props for that. And he really must care about her. So then Lily and Rufus get married. It's all very sweet. It's all very adorable. That she did what she had to do and her family always come first. And then she tries to apologise and Nate's like, get out of here. And I'm pretty sure that's the last we ever see of her as well. Serena tries to call Carter, but it goes to voicemail. And then we see that he's in the car with Bree's cousins and they've got him. They've snatched him. He's going away. Nate confronts Bree about her using him to get to Carter, and she basically doesn't deny it. Dan expresses to Blair his disappointment that Georgina basically fucked everything up and got away with it. And Blair's like, oh, no. Me and Dorota have a plan. Which I haven't talked about him yet, but we're going to put his picture up now. I can't remember exactly when it happens, but he and Dorota start dating, and they're such a freaking cute couple. So yeah, pink line between Dorota and Vanya. Vanya basically comes up with this whole scheme thing where he pretended to be a prince and invites Georgina back to Belarus with him, and she accepts, which obviously isn't true, and they just put her on the plane and get rid of her. So Georgina's once again out of the picture. We're back to the fucking Vanderbilt and their boring ass political shit. I'm sorry, it's not what I watched the show for, so let's just get this out of the way. This is Tripp. He is running for a House seat in Manhattan, so Nate is volunteering to help attack the Buckleys because he's pissed about Bree. He tells Serena that the Buckleys are sending Carter to like an oil rig to work off his debt, but it's probably more about getting him around the dodgy people that work there so that like bad things can happen to him. He's obviously very upset because she still wants Carter. And Nate's like, you know what? I might have an idea to help. So his idea is to play poker with PJ Buckley. These guys play for like big money, all this stuff. And he's like, what we'll do is we'll play this game and then we'll end up playing for Carter. Serena, he's like, no, they'd never let me play, obviously, because I'm a Vanderbilt, so you're going to have to play. She's like, I don't know the first thing about playing poker. And he's like, it'll be fine, don't worry. When she asks for Carter as the bet, PJ realizes that Serena is Carter's like girlfriend, says that his debt is worth like far more than what they're playing for at the minute. So no, you can't have him. So Nate's like, right, if he plays Carter and win, then he gets this scandalous photo of Tripp at his bachelor party. Serena says if this picture gets out, it'll ruin Tripp's campaign, and Nate's like, well, don't lose then. Serena loses, and then they have to hand over this photo to him. Back at Tripp's campaign office, some campaign aide tells Serena that Nate has a call from PJ. So she's like, what the fuck? So then when she goes to tell him, she overhears Nate saying to William that their plan worked perfectly. So this whole thing was a setup. So when she confronts him about it, he reveals that the plan was for the Buckleys to release this fake photo of Tripp. Then they could release the real photo and basically be like, look, the Buckleys are making up stuff to try and take down Tripp in this campaign and make them look bad.
What happens to Carter? You just used him?
You wake up, the guy's hardly innocent. But I am sorry I had to lie to you.
No, you're not. But you will be.
not only did you play me, but now my boyfriend is gone forever. She then goes and she calls PJ and tells him about this picture. Carter comes to Serena and is like to say goodbye. And Serena's like, it's fine, you don't have to say goodbye. I paid off your debt with the Buckleys by tipping them off about the Vanderbilt plan and telling them that this photo wasn't real. So you'd think like, oh yeah, like great, his debt's paid off. He wanted to be with Serena, she wanted to be with him. They can be together now, right? No, this man's ego is bruised and he's pissed. It's another Rufus situation. He's like, it was my debt to settle. I would rather have you hate me than feel sorry for me, and leaves. And then he leaves for Texas with the Buckleys. I don't know. I think this is the last time we see Carter as well. We're going to summarize this whole plot line now, and it's Blair and Vanessa. Vanessa wants to give this speech at the NYU parent weekend. She says her parents hate that she's at a private college, so they won't be attending. And Rufus and Dan are like, we'll be there, queen. Dan also invites Olivia to be there to support Vanessa, but doesn't mention the toast. Vanessa gets offered the toast by this guy Josh that's like running it or whatever. And she invites her parents in the hopes that they'll come anyway and see her toast and they'll realise that NYU isn't so bad. But for some reason, Blair wants to give this toast. I have no idea why. They literally don't say why she wants to host this toast, but she does. So she's like, I need to hatch a plan so that I can get this toast taken away from Vanessa and I can host it instead. After being invited by Dan, Olivia calls Josh back and is like, I'll do the toast. Turns out it's between Vanessa and Olivia, not between Vanessa and Blair. And the toast gets given to her and taken away from Vanessa. Blair goes to Josh and she's like, Vanessa is not the right choice. And Josh is like, it doesn't matter anyway. Thanks to Dan. Now I have my first choice, which was Olivia, so Vanessa isn't doing the toast anyway. Blair tells Vanessa about this, and Vanessa's like, what the fuck? So then she goes to Dan and tries to get him to uninvite Olivia by saying that she's nervous about meeting his parents. Like, I don't know why she wasn't just honest. She should have just said, look, because you invited her, now she's giving the toast, and I really want to give the toast, like, because Olivia's nice. Like, she would have probably just stepped down, but no, she lied and said that Olivia's nervous to meet Lily and Rufus, so she doesn't want to go to the toast. Ridiculous. Olivia tells Vanessa she's not giving the toast because Dan's invited her on like a one-on-one date instead. And she's kind of confused because she was like, oh, I was kind of like excited, but now he's uninvited me. So then Vanessa is offered the toast again, and she tells Blair's minions, who tell Blair that Blair's like, perfect, this is exactly what we wanted to happen. Don't know why, don't know how. Vanessa's mum, Gabriella, shows up to watch the toast. And Lily's like, oh my god, NYU is a great fit for Vanessa. She's so talented, like she's doing so well here. And Gabriella's like, no, I don't think so. And like shits all over NYU, saying that education should be for sale. Olivia's confused and she's like, why would he uninvite me? And Vanessa is like, oh yeah, I just think maybe Rufus and Lily will think less of like shallow celebrities. Saying that they think that Olivia's a shallow celebrity and that's why Dan doesn't want her to meet them. This spiral of lies is just utterly ridiculous. Blair asks Chuck to revive their game for one person, and it's this Josh guy. She wants him to like seduce Josh and humiliate him for not giving her the toast, right? Chuck and Josh are on this date, whatever thing, and Josh kisses him and Chuck's like, okay. And Blair runs in and it's like, oh my god, like, get out of here. But then it turns out Blair and Josh had this whole plan. If Blair got Josh a kiss with Chuck, then she could have the toast.
Are you upset because you kissed a guy?
I'm upset because I kissed somebody that wasn't you. You really think I've never kissed a guy before?
Love me?
Dan and Olivia are having this dinner. I need a pink line between them. Olivia's like, why don't we just go to the parents' thing anyway? And he's like, okay, sure. So they end up going to the toast. At the dinner, Blair tells Vanessa that the toast is hers now. And Vanessa's like, please don't take it from me. Like, it's really important to me. And what her mama thinks of NYU, Blair doesn't care. She literally doesn't care. So Chuck then finds out about this little deal she made with Josh from one of her minions, and he is not happy. So then when Dan introduces Olivia to Rufus and Lily, she acts really arrogant and like a stuck-up celebrity, and Dan's annoyed and he's like, why are you being like this? They both realise that they were manipulated by Vanessa. While all this is going down, in another room, Blair and Vanessa are obviously arguing about this toast. She asks Blair why Blair thinks she's so much better than her, and Blair tears her a new one.
You stole the toast.
I was willing to do what was necessary. including lying to Chuck, the one person who trusts me more than anyone.
And then Vanessa reveals that she has a microphone and that everybody heard exactly what she just said. And Vanessa tries to explain to Olivia what happened. Olivia's just like, literally, Vanessa, all you had to do was ask me. Blair, who's looking for Chuck, runs into Lily. Lily's like, look, Chuck would never have refused anything you would have asked for. Why didn't you just ask? The whole gist is like, why did you guys feel like you had to go behind everyone's backs and do this shit? These people are your friends. Just talk to them. Gabriella, Vanessa's mum, overhears her saying that she wishes Lily and Rufus were her parents. And then when she tries to say she's sorry, Gabriella's like, look at who NYU is turning you into, babes. So then Olivia patches things up with Rufus and Lily. So then Blair apologizes to Chuck and he's like, look, it hurt because usually you only manipulate people that you have no respect for. So do you have no respect for me? Vanessa is sat at a coffee shop with a croissant, like waiting for her mum. She then messages to be like, I already left, bitch. I've already left the city. I don't want to see you, pretty much. Blair comes into the same coffee shop. And Vanessa offers her the croissant and the empty chair, and she accepts and she sits down. I do love a Halloween episode, so let's get into it, because we've got a lot to cover. I'll just get this out of the way. There's a little like B plot where Rufus and Lily, Rufus loves Halloween and all the Halloween traditions and all the cute stuff, and she's not fussed, and no one comes to the building to trick or treat, so she pays kids to come to the building to trick or treat so that Rufus can live out his Halloween traditions. Very cute, very wholesome. Moving on. Chuck is worried that he is not going to succeed enough, basically, to become independent from Bart. Blair suggests that he open up a club at the Empire. He's like, look, I need to do this in my own way. Stay out of it, basically. And as soon as he leaves, starts planning a party for the Empire. Nate brings the Endless Nights trilogy that Olivia stars in over to Dan's because he's never seen it, so they like are going to watch it together.
Oh, the dialogue's awesome. It's the part without the talking that's the problem. Seriously, man, do you not get internet here in Brooklyn? All the blogs said they got really into it and started doing it for real.
I think the most disturbing part in all this is that you've been reading Endless Nights blogs.
Okay, that's...
Nate warns Dan. It's her boyfriend at the time. They have these sex scenes, and apparently there's a rumor around that the sex scenes are actually real. And then he sees a blast of Olivia buying condoms. He's like, oh shit, she wants to have sex. Oh shit. Like, it's real steam in this movie. I don't know if I can live up to that. All that shit. Kind of like how it was before with him and Serena, but he was comparing, like, Nate and Serena to them having sex, whereas now it's, like, Olivia and I think his name's Patrick to them having sex. This man is not confident in his sexual abilities. Okay? The Humphrey lifestyle is in doubt. Serena's back working with Casey again, right? And she is annoyed at Serena for not breaking down Olivia up, and she's also annoyed at this picture of Olivia that's come out with her buying condoms. So she's like, you need to get them to break up or you're going to be doing office grunt work forever, Cinderella. She needs to get Olivia and Patrick back together because otherwise Patrick's career is going to flop without Olivia. Now we have a whole thing going with Jenny, Eric, and Jonathan. So obviously these three are a little trio and they're busy mates. But at Constance, Jenny doesn't want to look weak. And when she goes to the Met, Jonathan and Eric are sitting there. She has to tell them to move because she doesn't want to look weak in front of her minions. And Eric's like, it's just a performance for school. Jonathan's like, I'm not so sure that it's an act anymore. I think she's really becoming this queen bee. Blair goes to visit Serena at Casey's office. Chuck calls Serena and is like, I want you to organise this club opening. Don't let Blair anywhere near it. And obviously, like, Blair hears. Chuck tells Nate that even though him and Blair aren't really fighting anymore, he still is a bit wary of trusting her and all this kind of stuff because of how she manipulated him into kissing that guy. Eric is assuring Jonathan, he's like, no, it's just an act, like, for school. And Jonathan's like, I'm not so sure. I think Jenny is changing. So next lunchtime, he takes a stand and Jonathan sits above her on the steps. Eric sits with him and joins him. She then orders her minions to pour yogurt on them. Olivia catches Dan watching the sex scenes from the movie. How fucking embarrassing. And promises him that they were only together for publicity. They weren't actually dating. Then Casey is mad at Serena for using her client list behind her back for Chuck's opening. But she lies and she's like, oh no, it's all just part of my plan to get Olivia and Patrick together. They can go to the opening together. See, I fixed it. It's perfect. And Casey's like, I'm not sure, but I'll let you go with it. Chuck is stressing because he needs his liquor license before they open and he doesn't have it. And then he gets a call saying it's fine and it's all sorted. And we find out that Blair actually called Jack to try and get in a favour to get this liquor license for him. Chuck goes to Blair and he's like, I'm sorry for not letting things go, and he gives her a dress to wear to the opening. And she feels guilty. At the party, Chuck finds out that she got the license from Jack and uninvites her. Serena chooses to stay with Chuck at the opening instead of leaving with Blair. So then Serena suggests to Olivia that she should walk in with Patrick on the red carpet and just meet Dan inside, because it doesn't matter if they go in together, but it will look good for Patrick if they do. So Olivia's like, you know what? Sure. Blair goes back in and finds Chuck and tries to apologize, and he's like, oh, did you know that the license from Jack was fake? Because of course it fucking was.
They were fake?
Of course they were fake!
Look at this smarmy guy. Trust in him. Ridiculous scene. Blair and Chuck call the police on the party, because that's what Jack was going to do anyway. So they're like, we're going to get out in front of it and we're going to call the police ourselves. Serena is pissed. She's big pissed. How could you do this to me? You know I'm supposed to be impressing Casey, and now I have to get all of her celebrities, avoid them from being photographed at a police-raided party. And Blair's like, this is great for us, because now that your celebrities are here, we're going to be on the front page. I'm doing what you did, and I'm choosing Chuck. Because of what happened at school, Eric snitches on Jenny to Lily, and is like, I think she's changing and all this stuff. And Jenny wants revenge. So she pretends that they're cool and they're fine, when really she gets her minions, they're not on the board, to throw eggs at Jonathan. We got Olivia and Dan. So Olivia admits to Dan that she actually did date Patrick, but she broke his heart. She felt like she owed him. She went along with it so that his career didn't stall. Then she and Dan kiss, and Serena shows the paparazzi this is who Olivia is really dating, and then pretends that she's dating Patrick to get him some kind of publicity as well. Back at the loft, Olivia and Dan have sex for the first time, and it's all good, it's all fine. And Chuck and Blair make up properly, and they say that the online bookings for the Empire have gone up 50%. Back at the Vanderwoodsons, Eric is like to Jenny, school her and the home her, and now they're one. And he doesn't want to be around either of them. She goes into her room and she throws out all her Jenny clothes because she's turning into full-on Queen Bee. So then Blair invites Serena into like a secret club thing Chuck mentioned. I don't really understand what's happening. And she's like, I would never work for you, Blair. She's like, Chuck might have forgiven you, but I haven't. And she's big pissed. So imagine, once yet again, an orange line between these two. Casey says to Serena, I need you to get Patrick into this Trip Vanderbilt party. And she's still on rocky ground with the Vanderbilts after she threw him under the bus. And she asked Nate for an invite, and Nate's like, no. But then Trip is like, oh, are you coming, Serena? She's like, yes, I'm coming. And Nate's like, you snake. So she weasels her way into the party anyway. So then at the event, he's like absolutely wasted, right? Absolutely hammered. And Blair actually sees him pee into a plant pot, while Serena's like trying to corral him and find where he is. Blair has him sent to his suite. She's like, this is just fucking embarrassing. So she has him sent to his suite, and Serena is mad when she finds out. Meanwhile, in order to prove that she has friends other than Serena, she basically tries to find a friend, and she doesn't have any. NYU. Meets this girl called Brandeis. They like kind of hit it off, and she's like, oh my god, I want you to come as my friend to this party, right? The Vanderbilt party. Patrick tells Serena, he's like, Blair's friend Brandeis, yeah, she's a high-priced cool girl. And Serena's like, oh, this is the best thing I've ever heard. So Serena has her removed by security. Blair's like, well, since you're being paid by your boss to date Patrick, that basically makes you the same as Brandeis.
Come on, Chuck. I want some cake.
Serena pushes Blair's face into a cake. Iconic scenes. Serena goes to apologize to Blair, and Blair says that she's basically making a life for herself, and Serena is stuck in high school. Serena's like, no, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just trying to make a life for myself. And Blair's like, no, you're not, babe. She's like, you're immature. Cut it out, basically. So the orange line is still very much there. Serena puts Patrick into a car, and he's like, you need to come with me because you're paid to be with me. And she's like, you know what? This isn't worth it. And she quits. I'm just going to get this dumb storyline out of the way now. So Olivia goes on Jimmy Fallon and tells some embarrassing story about Dan, and then runs all over the city trying to make sure that he doesn't see it. And he gets called like bathroom boy by like a couple strangers. In the video, she says on their first date, he went to the toilet and then came back with his shirt like inside out because apparently a spider had crawled into it or something. And Jimmy, like, Fallon nicknames him Bathroom Boy. Yes, Jimmy Fallon is literally in this episode. So anyway, he finds the video online and he leaves. So then Olivia's like, oh my god, he's mad about it. And then it turns out he wasn't mad about it. He just found it funny. The video reminded him that it's their 1 month anniversary. So he went and, like, planned something special and came back. And it's just, yeah, It's whatever. It's a moot point. Chuck invites Nate to come and live with him in his suite in the Empire, and the campaign is going on, like for Trip, for this like house seat or whatever, and Vanessa's filming the whole thing. William tells Nate he's gonna take a miracle for Trip to win this thing, like he is not doing well. Trip and Nate are walking along the harbour together, and then they see this guy fall into the harbour and almost drown. So Trip dives in after him, pulls him out, and everyone's like, oh my god, like he's a hero, he's a hero. And then Vanessa, she captures the whole thing on a video camera. Trip starts actually leading in the polls and people start liking it because he just saved this man's life. Vanessa gets approached by a news station called New York One, and they want to buy the footage from her. She's like the only one who has any footage of this. When she goes over the footage, she sees that the man jumped into the harbour, looks down and then hops in and then pretends to start drowning. So it's all a hoax. She tells Nate, he's like, do not give this to anybody. Vanessa's like, well, I'm going to anyway because it's the truth and also money. I think it's more supposed to be about the truth, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be good money. So then she's like, I've got a meeting with this lady called Carolyn from New York One, so I'm going to go. So she goes and whatever, meets this lady Carolyn. And then at the campaign party, Carolyn from New York One, it comes up to her and is like, who did you sell the footage to? And she's like, Carolyn from New York One. And the lady's like, I'm Carolyn from New York One, and I didn't sell you anything because you moved our appointment. And she realizes that Nate set her up, and she's big pissed. So she goes over to confront Nate, and they both realize that the footage got out anyway. So Vanessa could have had a big paycheck, and she didn't get it because somehow the footage got out anyway. Trip is like, William, you need to admit that you did this shit. I know it was you. It was obviously you. Nate goes up in front of the press, and he says it was him. He's like, it was me. I was just trying to help. And basically takes the fall for the whole thing and says that Trip had no idea that it was happening. He just genuinely saved this man. Trip goes over to thank him, and they see on the news that Trip actually won the election. His wife, Maureen, who she doesn't get a picture because she's just fucking annoying. She goes over to William and she's like, lol, I set up this whole thing. I set up the drowning, but because Trip thinks you did it, now he hates you and we're free of your control. He threatens to tell, and she's like, babes, you don't have a lot of credibility right now. I wouldn't bother. And he's like, checkmate. Trip and Serena are at a bar for some reason, God knows why, and they're like talking and they're getting kind of close. This is a married man. I feel like in this show, I almost need like a counter of how many times men are trash, and also bad parenting decisions. Yeah. Or maybe just cheating in general. These people are terrible people. It's cotillion time again, and this time it's Jenny's turn. So Jenny's going to be debuting. She wants to be queen of the Upper East Side, not just Constance. She wants to rule the whole damn thing. And to do that, she wants her escort to be a guy called Graham Collins, I think it is. While this is happening, Chuck and Nate have another one of their lost weekend things. You remember we first met Carter? They're doing that again. Blair is avoiding Serena because they're not friends. So that's where we're at. A girl called Kira, who she also doesn't get a picture, bless her. I just forgot about her. Kira is Eric's partner for the cotillion, right? And she's like, oh my god, I know Graham. I can't remember how she knows him, but she knows him. I should tell Jenny and I could ask him. And Eric's like, yeah, no, I know Graham too. We went to camp together. And kind of like alludes to the fact that they hooked up, I think. But he won't ask her because obviously him and Jenny are beefing at the moment. A little bit later, Jenny's like practicing the dance from like little security footage because I think she was like embarrassed that she can't dance, and it's actually kind of cute. Eric goes over and they're dancing and they're practicing, and she says she just wants the perfect debut so that everyone will forget that she's a Brooklyn nobody and that she wishes that Eric could be her escort, which was really cute. Eric's like, oh my god, you should go with Jonathan because I can't remember what his last name is, but they're basically like, look, this family's a big cheese. Walking with Jonathan will also, you know, be good for you and your reputation. She's like, oh, like, there's no way that Jonathan would do this, like, he hates me. And Eric's like, no, I'll ask him. So he does, and Jonathan says yes. So she asks the minions to call off a search for Graham. Eric sees a text on Jenny's phone from Graham saying, I would love to be your escort. He replies from Jenny's phone saying that she already has a date. Shady boots. After speaking to Kira, Eric's partner, Jenny's like proper rude to her as well, just like for no reason. Jenny realizes that Eric sabotaged her and basically like pushes Kira aside. She's like, excuse me. And he admits that he did it because Graham is a creep. But given the choice, she would have chosen Graham over Jonathan when in reality, Graham's a creepy guy and Jonathan's a nice guy and she should have gone with him. She's like, I'm going to Cotillion with Graham. So Eric was right. He didn't do it in like a shady boots way. He was just trying to do something kind of nice-ish. And it just kind of backfired, you know? Blair, Kira, and Eric decide they're not going to let her get away with how she is acting and how she's treating people. Serena interviews for a job at Tripp's office and she gets it. While they're at the office, Tripp and Serena kind of sense that they have chemistry. So he kind of suggests that she go home and then come back the next day when her supervisor Brian is there. So it's not just them two alone. Blair gives Kira a makeover so that she can dethrone Jenny at Cotillion. And Eric brings Graham to be Kira's escort. He threatened to expose that they hooked up at camp and then got him to ditch Jenny and come be Kira's escort instead. So Nate and Chuck, they trick Serena and Blair into both coming to the Empire, trick them into getting into the same lift, and Chuck locks them in and he's like, you're not coming out until you make up.
There's a single malt and some lottery macaroons in the storage box. Plenty to sustain you until you two figure things out.
Meanwhile, at Cotillion, Jenny's introduction is ruined by the announcer having to correct that she no longer has Graham as her escort. She thinks that Blair sabotaged her and Eric doesn't say anything. He's just like, oh, yeah, does seem like something she would do, doesn't it? In the lift, meanwhile, Serena tells Blair about her father and all that drama. This thing about, like, with Tripp, and Blair's like, please promise me not to see him again before talking to her first. Do not go and see this man. And Chuck lets them out, because they've made up and they're friends again. As they're leaving the lift, they see Nate escorting Jenny. He's debuting with Nate and all the other queens of all the other schools are paying their respects to her. They're like, oh my god, the escort was Nate Archibald, that's insane. Jonathan breaks up with Eric because he doesn't like who he's becoming. He's sinking to Jenny's level. Jenny then invites Eric out to dinner with her friends after Cotillion. He declines and tells Kira that they need to take Jenny down for good. Tripp and Serena agree to keep their relationship strictly professional. Meanwhile, Lily, I've spoken about her for a little while, she finds a letter addressed to Serena and it's from William Vanderwoodson, her father. What are you going to do with that, Lily? I think we know about the history of letters on this show and what happens to them. They get stolen. Back to Olivia. Despite not wanting to actually do it, she has to leave to film another Endless Nights movie. Dan and Vanessa are like, oh my god, okay, we're gonna come up with a list of 15 things you have to do before you leave college. She agrees to do them. So they decide they're gonna do them all in one day and all that stuff, cute, wholesome vibes. But no, it is not. They do 14 out of 15 things on the list and then they're like, oh, what's last on the list? And it says a threesome. Olivia says that she did one for a movie before, but never a real one. Dan and Vanessa are both like, well, we've never done one. Dan, Vanessa, and Olivia all have a threesome. These two make a cuter couple than Dan and Olivia ever did. I can't lie. Afterwards, while they're sleeping, Olivia gets a text from Casey basically saying the director quit the movie, so the movie isn't happening anymore. So she actually is staying at NYU. Big awkward. When Dan tells Nate about the threesome, he's like, you idiot. Never pick someone you know. You always pick a stranger. That way you avoid any jealousy and awkwardness. And he's like, it's not awkward, but it is so awkward. It is bare awkward.
Give me a call if you need me. But you will?
Vanessa and Dan awkwardly bump into each other and they agree to see Morrissey together. Later on, Dan asks Olivia if she's sticking around or looking for other projects, and she says that she's thinking of acting at the Tisch acting school. And Dan says he was going to apply to their playwriting program, so they're like, oh, cute, we'll be together. Not cute. She offers to help him write his application. Then she gets jealous when he says that he can't spend today with her because he's going to Morrissey with Vanessa. So already the jealousy, the awkwardness, it is setting in. People learn from their mistakes. Blair, for some reason, God knows why she does anything. She basically wants in with the Tisch school as well. Just with the kids that go there. She wants them in her list of allies. They're really rude to her and they don't care who she is. She decides that if she can get Lady Gaga to perform at some play they're doing, that'll win them over. So then Blair asks Olivia if she's been invited to their cabaret night, and Olivia's like, yeah, but she needs to clear someone's schedule first, aka Daniel Humphrey. She does not want him going with Vanessa to this Morrissey thing. So she goes to Vanessa and says that she signed herself up and Dan for this cabaret thing months ago, and it just happens to be that night. She's really sorry that it's the same day. And Vanessa's like, oh, you know what? no problem. That is absolutely fine. Doesn't matter. He can go with you instead. Dan, Olivia, and Blair, they all show up to this, like, cabaret night thing. I'm not really sure what it is. It's a theatre kid thing. Blair suggests they do Snow White, but with all Lady Gaga songs. It's one of This episode is truly one of the most baffling episodes of this show. Dan says he feels weird about ditching Vanessa to do the play. Dan is writing the script for this Snow White Lady Gaga fiasco. And he asks Vanessa to help because then he's like, oh, that way, you know, she's not left out. It's not going to be weird. She realizes that Olivia only booked it that morning. So she lied to her. She knows that she lied. Olivia and Vanessa are throwing subtle shade at each other throughout the whole of this play. Olivia announces that Vanessa is in love with Dan and everybody knows it. And everyone that's there is like, yeah, no, I see that for her. And except Dan, who's like, no, that is crazy. She's not in love with me. So then Olivia quits, followed by Vanessa. And then Blair is like, oh my God, you had a threesome, Daniel, you dirty dog. Blair blackmails Olivia and Vanessa with the threesome. She's like, I'll tell everybody about this threesome. So they agree to do the play. Dan tells Olivia, he's like, look, Vanessa does not have feelings for me. Like, you got to let this go. And Olivia's like, look, I know she doesn't have feelings for you, but it was how you looked at Vanessa that night when they had the threesome. That is what is throwing me off.
You were looking at Vanessa like you've never looked at me.
Olivia performs one song and then she dips, leaving Vanessa to take her place and then have to kiss Dan. Blair is praised for the show. Everyone seems to have liked it. God knows why. The thing was an absolute shambles. And then she takes everyone to go and see Lady Gaga because Lady Gaga is an old friend of Cyrus's, apparently. Also, the poker face is about Cyrus, which may be the greatest thing to come out of this TV show. The idea that Cyrus is the inspiration for Poker Face. Olivia admits that she left the play so that Dan could kiss Vanessa again and realise how he feels about her. She says that she's taking another movie so that she's leaving but promises to be back in the fall. We never see her again, so don't get your hopes up. She doesn't come back in the fall. Oh my gosh, new picture, people, new picture. This is Damien Dalgard. Chuck is basically babysitting him for the day because he is the Belgium ambassador's son. Lily is desperate to set Jenny up with someone. She suggests that Jenny show Damien around instead of Chuck. And he's like, you know what? Sure. I don't give a shit about this kid. Take him. This guy is in far more episodes than I remembered him being in. I just remembered him as like a minor character, but he sticks around for a little while. Him and Jenny go to Central Park. It turns out that he is making a drug deal using these toy boats. So she's like, oh, okay, maybe a bit more interesting than I thought. And he's like, being an Upper East Side queen honestly sounds kind of boring. And Jenny admits that the drug deal was like thrilling, so he invites her to come on another drug delivery with him. When they're at the delivery, he offers her drugs. Oh, do you want to like test the product? And she's a bit like, And then Chuck, good man, shows up and says that his housekeeper found drugs in Damien's room, so no. Like, he's kicking him out of the Empire. And then he takes Jenny home and is like, do not get yourself involved in this shit, okay? She texts Damien to say that she had fun and she wants to go again. My goodness. Back to this shambles. Trip Vanderwoodson, might as well be. Trip Vanderbilt, Serena Vanderwoodson. Trip and Serena agree not to see each other before he leaves for DC. Because the chemistry between them, the sexual tension is just too much. These people cannot control themselves. Serena comes up to Nate and tells him that she thinks she's about to get involved with his married cousin. She literally tells him this. She comes up to this man. Poor Nate Archibald, I tell you. He's always getting roped into other people's shit. She comes up to him and is like, so here's the deal. I kind of think I might bang your married cousin and I don't really know what to do about it. And he's like, maybe don't do that. She says, look, we're trying to fight this chemistry, but I'm really into him. And Nate's like, well, try not being. So she's like, I thought I could count on you. And he's like, look, you can always count on me. Sorry for overreacting, which quite frankly, he didn't overreact, but whatever. And he's like, look, I'll just keep an eye on you and make sure that you don't go near Trip. Like, the absolute ridiculousness of it. Because Trip fully invites her to lunch. After they decided not to see each other, he invites her to lunch. And Nate's like, you are not going to that lunch. I'm going to keep an eye on you. Park your butt right here. They go out for drinks and they're connecting and it's real sweet. Nate then gets a call from Trip. Trip is like to Nate, Anne told me that Maureen set up the whole thing. I am going to divorce her. I never want to see her again because she set up this whole scandal. What the fuck? How could she do that to me? And Nate's on the phone like, yeah, no, that's crazy. He goes back to Serena and he lies and said that it was Dan on the phone because he doesn't want Serena to know that Tripp is now single because Nate still has feelings for Serena. He doesn't want her to go off with Tripp. It's a very short-lived lie. So basically, Nate tells Serena about the night at the masquerade ball when he tried to tell her that he loved her. Serena's like really surprised that he actually loved her.
You loved me?
Of course I did. The most beautiful, amazing, alive person I've ever known.
These two. And then, as they're about to kiss, Tripp comes in. I told you it was short-lived. Tripp comes in, tells them all about Maureen, and thanks Nate for talking to him early on the phone. So Serena realizes that Nate lied, and she's not happy about it. Tripp asks her to go on a walk, and she says yes, and Nate's left all by himself. Bless his soul. This is a running theme. This man just needs somebody to love him. So they go on their walk and they go to Tripp's house and then they kiss outside of his house. I don't even want to know how old this man is. Now that I'm thinking about it as well. He looks young, but I think the problem you get with these teen shows is that these people aren't teens, right? So same thing with Pretty Little Liars, 90210. These people are supposed to be, I think at this point, 19? This man has got to be bare old. He has a full-on wife. He's running for like the head of Manhattan State or some shit. A chair on the board. What is he doing at looking at an 19-year-old who's best friends with his younger cousin? Because you see the actors aren't that far apart in age. I'm pretty sure Mike talked about this in his Pretty Little Lies video as well. Because they look a similar age, you're just kind of like, oh yeah, it's fine. But in reality, this is fucking weird. And it happens to Serena specifically all the time. Blair and Carter were the same age. Blair and Chuck are obviously the same age. Blair and Jack. Oh my god, Blair and Jack don't have a pink line. They need a pink line. Don't let me forget that. Obviously, Blair and Jack was weird because this guy's got to be old. I mean, we've already talked about this weird age gap. Who else have we got? Georgina and Dan, same age. Serena and Dan, same age. Olivia Burke. I mean, she's in the same year as them. But it seems weird that she would be 19 and already have done 3 films. Maybe she's meant to be a bit older, but she can't be that much older. I mean, obviously we had Miss Carr and Dan, that was fucked up. But like, generally speaking, well, Nate, bless him. Obviously we know Nate, this was dodgy, but I feel like with Serena, they never call out the fact that these men are old. They don't look that much older, but when you think about it logistically, these men must be quite a bit older than her, and no one is ever like, babes. Serena and Tripp need a pink line. Now we have another Thanksgiving episode, which is some of my absolute favourites. You always know this is where the shit is going to go down. Serena isn't coming and Cece is too sick to travel. Eric tells Jenny about his breakup with Jonathan, so she secretly asks Jonathan to come so that they can make up and all that fun stuff. Tripp tells Serena that he's divorcing Maureen, doesn't want to see her again. And Serena hopes it's not because of her. And she says they can spend Thanksgiving together, but they can't do anything while he's still married, right? So they're supposed to spend it together, but he cancels to be with Maureen because Maureen's really upset about this whole divorce situation. Serena invites Nate to dinner instead. She's like, come on, let's be friends again. Serena then also bumps into Chuck and Blair. She says that she isn't dating Tripp, but Blair does not believe her. Rightly fucking so. What are you lying for? Vanessa asked to stay with Dan because she can't stay with her parents and it's too late for her to stay in the dorms over the holidays, and he's like, yeah. Lily bumps into Maureen. They're wearing the same coat and they're like, oh my god, same coat. She asked Maureen, she's like, why does Serena have to work on Thanksgiving? And Maureen is like, you could tell she's like, what the fuck? And then she just plays along with it. She's like, oh yeah, no, yeah, I know. Just so much to do. She invites Maureen and Tripp to Thanksgiving, hoping they'll bring Serena. Very innocent from Lily. She has no idea the shitstorm she is about to induce. When Rufus and Eric, honestly, Rufus and Eric, one of my favourite duos. They're so freaking cute. This whole father-son relationship, I love it. I live for it. Anyway, they're trying to test the video call with Cece to make sure that they could have her at Thanksgiving dinner.
Cece, you can unplug. That's perfect. Let's go give it a test run.
And Cece's like, what are you doing? And they're like, well, you know, you're too sick to travel. We thought this would be cute. She's like, I'm fine. She's like, there ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm going to come in person. And Rufus and Eric are so confused, but they're like, okay. Meanwhile, Dan invites Vanessa and her mum, Gabriella, the one we met with the speech. She doesn't have a picture. I apologise, I forgot. He invites them to dinner as well, so then they can kind of, you know, bond, make up. Every single Thanksgiving, so many people get invited to these Thanksgiving dinners. And I'm like, by the end, you just like should know not to invite people to these things because it just causes a shitstorm. Trip and Serena are in the Empire Hotel lift together and the tension is just too much and they stop the lift and they start making out. Meanwhile, Blair thinks that Eleanor is hiding something from her. But Dorota tells Blair she agreed to work there with Vanderwood since Thanksgiving. So Blair's like, oh, we should all spend it there. And invites Eleanor and everyone to the Vanderwoods since Thanksgiving. So now there's so many people come to this thing. Then she finds a pregnancy test in Dorota's bag and thinks that it's Eleanor's. Which, I don't want to say that Eleanor looks old because she looks great. But she is clearly past it in the biological department. Do you know what I mean? This is a lady that has lived through the menopause. I'm sorry, but it just is. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. I don't know what she was thinking. Chuck finds this footage and he tells Nate about it. He's like, look, I've got this footage of them. And he says to Serena, look, if this shit happens in my lift again, he's like, I will kick you out of this hotel. Now, Nate knows that it is going down between them, right? And Maureen, I should have given her a picture because I'm just going to keep pointing at this blank space. She goes to Nate and is like, be honest with me, Nate. Don't lie to me. And Nate's a terrible liar, so she's going to get the truth. Are Serena and Trip having an affair? And he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, they are. And shows her the footage from the lift. Good Lord. Blair tells Jenny at like the dinner that Eric was the one that sabotaged her at Cotillion, not Blair. Well, she was like part of it, but it was Eric's, like he was the mastermind basically. Then I kid you not, okay? This is why I love the Thanksgiving episodes. This may be one of, if not the most iconic scene in all of television history. Or at least in teen television history. Because it is just so beyond iconic. It is just everything you could ever want from a scene in a TV show. And I feel like it'll honestly live on forever. If you know, then you know, and you already know what scene I'm about to talk about. It is all kicking off at the dinner table, and What You Say by Jason Derulo is playing.
Sweet potatoes are bland.
Vanessa says that her mum is always sticking her nose in other people's business. Blair accuses Eleanor of being pregnant. Maureen tells Serena and Trip to end their affair or she'll release the video. Chuck realizes Nate stole the video. Lily sees the video. Jenny tells Eric that she knows what he did at Cotillion. Everyone is walking away from the dinner table. It is all very dramatic. Cece tells Rufus, babes, I've been in remission since August. And I don't really know a lot about Thanksgiving because obviously we don't have it over here. But I think it's like October time. Am I wrong? Or November time? Is it in between Halloween and Christmas? August was time ago. Lily obviously has been cheated on by William, Serena's dad.
Do you know what it feels like to be left? Because I do.
Serena's like, look, it's not like that because Trip actually cares about her. But Lily's like, Maureen thought that he cared about her too, and look what's happening. She says that Serena isn't welcome in the house again until she ends this little affair. So she ends things with Trip and she apologizes to Maureen. Eric tells Jenny that he just wanted her to realize like who she'd become, and that he lost everything because of her. She says, well, he won't lose her if he apologizes.
I lost everything.
Not me. Not if you apologize.
He's like, no. And just tells her to watch her back. Eleanor tells Blair that the secret is that she and Cyrus are moving to Paris full-time into a penthouse across the street from Blair's favourite restaurant. So cute, wholesome vibes. And Blair and Eleanor figure out that the pregnancy test was Dorota's. Dorota's having a baby, so freaking cute. Lily tells Rufus that she stayed with Cece for longer because after her cancer, Cece was more like loving and caring and she just wanted to enjoy it for a little bit longer. And Rufus is like, you know what? Fairs. But you know what? It's not fairs because that is not true. So Cece comes up to Lily and she's like, oh, I guess you didn't tell Rufus about your little summer trip. And Lily says that she wants to keep it a secret. Shady. Gabriella Vanessa's mum, she leaves, and Dan goes after her and tells her, look, Vanessa loves you, she just wishes that you spent more time together. And Gabriella's like, you're in love with her, it's all over your face. And Dan's like, Like, everyone can see that Dan is in love with Vanessa, right? Apparently, all of a sudden, it just comes out of nowhere, because if you actually watch the show, you don't even get a hint that he's in love with Vanessa until they basically force you to think that he is. Trip is mad at Nate. Why? And Nate's like, mate, this is all your fault. So then Chuck tells Nate that he should tell Serena how he feels about her. Blair invites Serena to come with her to Paris to see the new apartment and stuff. And she's like, you know what? Yeah, go on. So they go to get her passport. Trip tells her that he's still leaving Maureen and wants her by his side, even if it means losing his career. This man is down bad, but not that bad. You will see in a future episode. Then Blair tells her to go, and as she's putting her passport back, she sees the letter that Lily hid from her, and she reads it. The one from William. Serena shows Lily the letter, and she's like, don't ever judge me ever again. Nate asks Serena to stay with him and not go with Trip, and give him another chance, but she leaves with Trip anyway. Terrible idea. Look at this cutie. Gabriella and Vanessa have a heart-to-heart. Gabriella tells Dan that when he rejected Vanessa, when Dan rejected her, when she said that she loved him, that she was like heartbroken. And she's like, only tell her how you feel about her if you are serious about her. Because if you break her heart again, your friendship won't recover from it. If you remember at the start, I told you Lily and Maureen were wearing the same coat. So Lily hides the letter in her coat. Maureen then takes the coat because she thinks it's hers, and she finds the letter. So that's Thanksgiving done and dusted. Big dramas, very good. Probably, is it my favourite Thanksgiving episode? Probably. We see Serena and Trip in the car together, and he tells Serena that he loves her, but she's like, everything is already ruined. And he swerves the car to avoid hitting some wolves. And he crashes the car, and then we get 12 hours earlier. So here's everything that goes down in the 12 hours before this car crash. Trip and Serena are all loved up in this house, wherever it is, I don't know. He's telling her that he's meeting William, but in reality, he's meeting Maureen. Yep. She says that they can work things out so that he can keep his career, but he says he cares about Serena more than his career. Good Lord. You met her 5 minutes ago. Maureen goes to Serena and she tells her, look, you can have a Trip privately and I will have him in the public eye, because that way it still looks good to the public and everything, but we'll be separated and you can like have him on the weekends, basically. Like it's some kind of custody battle. She's like, I don't know about that. And she's like, you know what? Fine. If you see him in the public eye, then I will expose to everyone that Lily had an affair with William. Yep. Her little summer trip was her having an affair with Serena's dad, William. That is what was in the letter. Nate tells Serena that William is in Bermuda. So Serena knows that Trip lied to her, and she calls Lily and says that she loves her and she needs her, and then tells her that, you know, Maureen's got the letter, and Lily's like, right, I'll fix it and I'll tell Rufus everything before it gets out. Meanwhile, in the world of Chuck Bass, it's the 1 year anniversary of Bart's death. And Blair's like, he's been avoiding it, he's not talking about his feelings, so busy with work and whatever.
Fine. Pretend like you never get sad. But just so we're clear, I know better.
As we go out through the day, Chuck is haunted by Bart's ghost. No jokes. Full on, what is it? The Three Ghosts of Christmas? What's that? Full on like a Christmas Carol. He's mocking him for being compassionate. He's mocking him for being a failure. All this stuff. Blair tries to console him and he's like, I don't need you to take care of me. Daddy issues central over here. Blair then tells Lily that Chuck refuses to go and see Bart's grave, you know, on the anniversary. And that Bart never told him where his mother's grave was. Which So fucked up. When Lily goes to ask Chuck to come to the cemetery with her because she's gonna go, he says he honors him by working and also throws away the flowers that she brought, saying that they should be yellow roses because yellow roses were his mother's favorite. Eric has recruited one of Jenny's minions basically to sabotage her and subtly undermine her and to help Eric turn all the other minions against Jenny and take her down. And then Jenny buys all the minions gifts and Eric is like, where did she get this money from? So Vanessa's kind of seeing this guy called Paul. He doesn't get a picture. He's irrelevant.
Do you really think if you went toe-to-toe with Paul Hoffman that you couldn't take him down? He's a douche.
The two of them and then Willa, who's another new face, but goes to NYU. They all go to NYU. Invite Dan to a writer's retreat. And Dan's like, no. But then Nate forces him to go. He's like, you should go and fight for Vanessa. Get her away from this Paul guy. Serena is fuming. Where is she? She's big fuming when Trip comes back. She's like, I know that you lied to me. Insists that he drives her home and she wants to go home. She's like, I don't want to be around you. And that's when the crash happens. So we are now caught up. We are in present day. He then calls Maureen for help because Serena is unconscious in the car. And then at the hospital, Serena is brought in on a gurney. Serena asks Nate, she's like, is Trip okay? What happened to him? Is he okay? And then Nate's like, Trip isn't here. So then Nate calls Trip and threatens to call the police if he doesn't come and meet him at the hospital. He's like, look, I'm going to tell them he crashed his car and fucking left Serena in it for dead. Lily is about to talk to Rufus about the affair with William when she gets a call about Serena's car accident. Dan is making out with this new girl, Willa, but he says it doesn't feel right. This is in the NYU dorms. And he gets a call about Serena. He runs into Blair's room to tell her about Serena, and then Vanessa's also there, so she comes too. So everyone is on their way to the hospital. Chuck is on his way to finalise a deal, but when Blair calls him to tell him about the car accident, he turns the car around immediately, which Bart is like, I'm going to choose your friends over your business, and Chuck's like, yeah. Nate tells Trip that leaving Serena there is absolutely unforgivable. Maureen tells him that she'll say Trip was with her, so he can't go to the police or the press or anyone, and no one will believe him or Serena. Trip's like, look, I'd really love to see Serena, and Nate punches him in the face and is like, get out of here.
So I forgot to mention, he moved her. So they crashed, and she was obviously in the passenger seat, and to cover up this whole thing, he moved her into the driver's seat, so it looked like she was driving. But obviously, when someone is in an accident, you are not supposed to move them because it can make their injuries far worse. So yeah, all-round scumbag. The absolute worst. And then he has the audacity to ask to see her.
Blair and Serena have this cute moment, and they have a sweet little bonding moment, basically.
Nice outfit.
You too.
Chuck has a flashback of when Bart died, and then Blair finds him all distraught, and crying on the floor. He asks if Serena's okay and if Eric and Lily are there, and everyone's there, and she's like, yes, everyone's here, it's all okay. It's a really emotional moment, and honestly really showcases the character development of both of them. But obviously specifically Chuck, it just showcases it really perfectly, and it's a really sweet little moment. Jenny and Eric also make up at the hospital because they're like, look, this petty stuff really isn't worth it, obviously, now that Serena's been in a bloody car crash. Maureen goes to see Rufus and gives him the letter. This shitty bitch. She gives him the letter and says she doesn't want someone to go through the marriage pain that she went through, but it's utter bullshit. You are not trying to help Rufus out here. Dan tells Vanessa that he loves her. She's like, look, sometimes when people are under a lot of stress, aka Serena being in a car accident, they say things that they don't mean. When Lily gets home, Rufus isn't there and he's dodging her calls. When Serena wakes up, Nate is asleep and waiting in her room. So freaking cute. And then Blair tells her if she wants to make it work with Nate, then she needs to take it slow. Chuck goes to Bart's grave to put yellow roses down, but he bumps into this woman who will get a picture. I'm going to go and get it in a second. But he bumps into this woman and she is also putting a yellow rose down on Bart's grave. She's like, Charles? And he's like, excuse me? And then she leaves. She bolts. He goes to the grave and he sees that she also left a locket with Bart's picture in it, but then the other half of the locket is missing. Chuck gets his PI, Andrew Tyler, on the case. He figures out who made the locket and bribes him to tell him who Bart bought it for, and he says he bought it for a woman called Elizabeth Fisher. and gives him her address. I feel like all of these pictures are going to be really hard to see from this distance because they're so small, but this one is particularly poor. Blair asks Chuck why he didn't come to lunch, and he doesn't say why, but we know that he went to Elizabeth's hotel, but the doorman said she checked out as soon as she heard that Chuck was waiting for her downstairs. Blair confronts Chuck as he's now not going to some dinner, so he's let her down twice now. And he says finding this woman is more important than some social climbing agenda that Blair has, which, ouch. Then he shows up to the dinner that he was supposed to go to, and he says that he's sorry. And that the reason this woman is so important is because he thinks that she is his mother. Even though it sounds crazy, he has to know if he didn't kill her. And Blair supports him. She's like, nothing is more important than being with you for this.
I think that whore may be my mother.
Nothing is more important than being with you for this.
They find Elizabeth, but she says her and Bart only dated for a couple months, and she was simply paying her respects at the grave, which you just happen to have the flowers that are his mother's favourite and also this locket of Bart, but you only dated for a couple months. Chuck apologises to Blair for wasting her time, but she says she wouldn't want to be anywhere else, and he's like, right, let's just go. So before they leave, Blair's like, I'm just going to pop to the loo. So she goes in there, and she goes and she finds Elizabeth, and she says to her, look, Chuck has spent his entire life thinking that he killed his mother. If you know something that would take even a part of that pain away, it would be cruel not to share it. And so Chuck says, I don't have a real mother, Blair, I never will. And Blair's like, I love you, Chuck, and I'll always be your family. These two. Elizabeth calls Chuck, but he doesn't answer it. And we see Elizabeth looking down. She has the other half of the locket, and it has a picture of her with a baby. So, baby Chuck, right? Serena bumps into Damien. So we find out that he went to the same boarding school as her, so they know each other. Serena and Nate agree to take it slow, but then they have sex on Blair's couch, so they are not taking it slow. Damien recruits Jenny to help him get drugs to the French ambassador's daughter. She's got this idea to sew the pills into her jacket, and then at this dinner thing, they're always going to fucking dinners, parties, galas, all this stuff. So anyway, at this like gala thing, she will take off her jacket, which has the drugs in it, and then it will be given to the French ambassador's daughter. Therefore, no one will suspect a thing, and it'll be fine. Nate tells Serena that they shouldn't rush things, so he's going to go to the dinner by himself, and she's pissed. So she asks Damien to be her date instead, and Jenny's like, well, you can't do this without me, and he's like, actually, yeah, I can. Serena can wear the jacket. I don't need you. Nate watches Damien and Serena go in together. So Jenny tells him about Damien going to the same school as Serena, so they have history. He's like, well, I'll go with you instead. So now Jenny and Nate are going together, Damien and Serena are going together. So there's mad tension, right? And Serena insists on keeping the jacket on as it was like a gift from Damien. She wants to like show it off to Nate or whatever. Damien's like, take off the jacket. He like tries to make a move on her basically so that she will take the jacket off. And she's like, no, I don't like you like that. And leaves wearing the jacket. So Jenny tells Nate not to let Serena get away and go to find her. And then Nate and Serena have sex in the coat closet. Jenny tells Damien that he blew their deal by trying to get with Serena. He owes too much money for this deal to be messed up. So Jenny then saves the deal by making sure the jacket gets to the ambassador's daughter, so everything ends up fine. Rufus has this weird flirty moment with this woman called Holland. I think her last name's Holland. I'm not really sure, but anyway. She lives in the Vanderwoodson building. And he met her, like, when he stood in for this meeting for Lily, like, while she was away. He goes to confront Lily. She says that she was upset about the idea of her mother dying and went to William because he's a doctor. She insists that they didn't sleep together. They just kissed one time, but it meant nothing to her. And he says because they were engaged at the time that she did that, it means something to him. It means something to Rufus, which fares. So he leaves the apartment, but then instead of going home, he goes up a level to Holland's apartment. And then Vanya brings Lily Rufus's scarf, saying that he left it in Holland's apartment. Jenny's excited that she has a date with Damien, but is disappointed when she finds out it's just them making drops, like it's not an actual date. And he also calls her just a friend on the phone to his dad. Lily tells Rufus that Damien stayed the night, and Rufus is big pissed, and he's like, Jenny, pack your bags, you're going to the loft. She's then mad at Damien because she's being exiled for a relationship that she's not even sure that is a relationship, and he says it doesn't matter, like whether it's real or not, and she says she's not afraid of her dad. She's like, I'm not afraid of Rufus.
Maybe a bitch, but I'm not a little bitch.
She pours, the most ridiculous thing, she pours the pills, right, that they are dealing out on the floor in front of Rufus to like prove that she's not scared of him or whatever. And he's like, I look at you and I don't see my daughter anymore. Damien like steps in, he's like, look, he's like, the pills are my dad's, he's an addict, and I thought if I could get the pills away from him then everything would be okay. And Lily and Rufus buy the story. Rufus says that he flushed the pills away, so it's time for them to leave. Jenny's angry, but Rufus says she'll get over it. Lily tries to get Rufus to stay, but Rufus is like, no, they need a break from this whole Upper East Side life, and him and Jenny go back to the loft. So when he goes down to take Jenny home, she's gone. She meets Damien and says that she stole Lily's pills. She went into her like bathroom cabinet and stole her pills so that they could sell them at the party. And Damien's like, you know what? Let's skip the party. And they kiss. Oh my god, yeah. So, and now that Nate and Serena have had sex, like, as we've been watching, because I don't do lines for anything that happened before the show started, they now get a pink line as well. The scene where Nate and Serena are getting it on with the strawberries and cream, it will forever be iconic and solidify them as one of the best couples in the show. Their chemistry, 10 out of 10. And this scene is just the absolute peak of sexual chemistry that I've seen in a TV show. Also, the fact that it's paired with Blair making fake sex noises to like try and compete with them is absolutely hilarious.
My phone's dead. I was gonna use Chuck's.
There's a phone in the living room.
I know. I wanted to check a tweet.
Hand it over, Archibald.
Honestly, non-judgmental Breakfast Club hilarity at its finest. Chuck is waiting for Elizabeth at the hotel again, and Blair finds out. He pays someone to let him into her room, and he finds the other half of the locket, so the one that's got the picture of the baby Chuck in it. He returns to the penthouse and tells Blair that she's his mother. She definitely is. But he tells Blair to throw out the locket because why would she come back now? Like, you know, maybe she just wants money. Or Serena insists that he see her. Blair tells Serena to respect his decision and stay out of it. Nate and Serena go on a double date with Chuck and Blair. Absolutely adorable. For Greek food. It turns out that Serena also invited Elizabeth, right, to try and get them to bond. And she says, look, if he doesn't hear Elizabeth out, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Which she's just pushing her daddy issues onto everyone else. But anyway, so he does. Chuck assumes that she's there for money and gives her a check.
I'm going over there.
Serena, sit your ass down.
He tells her to just take the check and go. She says if it's what he wants, she'll take the check and leave. But Chuck's still upset when she takes it because I think he thought she wouldn't take it. Blair tells Serena that she didn't do this for Chuck. They both know why she did it. Serena then finds Elizabeth and she's like, look, I want to hear your story even if Chuck doesn't want to hear it. She got pregnant at 19. Her and Bart agreed to give the baby up for adoption, but when Chuck was born, Bart decided that he wanted to keep him. She told Bart to tell Chuck that she died because she didn't want the responsibility of being a mother and she didn't want him to ever come like looking for her. But she says that she doesn't blame Chuck for hating her because of course he would. Serena says there's no child that doesn't want to know their parent. So like, get it together. Chuck tells Blair that the check was a test. And as soon as he wrote it, he didn't want her to take it. And then he gets a call saying that Elizabeth is at the front desk. He goes down there. Serena finds Nate and says that her dad knows where she is and was even with her mum when she went looking for him, but didn't want to see Serena. And talking to Elizabeth made her realise maybe he just doesn't want to be found, so she's just going to give up the search. And Serena leaves William a message basically saying she's done looking for him. So Elizabeth tells Chuck her story, and she gives the check back and says that she thought it would be easier if he hated her. That's why she took the check. Let's talk about something else for a minute. Dan tells Vanessa he wants things to just go back to normal. They'll just forget that he said that he loves her, whatever. So he invites himself to Paul's party. Remember Paul, Vanessa's like fling thing that she's having. It's all very awkward. And there's even a moment where they make out. Dan and Vanessa make out. Like, they want to be with each other and they kiss and everything. Dan takes this girl called Melissa, who we literally met 5 minutes ago, to this party. And Melissa and Paul are talking. And they realise that they're just being used by Dan and Vanessa to prove that they don't like each other. Vanessa tells Dan that she has feelings for him. She does, but she's scared because she doesn't want to ruin their friendship, but she wants to try. And then they kiss. Back to Jenny. Jenny is only allowed to go from her home to school and back. That is all she's allowed to do. But of course she's not doing that. She cannot listen to Rufus. She refuses. We've seen it since season 2. So she's actually going to Damien's hotel to meet him, and they're kissing and stuff, but when they start to go further, she's kind of like hesitant when she stops it, saying she has to go to class. And he asks if she's a virgin. That's why she keeps backing out, but she says that she's not. She just doesn't want to rush it, which is a lie. We know that Jenny actually is a virgin still. Damien agrees that they should do it tonight, which she's obviously not comfortable, but he's like, we're doing it tonight. And even though she's not comfortable with it, she agrees. Again, we see girls feeling like they have to have sex in order to like keep a guy or to keep them interested, when that is not the case. Please do not ever think that this is the case. If a guy is trying to pressure you to have sex with him, or you feel like you have to have sex with him to keep him, he's not worth it. I promise you, he is not worth it. Same goes for if a girl is trying to pressure like a guy, if a guy is trying to pressure a guy, a girl's trying to pressure a girl. If anybody is trying to pressure you into having sex, they are not a good person and they are not worth it. I promise you, they are not worth it. I don't know. I just think it's so important for not just girls, but anyone around this kind of impressionable age, and also just in general. Even if you're like 50, nobody should pressure you into having sex. But like, especially at this impressionable kind of age that Jenny is, I think she's just turned 16. She's about 16, I think, in this bit. It's just important for them to know that they don't have to do this stuff. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Like, I know this just turned into like a PSA, but like, please, please, if you take anything from this silly little Gossip Girl video, let it be that. Rufus gets a call from Quella, who at this point, I've mentioned her so many times, she might as well have a bloody picture, the headmistress. And she says that Jenny's been missing classes, and he's like, this shit again. Serena's like, look, I'm not going to let Jenny fall into Damien's trap, okay? And she and Nate will protect Jenny. Serena invites Jenny over for ice cream, and they're like talking and stuff. They talk about her plans to have sex and the fact that she is a virgin. Serena tells her, you know, once you lose your virginity, you can't get it back. And she wishes that she had waited for the right person, which I think is good advice. But at the same time, again, I just don't agree with this whole phrasing of losing your virginity, like as if someone, you know, takes it from you. Anyway, that's a conversation for another day. But yeah, Serena basically says that she regretted who she had her first time with and that she doesn't want Jenny to feel like that. So Serena then gets Nate to take Jenny to lunch so that she can meet with Damien and make him think that she wants to hook up with him. Nate then brings Jenny back, sees these two about to hook up, and realises Damien doesn't care about her, and then she obviously won't have sex with him. It kind of backfires because when Damien gets there and Serena tries to put the moves on him, he's like, no, I actually like Jenny, so I don't want to do this. So that fails, but it would have failed anyway because Nate ignores the plan and calls Rufus and tells him that he's with Jenny, come and pick her up. So now Rufus is saying, from now on, I'm going to walk you to and from school. Quella will assign someone to walk with her from class to class to make sure that she's going, and that she'll have to eat lunch in the headmistress's office as well. While all this is happening with these guys, Chuck is in a situation of his own, which quite frankly, we're not talking about like the actors and all this stuff, because it's not about the actors and that kind of stuff. It's just a bit of fun. We're just talking about Gossip Girl, and it's quite a heavy subject. But if we were, I think you know what I'm going to say, this storyline has aged poorly. It's aged quite poorly, and I'm not going to say any more about it than that, but if you know, then you know. Which just makes this whole thing feel a bit weird to talk about, to be honest. So we're just going to get through it and move on from it. Chuck is being charged with sexual harassment by girls from the Palace Hotel. So I feel like this gets kind of like confusing, but the Palace Hotel is where Serena and her family were staying in the first bit of season 1. It's the hotel that Bart owned. It's the hotel that Chuck kind of grew up in, where There was the bar where he tried to put the moves on Serena. Also the bar where like Dan bumped into Serena. It's that place, right? And then you have the Empire. So the Empire is the hotel that Chuck bought himself, obviously like through Bass Industries. It's where Chuck and Nate live. And that's kind of the hotel we see moving forward, whereas the Palace was more of a season 1, season 2 kind of situation. He says none of the allegations are true, and Blair believes him. He says because Bart is being honoured tonight at some charity event, he doesn't want the PR of a trial, so he decides to just settle. And like, I think basically when you settle, like outside of court, you just pay whoever it is that's suing you like an undisclosed amount. It basically makes it go away without having to go to trial and testify and everything like that. Chuck invites Elizabeth to the gala where Bart's being honoured, but then the story of the allegations gets leaked to the press, and Blair and Chuck assume that it was Jack who did it because, like, obvious choice, right? Jack is back. He saw Evelyn Bass. It's so confusing. So she's called Elizabeth Fisher now, but apparently Chuck's mother was called Evelyn Bass, right? He's like, I saw her body in the casket. So since she's back from the dead, I thought I needed to see it for my own eyes. You're going to have to step down from Bass Industries because of these allegations, babe. Jack's fully saying he saw this woman in a casket, but do we trust Jack? Not really. Do we trust a stranger we just met? Maybe. So Elizabeth gives Chuck, this is the real kicker, Elizabeth gives Chuck a purple tie for the charity event and says that Bart always loved purple. We know this is not true. This has been mentioned on numerous occasions, that Chuck only wears purple because he knew that his dad hated purple. Then Chuck takes a glass that Elizabeth used and wants to use it to get their DNA tested and make sure that it is actually a match. Blair is against it, but once he says that she knew Jack was going to the gala, she backed out. So Blair's a bit like, oh shit. So the only person that ever actually saw Evelyn Bass alive is now going to this event, and now she's like, well, I'm not going. So it seems a bit suspicious, right? Elizabeth heard this whole conversation and she's disappointed that Chuck doesn't trust her. Blair's also kind of disappointed that he doesn't trust her as well. Meanwhile, there's also protesters outside of the Empire trying to get Chuck removed from Bass Industries. Blair tells Serena that she thought her plan was great. The like Damien hookup plan. And Nate says that Serena might not get it, but losing her virginity is a big deal to a girl like Jenny. And Serena is big pissed about this.
It wasn't for me.
Why is that, Nate?
Because I was a huge slut when I was Jenny's age.
Not the slut shaming from Nate, because here's the thing. The best friend and the boyfriend thing, I get that. Obviously that was a terrible thing for Serena to do as she was Blair's best friend. But lest we forget, Nate was Blair's boyfriend, okay? So obviously it was terrible for Serena to sleep with her best friend's boyfriend, but she was not cheating on anybody, and Nate was. Nate was the one that was in the committed relationship. Nate was the one who was in love with Serena for like God knows how long while he was dating Blair. And the backlash that Nate faces, there's not really any. No one has the same energy for Nate that they did for Serena. And that is just classic double standard. I can't remember exactly how she words it, but she says something like, oh, and that reflects poorly onto me, but not onto you. Like such a double standard. And she is so right. She is so right. Rufus tells Jenny to come to the gala with him because he needs to sort things out with Lily, but he's not leaving her alone. Serena confronts Nate about what he said, and she's real pissed. But Nate says that he's justified in how he feels. He said, I woke up the morning after I lost my virginity to find out the person who I lost it to, the person that I loved, had gone forever, not to be heard of again for another year. Which, that does fucking suck. I feel that. Like, that, yeah. But at the same time, you're literally admitting that you were in love with her. You had a girlfriend. Are we forgetting that he was with Blair when this happened? He then finds Jenny and tells her that she's special and deserves a guy who didn't hit on Serena. And Jenny reveals, she's like, oh, Damien was only hitting on Serena to get back the jacket that had the drugs in it. And Nate's like, drugs? And she's like, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have said that. So then when Nate tries to stop Damien leaving with Jenny, Damien punches him. The cheek of it, honestly. Nate tells Dan, Vanessa, and Serena about Damien, the whole situation. And Nate goes to try and save her, but they're not at the Smiths Hotel where he thought they were staying. They're now at the Empire. So Rufus explains to Lily that he did go to Holland's apartment to hook up with her. He's like, that was my intention, like get back at you basically, to get even. But he couldn't go through with it. Lily and Rufus say that they love each other. And when they're about to kiss, they're interrupted by Dan, who tells them all about Jenny. Jenny is at the Empire, and she confesses to Damien that she actually is a virgin. And he says it's no big deal, and she says, well, it is a big deal to me. He says for them to just talk about it afterwards. She rejects him, and then he storms out saying, I knew you were just a kid. Which... ew. Well, if you knew you were just a kid, then fuck off, you predator. So she goes back to the loft and she tells everyone that they broke up. And Serena tries to console her. She lies and says that they did have sex and it was no big deal. And I don't understand why she does this. I think maybe because he said she's just a kid. And she's like, oh, well, I don't want to be a kid anymore. So I'm just going to say that I did when I didn't. I don't know. Cece calls Lily and tells her that she needs to go and see Dr. William Vanderwoodson, and she agrees. And she lies to Rufus and tells him that she's going to like Canyon Ranch or something. And he's like, you know what, that's a good idea. And then when you come back, we'll have a clean slate and we'll start over. Serena apologizes to Nate and she's like, look, I wish we could redo the night of the Shepherd wedding now that they know that they love each other. Chuck is told by his lawyers that he's being boycotted. And the best thing to do is to hand over the hotel to somebody else until it blows over and then they can just give it back to him. So Jack offers, and they're like, no. He says that it can't be Lily and it can't be Blair because it'll look bad that he's just like giving it, you know, just to anyone. And then while this is happening, the DNA test comes back and says that Elizabeth is his mother. So he gives the hotel to Elizabeth. He apologizes for not trusting her, but it's hard for him to let people in. And then, oh my God, this man cannot catch a break. So then we see Chuck's lawyer and Jack go to meet Elizabeth at her hotel room. And they ask, do we have ourselves a hotel? The whole thing, oh my God. So the whole thing was them all working together. I don't have a picture of Chuck's lawyer, but picture he's here. Them all working together to steal the Empire from Chuck. I mean, come on now. What else can we talk about? A small Dan and Vanessa update. He doesn't want to tell people about them. He's like, they should set guidelines, and she doesn't like that idea. She's like, why don't you want to tell people? She then shows up to the whole gala, whatever thing, looking fab. She's looking great. And Dan's like, oh, baby. And she's like, nope, you're the one that set the guidelines. And then later he says that he's really happy with her. And she says they should tell people. So they decide to become official. Rufus wants Jenny to stop moping around in her room. So he gets her a position at Eleanor's to help her with her new line as well as the new fashion show that she's doing. And it's like a sweet bonding moment for them. Eleanor is really happy to have Jenny back. But in the spirit of second chances, she also rehired Agnes. Oh, bitch. We all remember Agnes and the fucking dress burning. Agnes says that she's 90 days sober and the two apologise to each other. Jenny confides in Agnes. There's this guy called Damien and he wants his pills back. So Agnes comes up with a plan to invite Damien to Eleanor's fashion show, and instead of handing over the drugs, they'll actually flush them in front of him, which is a terrible plan. It is a terrible plan. Later, Eleanor is impressed by Jenny's talent and she's like, look, I want to offer you a more permanent position here at Waldorf Designs. This girl called Callie, I think she's another model or something, she brings Jenny the pills and she decides to cancel the plan. She's like, look, I don't want to jeopardize this opportunity with Eleanor. Me and my dad are fine, like I'm finally happy. So I don't want anything to ruin that. I don't want to go through with this plan. Agnes is like, no, that's fine, like I only wanted to help you, let's forget about it. Security at the Empire ordered Chuck to leave and saying it was instructed by his mother, and Chuck is like, well, this cannot be right. Elizabeth then shows up looking guilty, and Jack comes in and is like, babes, you got played from the start, and that this room is Jack's room now. What did I tell you? Pure villainy. Who else have we got? Rufus and Nate and Serena are all super happy for Dan and Vanessa. But Serena advises her, she's like, don't get into a rut. She said that dating old friends can be fun, but sometimes it can be a bit unexciting. And Dan is literally proving her point by being super casual in front of everyone, saying their relationship isn't a big deal. And when Nate asks him what their plans are, he's like, oh, just dinner and a movie, like their usual thing that they do. Vanessa, she's worried, and she asks Serena and Nate for advice. And Nate suggests that they do role play. And Serena agrees, and she's like, oh, you should do something from Dan's favourite movie. Ignore my pajama bombs. Okay? I'm pretending they're not there. She sets up the dinner and everything, but then she feels like Dan isn't enjoying it. He suggests going to see a movie at NYU, and she's like, oh my god, besides having sex, everything is the same as like how we used to be when we were just friends. We go and see the same movies, we go and have the same dinners. And Dan doesn't get it, so she's upset. Dan finds her later and brings her pierogies, I think they are. It's like something that they eat together a lot on the show. He's like, the reason that these things are fun, I want to do these things, is because now I can do them with you as my girlfriend, not just as my friend. That's the most romantic thing he can think of, is now doing all the things they used to love, but with her as his girlfriend. She likes this answer, so they kiss and they make up. Eleanor tells Blair that she needs to impress this guy Conwell. He's like a buyer. And so she needs to impress him at this fashion show so that then her shops can be put into like over 5,000 retail stores. He's like, bring all your friends from NYU and stuff. He wants, you know, the everyday girl. He doesn't want like supermodels and everything like that. And Blair is she's got too much pride to admit to her mother that she doesn't have any friends at NYU. And she's like, what am I going to do? She gets Dorota to ask Brandice to bring herself and 30 of her friends to the fashion show. Chuck fills in the rest of the Breakfast Club, Nate, Serena and Blair, on what is happening with the hotel. He says by the time he sued Jack would have already had time to completely bankrupt Bass Industries, so they need a plan ASAP. He's hoping that he can convince Elizabeth to give it back to him. Once Chuck leaves, Serena and Nate are like, look, is this Elizabeth lady actually Chuck's mum? Serena tries to come up with a plan and stuff, and Blair's like, no, just let Chuck handle it, stay out of it, keep your nose out. He goes to Elizabeth, he says, look, whatever Jack offered you for the hotel, I'll double it, whatever money. And she's like, I won't give you the hotel, it's not about money, I am in love with Jack. That's why I did this. She needs Jack, and Jack loves her, and Chuck's like, babes, this man don't care about anybody. He's like, look, he'll have the hotel and he will leave you. You are delusional, babe.
If you believe that, then you deserve whatever happens next.
Eleanor's fashion show, oh, it is all kicking off. It is all kicking off big time. So Blair sends Brandice over to be nice to this Cromwell guy, whatever his name is. But then when she goes over to see Eleanor and be like, oh my god, how's it going? Cromwell comes up to her and he's like, your clothes are amazing, but I would never carry a line that caters to prostitutes. If that's like the kind of clientele that her clothes attract, then he doesn't want any part of it. Turns out Agnes's sobriety is a complete lie. She just made it up, said that she was sober so that she could continue to get jobs and people would still hire her. She starts giving out the pills from Jenny, from Damien, to all the other models that are there. And when Jenny finds out about this, she tries to warn Eleanor, but Eleanor's way too busy with this whole prostitute situation. Honestly, the next thing may be one of the worst things that happens in this show. There's a lot of terrible things that happen to people, but this one specifically, I don't know why, it just like it's not resonates with me, but it just like, it hits me hard. Like every time I find it hard to watch. So Agnes puts pills into Jenny's glass of champagne, and then she starts to be like out of it, like she doesn't know where she is. And Agnes basically starts like taunting her, pushing her around, saying that Jenny ruined everything for Agnes, so basically she's out for like revenge. So while that's happening, Brandice tells Blair, Cromwell didn't recognise me, he recognised my friend Julian. Blair's like, did he now? And she goes over to Cromwell and she's like, well, I think your wife would like to know that you recognise a male prostitute. Threatens him to carry Eleanor Waldorf designs. The others are planning a takedown on Jack by getting a picture of him with the prostitutes at the party, but he's too smart for them. He gets into the car and Nate and Serena run up with their phones, but they open the doors and nothing's happening in there. So this is it. I hate it so much. Like, it's just awful. So Nate then sees Agnes putting Jenny into a taxi. She's absolutely like drugged out of it. They put her into a taxi and they take her to this club bar kind of thing. They say something like, oh, she's like so uptight, so she needs to get like laid. So they basically take her to a bar, drugged, and leave her with this bachelor party and say like show her a good time. A lot of like bad shit goes down in this show. There are some bits we haven't even spoken about yet, but this is just one of the most fucked up things I think I've ever even seen in a teen program. And I feel like nobody really talks about how messed up this is. Like, after it gets resolved, like nobody ever brings it up again, and I don't really see anyone talk about it on like Reddit forums or like comments or anything like that. But like, this is genuinely one of the most awful things to happen in this show. So Nate calls Jenny. She's like, I don't know where I am, but I need you to help me, and that like he needs to hurry. At the bar, the guys decide to leave. They're like, this girl is obviously not in a good place, so they're like, right, we're gonna go. And they're gonna ask the bartender to call her a cab. But then one of the guys hangs back, starts trying to get it on with Jenny. He says like, oh, my place is close to here, you know. Just so gross, so awful, so awful. So then Nate tracks her location, comes into the bar and saves her before anything like awful can happen. They have like this sweet little heart to heart. He basically is like, I think everything is going to turn around for you and everything is going to be just fine. And then as he says this, Jenny gets a text from Eleanor to say that she is hired and has a permanent job, and then they hug and it's really sweet.
I hope you learned from this, okay? Mostly that I'm always right.
Yeah, okay. God, Nate, thank you so much for tonight. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it's like clear basically that she's still crushing on him, but then she reads about him and Serena and like the fact that they're the golden couple on Gossip Girl. It's kind of like, oh, you know, that kind of like, oh, she has a crush on him, and like, but he's a bit older, you know, and not really, it's more of like a, he sees it as more of a brother-sister relationship, and obviously he's dating Serena, so he's kind of like unattainable in that way, but she still, you know, has a little soft spot for him. So then Elizabeth comes to Chuck and she's like, look, I realized I made a terrible mistake signing the hotel over to Jack. She asked Jack to choose her or the hotel, and he chose the hotel. So she has like a flight out to Zurich, yeah, in the morning, and she's gonna leave. Chuck is like, please don't go, like I've already thought I lost my mother before, please just stay. And she tells him that she's actually not his mother, and it's so heartbreaking. Like, it's such an awful scene. And she's like, look, I'm not your mother, saying that it was like just part of this whole like plan with Jack. Back at the fashion show, these girls come up to Blair. They're from Columbia, which is another uni in New York, and they tell Blair, they're like, we miss seeing you on Gossip Girl. It inspires her to ask Serena what she knows about Columbia, because obviously Nate goes there, so you kind of get that hint that maybe she's like, oh, maybe Columbia will like be a better fit for me than NYU. Jack calls Elizabeth and like taunts her, being like, you know, you just realized you just ruined your relationship with your son. But she's not really phased, and she leaves with the locket, and on one side it has Bart, and on the other side is her and Chuck, like obviously as a newborn. Blair finds Chuck and he's like, look, Elizabeth's gone and the hotel is lost.
If it's a war Jack wants, then it's a war he'll get.
It's kind of confusing, and it only gets more confusing later on, but so Elizabeth told Chuck that she wasn't his mum, right? But then Jack is like, you just ruined your relationship with your son. So she is his mother. She is. But she just said that she wasn't basically to like get out of this whole situation, I'm pretty sure. Now it's Nate's birthday and it's one of my all-time favorite episodes. I feel like I say that a lot, but I really love this episode. Serena is planning a surprise party for Nate where they play this game called Assassin, and it's his favorite game. But to throw him off, she basically doesn't make a big deal out of his birthday, you know, gets everyone to ignore him, not wish him a happy birthday, all this kind of stuff. So then when he shows up, he'll be like super caught off guard, right? She basically says, oh, we're gonna go to an endangered toad charity benefit tonight, like won't that be so much fun for your birthday? Eric tells Jenny about this plan. She goes to find him and wish him a happy birthday and like give him a gift and everything. She invites him to lunch. And because Nate thinks that nobody cares about his birthday, he kind of sees like Jenny caring as like, oh, someone actually cares. Obviously she knows like that this is all a setup, so she's like using it to her advantage. He's like, yeah, you know what, I'll cancel lunch with my grandfather and I'll come to lunch with you instead. Jenny's intentionally stirring the pot by asking like what Serena has planned for him, and he says about the toad thing, and she's like, oh, that doesn't sound like fun. She gets all the staff in the restaurant to sing happy birthday to him, and it's actually pretty cute except for the fact that it's all based on lies. But it is kind of sweet at the same time. When he says he should like start heading off now, Jenny kind of like, it's not good. She guilts him basically by bringing up like what happened the other night. So then he feels bad and he's like, you know what, fine, we can hang out for a bit longer. She sees on Gossip Girl that they're looking for Nate. She's like, oh, let's go and see a movie. Like basically hide him away so that no one can find him and bring him back so that he can be with Serena. So then Eric sees Jenny and Nate together on Gossip Girl, and he rings her. He's like, bring him back right this second. When Jenny brings him back, Serena is suspect. She's like, what are you up to, Mrs.? Serena explains the game, and honestly it sounds so much fun and I really want to do it. Just like, I don't know when, I don't know how, but I want to play Assassin at least once in my life because it looks like so much fun. So basically they take Polaroid pictures of everybody at the party, and then you wear your Polaroid around your own neck. So to kill somebody, you have to take their Polaroid from them. And once they die, they have to give you all the Polaroids of the people that they killed as well. And whoever wins is the person who has everyone's Polaroids at the end. They have to stay within the block, but they can go to any building, shop or restaurant. Nate thanks Jenny for keeping him distracted. She then tells Serena that somebody had to keep him company and then like saunters off. And Serena basically explains, I'm annoyed at you because you blew off the whole day to spend it with Jenny when you knew things were planned. Like obviously not this party, but other stuff. And he explains she was roofied at a bar and she's just kind of going through a lot right now. Serena kind of apologizes for jumping to conclusions. Jenny and Nate are the two final players in the game. She kisses him to steal his picture. Like she's like, oh, I was just doing what I needed to do to win. And he's kind of like, okay, maybe there is something a bit more going on here. As the party like kind of comes to a close, Serena and Nate head upstairs and Jenny kind of like watches on and realizes that she really can't have him because they are like happy together. So this is another one of those, this may be one of the most awful things that happens in this show. And if you've seen it before, you know what I'm talking about, and you know it's to do with the hotel. So, Chuck asks Jack what he wants in exchange for the hotel, and Jack says he just wants to see how far Chuck will go to get it back. Serena, she's like, it's just a hotel, why does it matter so much? Blair's like, look, it proves that he could stand alone from Bart and that he could be successful on his own, and that Bart was wrong about Chuck, basically. That's like the symbolism of the Empire. Jack tells Blair that Chuck can have the Empire back. Like, he can just have it. All it will cost him is one night with Blair. So he's like, Chuck doesn't have to know, we just have to sleep together one time and I will hand him back the hotel. And she says no. She's like, no, we'll find another way, I'm not doing it. Chuck also has a meeting with Jack kind of like off screen that we don't see, and when Blair asks what he wanted in exchange for the hotel, he says it was something he would never consider and he would never do. And that's kind of all we know about that. Chuck gets a call to say that Jack is closing the hotel, and Blair receives a box with a dress in it and a note from Jack, basically saying that she has one last chance to save the hotel. And Chuck is like all upset and venting to Blair, and just like, he's just, you know, obviously very distraught over the loss of his hotel. And Bass Industries. So then it makes Blair kind of like contemplate going through with the offer that Jack gave her. This whole storyline is just, it's just awful. So we're gonna take a pause from that for a minute. We're gonna go to Danessa again. So we're just gonna do a little quick summary of what these guys have been up to. So they exchange scripts to read, go over, you know, give criticism, comments, that kind of thing. Dan doesn't really like Vanessa's script, but he's too scared to tell her because she's his girlfriend now, so then he chickens out and he says that he loves it. Vanessa is like, oh shit, because she actually didn't like Dan's script either, and she wrote loads of notes on it and really criticized it. So she also chickens out and she says, oh, I just didn't have time to read yours yet, but I will. So they're both lying to each other. He later finds the script with all her notes on it and confronts her for lying. She lied because of how much he liked hers, and then she felt really bad that she didn't like his as much, and he admits he actually didn't like hers. After they make up, we find out that it's not just Dan that's applying to this Tisch writing program, it's also Vanessa. But she didn't tell Dan that because there's only like a few, or maybe even just one slot for NYU students every year. She's hiding from him that she's applying to this thing, but that is the script she's going to use for it. Rufus and Eric have a real sweet moment where he basically confides in Rufus about his dating life, and Rufus is like, you know, I'm sure there's lots of lovely boys that would like to date you. And Eric's like, you know, it's just me and Jonathan that are, you know, openly out as gay at St. Jude's. So it's kind of hard to like meet, you know, guys. But then when they were playing the assassin game, he bumps into this cute guy called Elliot. But then he later finds out that he has a girlfriend called Chelsea. But then she breaks up with Elliot because she sees how much Elliot likes Eric. And it turns out that he's bi. So then Eric dates him. He doesn't have a picture. I don't know why I didn't give him a picture. He's not in that many episodes, but he's a cutie. And fun fact, he also played Travis in Pretty Little Liars. Oh, also during the assassin game, Vanya proposes to Dorota, and it's so freaking cute. I just love these two. They're honestly the most wholesome relationship in this entire show.
The first moment I saw you, I knew you were princess. And every day you make me feel like king. Will you?
Yes, of course I will marry you.
Now, like I mentioned, a serious contender for one of the most awful things to happen in this show. So, Blair wears the dress and she goes to the Empire to see Jack. And she brings a contract with her which states that Jack will sell Chuck back the hotel, but for a profit. So it doesn't look like suspicious. And obviously Jack technically would still be getting something out of it by selling it for more than he got it for. And to tell Chuck that the hotel isn't worth losing his place at Bass Australia for. So he's giving him the hotel back and he's just gonna dip back to Australia. That's like the cover story for this. And he agrees, and then Jack kisses Blair and he's like, I'm done. And she's like, what do you mean? I thought I had to sleep with you to get the hotel back. He explains that Chuck gave Blair to Jack in exchange for the hotel. He told Jack exactly which buttons to press to get Blair to go there. He bought the dress, knew that she would love him enough to do it, which is so unbelievably messed up. She was in a committed relationship with Chuck and loved him so much that she was going to have sex with Jack. Like, that is so, like, deeply intimate and gross. It is so twisted and so fucked. And then to find out that he actually orchestrated the whole thing and knew that that's what she would have to do to get the hotel back. She then meets Chuck in the hall to ask if it's true that he actually did this. He doesn't deny it, and she's like, you know, all I ever did was love you, like, why would you do this to me? And he says he couldn't have asked for her help or Jack would have known. He should have just spoken to her about it, like, but he didn't. He went behind her back and schemed and, you know, set this whole thing up, and she's just like, how could you do this to me? He's like, you know, I did what I had to do to win. Blair like cries, and he's like, you know, you said you would stand by me through like the darkest thought I ever had, the darkest thing I ever did. And she's like, well, I didn't think the darkest thing you would ever do would be to me. Just to make things even worse, he's like, well, you went in there on your own. She slaps him and she leaves. He deserved so much more than that slap in that moment. Just to have the audacity to set this thing up and trick your girlfriend into something so awful and then be like, well, you went there. Are you delusional? Like, are you actually delusional? And then back in her room at the Waldorfs, she just like sobs, and Chuck goes and kicks Jack out of the Empire. And Chuck's pretty confident. He's like, you know, Blair will just get over it. She knows I love her and she'll get over it. It'll be fine. And Jack assures him, like, no, this relationship is definitely over now. He surely didn't think that Jack and Blair could sleep together and that they would still be fine.
Hope the Empire's everything you wanted. Because now it's all you got.
And it's kind of confusing a little bit. Chuck thinks that Blair and Jack slept together. Like, in his version of this, they actually did sleep together. She slept with Jack to get the hotel back, and yeah. Whereas obviously we know that Jack was just like, look, I'm not going to sleep with you. I just wanted to see if he would actually give you up for the hotel. We know that they didn't sleep together, but Chuck thinks that they did, which again makes it so fucked, because he genuinely thinks like that Blair slept with Jack to like get his hotel back for him, and then he's a dick about it. I just realised I haven't been holding the mic this entire time. Blair and Chuck are done, basically, obviously, after that shambles. So then at first Serena and Nate are like worried about Chuck because he's not, you know, leaving the Empire and he's drinking all day. But then when Blair tells Nate what Chuck did, he loses zero, like, any sympathy he had for him, and he's like, after what you did, you deserve to be alone. On to something a little bit more lighthearted now. So Dorota is panicking because her parents are coming to visit on Monday, and they don't know that she's pregnant before marriage. So then Chuck offers to throw her a traditional Polish wedding. One of the traditions is that a happy couple must escort them, like it's good luck. So she asks Chuck and Blair because they don't know, basically, that they're broken up yet. Nobody really knows. So then Chuck agrees before Blair can say no. Meanwhile, Serena goes to see Carter and she lies to Nate and says that she had breakfast with the family. And then Carter bumps into Nate as well. So it's all unraveling. And Carter says that he's the only one that knows what Serena really wants, gives him a package to give to Serena. Nate then sees Jenny and Eric, and he asks them if Serena was at breakfast. Eric lies to cover for Serena, but Jenny, obviously, of course she would, tells Nate that Serena was not there. And then Nate gives Jenny the package to give to Serena because he's like, I don't want to see her. Jenny then gives Serena the package and says that Nate got it from Carter, so Serena's like, oh shit. Like, it's all coming undone. Serena apologizes to Nate for not telling him about it, and he's pissed, and he's like, look, the only reason we're actually talking about this right now is because you got caught. If you hadn't gotten caught, would you have even told me about this? So then Jenny convinces Nate to open the package that Carter gave to Serena, and inside of it is a hotel room key. So then Nate confronts her, and she's mad at him for opening the package, and like going through her bag. Serena admits, look, it's not a relationship thing. Carter is helping me find my dad. But she was nervous to tell Nate because of how he'd kind of talked about her dad in the past. Nate asked Serena, look, don't see Carter again. And she said, you can't tell me who I can and can't see. I feel like this was so long ago now, but you know how Lily went off to the Canyon Ranch, told Rufus she was just going for like a little spa thing? He calls them, and he finds out that Lily is not staying there. So now he knows something something is afoot. Cyrus says that the wedding gift that he has gotten for Dorota and Vanya is an apartment in Queens, which is so freaking cute. But Eleanor is big pissed. And she's like, that's way too inappropriate. Dorota is just a maid. He's like, Dorota is family and she practically raised Blair. Sometimes Eleanor has so much progress from who she was in like the pilot and the first few episodes of season 1. And sometimes she just sets herself back. Like, what are you talking about? Dorota's just a maid. Like, really? Carter shows up. Cutie pie. Not, he's a terrible person, but still. And he's like, look, I know where your dad is, but I need you to come with me. He's only a 3-hour plane ride away, but they need to leave now. Serena goes with Carter. She leaves with him. Jenny sees her leaving with him, and she tells Nate. So then in the car, Serena sees that the plane ticket was actually dated from a few days ago. So Carter already knew where he was, but he was just kind of using it to get close to Serena again. And she's mad at him for using it to get close to her again. Tells him to get out of the car, and then she goes to the airport alone. So she calls Nate, but Jenny answers his phone, and she's like, no, he's not here right now, but he is at the wedding with everyone else. And so she's like, look, will you please tell Nate that I love him and I don't want any secrets anymore. I'll speak to him when I get back. Jenny's like, yeah, babe, no problem. I got you. And obviously she doesn't. So she hangs up the phone.
Hey, you wanna dance?
Yeah.
And then she goes over to Nate and asks him if he wants to dance, and he says yes. So then Serena lands in Palm Beach, and when she goes to her dad's hotel room and knocks on the door, Lily answers. Because of course she fucking does. Blair and Chuck are talking, and Chuck realises that Blair didn't actually sleep with Jack. So he's really happy and he's kind of confused. He's like, why are you so upset? Like, you didn't actually have to sleep with him. Blair ends things with him anyway. And she's like, I didn't think it was possible to love someone too much, but maybe it is. I think she was kind of surprised at the length she would go to help Chuck because she loved him. And it just wasn't, like, obviously reciprocated because he did that to her and he wouldn't have done that to her, like, if he, you know, actually knew how to love someone properly. Then Dan and Blair have a weird heart-to-heart. They have these little ones throughout the show, and here's another one. They also dance together. Chuck is flirting with this woman, and when Nate questions it, he's like, well, I'm single now, so he's back to his old playboy self. At the wedding, Vanya is giving like his vows, and he says everything that he loves most about Dorota, and it's really, really sweet. Cyrus asks the happy couple to step forward, and like Chuck steps forward, and Blair is like, I can't do this, and she runs off really upset. So then Dorota goes after her. Blair's like, you know, I just didn't want to let you down. And Dorota tells Blair how lucky she was, you know, to meet the Waldorfs, and they are her true family.
Don't need you to be happy couple, Miss Blair. I just need you to be happy.
And it's such a sweet moment. Like, these two, they're too freaking cute. And Eleanor sees the whole thing, and she admits to Cyrus that she was wrong and that Dorota really is family. Serena and Lily, they travel back together. Lily says that she's nervous to tell Rufus, but Serena is really supportive and is like, look, it's going to be fine. So then William shows up at the house. So we need a new picture for William Van der Woodsen, Serena's dad and Eric's dad. So William shows up at the house and Rufus tells him to leave. But he says, look, I'm just going to wait for Lily to get here. But Lily comes back and she reveals that she wasn't away because Cece had cancer. It was because she had cancer. They're waiting for her 6-month scan results to basically see if she's better or not. Lily explains to Rufus that she was just really scared to tell him, and that William told her not to tell anybody about the cancer because if she told, then her body would realise it was sick. Like, her body would act sick if she started telling people that she was sick. So then Rufus is like, oh, so William told you not to. And she's like, yeah, he said not to. So Rufus is suspect. But Lily's like, look, everything that he's recommended to me, medication-wise, treatment-wise, has worked so far. You know what? I'm just going to put the orange line up now because these two These two are big rivals, Rufu and William. Jenny actually stayed the night at Nate and Chuck's suite. Nate made her waffles and they played Wii tennis like all night, and then Nate slept on the couch, which is just... These two are so cute. It's just a shame because they are actually really sweet. So Chuck, obviously, he's in his villain era yet again. So he taunts Jenny and he's like, if Serena thought that Nate had betrayed her, then she would push him away. And that, you know, Nate would never date Jenny while he's with Serena. So the only way that she can date Nate is if she gets rid of Serena. So then Jenny bumps into Serena, and Serena's so sweet. She's all like bubbly and cute. And she's really nice. And she's all like excited that she's having lunch with her dad and whatever. And then she spots in Jenny's bag Nate's shirt, which Jenny stole from Nate to make her jealous. And Jenny's like, oh yeah, I just fell asleep while we were hanging out and nothing happened. Like, it's no big deal. Jenny offers Serena the shirt. She's like, oh, like, do you want to give it back to him? And Serena's like, oh no, like, you'll probably see him again before I do. So the plan is working. So Serena then bumps into Nate, and Nate is annoyed that she didn't tell him about her dad, while she's annoyed that he didn't tell her about who was staying over last night. And they argue, and then Jenny overhears the whole thing, and she's like, my plan is working perfectly. Back to Dan. We haven't spoken about Dan for a hot minute. So Dan is actually rejected from the Tisch writing program, but Vanessa is accepted. He says he's happy for her and like for them to celebrate, but it does not seem genuine at all. Like, he's obviously disappointed that he didn't get in. So then Dan meets up with Willa, that girl from like a little while ago that he kissed, but then he's like, oh, it doesn't feel right. That lady. He says like, it sucks that he didn't get a spot because Vanessa's submission was actually based on his story from the New Yorker, the one about Serena. Her script was like based on that, so he's kind of annoyed that she got in and he didn't. So then Willa's like, well, you know, all submissions, they have to be original. That's like the rules. And then it turns out that Willa's dad is on the board of admissions. She's like, you know, you actually were the second choice, Dan. If I tell my dad that the story isn't original, Vanessa will get kicked off of the program and you'll be let in because you're next in line. And Dan's like, no. He's like, I don't want to take this opportunity from her. Just leave it. But then when he leaves, Willa calls her dad anyway. And she later tells Dan that she told her dad and now Dan has the placement. I feel like that was very convoluted, but I hope you're following along. Vanessa tells Dan that the night before she wrote her own original play, and that was the one that she submitted, and she asked him if he wanted to read it. So they snatch her ass for plagiarism, and it's not even plagiarized, like it's an original play, and Dan's like, oh, I've really messed up on this one. Honestly, that's enough about them, because they're kind of boring. Let's go back to Blair. Dorota is worried about Blair because she's, you know, trying to move on from Chuck really quickly and throwing out old pictures, like everything to do with their relationship together. And Blair's throwing a lunch of eligible bachelors to basically get back into the dating game, and Dorota's like, I don't think this is healthy, babes. So when no one shows up to her lunch, she assumes that Chuck sabotaged it and basically got none of them to show up. Then Blair's like, look, I need to be seen with somebody else on Gossip Girl so that people know that me and Chuck are not together anymore. So she forces Dan to take her to this like NYU, I think it's an NYU party or some party somewhere in Brooklyn or something like that. He's like, actually, you know what? Yeah, if I go to this party with Blair, Willa will be there. I can tell her to fix what she broke and then things will be fine with Vanessa. At lunch with her dad, Serena is like, you know, you're here for mum now, but that doesn't make up for the 14 years that you weren't here. William basically insinuates that it didn't actually happen how Serena remembers it happening. What happened was he got a job in Tibet and he wanted them all to come with him, the whole family, and Lily didn't want to go. He commuted for a while, but then they decided that arrangement just wasn't working. Lily said she was tired of it and she was the one that asked for the divorce. And he says that he never meant to abandon them forever. Rufus then shows up, king, and he says, look, I don't want a doctor with an agenda, so I'm going to take Lily to a different doctor and get her seen to and see if this is legit, because he is big suspicious of William. So then Serena's like, you know what, Rufus, I'll go with you, and tells William that she just needs time. Lily receives her test results from William, and she's like, they're not what we hoped. Who else should we talk about? Okay, so Chuck misses Nate, and he's like, you know, we've been best friends for as long as I can remember, but Nate is still upset with Chuck for what he did to Blair. And Chuck's like, you know what, let's go on a night out. And he wants to go to this party in Brooklyn because he knows that Blair will be there. So then he also invites Jenny along. He's like, oh, she can be our tour guide, but really it's obviously to stir the pot between these two. So now these three, the world's weirdest trio, are also going to this party. So then Nate scolds Chuck for bringing Jenny. He's like, dude, she's just a kid. Like, what are you doing bringing her to this party? He basically stirs the pot by trying to be like, no, like, she's way more grown up, and make Nate see Jenny as more grown up, so then he'll consider her as like an actual option for a relationship. Dan tells Willa what happened. He's like, look, she submitted an original play, like, you gotta fix this. She refuses. She's like, no, Dan. She's like, you deserved the spot, not Vanessa. And then she tries to kiss him. Absolute madness. Jenny sees the whole thing, and then Dan comes over and he's like, does Rufus know that you're here? And then Jenny's like, does Vanessa know about this little thing you and Willa have going? Oh, and also, Willa calls Jenny a slut. Fucking rude. This is a side note, but I just think it's so sad how Jenny and Dan's bond has deteriorated since season 1. They saw each other at this party and immediately went to blackmail. It wasn't Dan being concerned, like older brother. They're so separate from how they were in season 1. It's so sad. And I feel like the same with Serena and Eric as well. They hardly interact anymore. But in the first season, they were such integral bonds in the show, and they were really good. It's kind of sad that those kind of aren't maintained as the seasons go on. William explains that Lily has relapsed, and she will need more treatment. And Rufus is still like, I want to get a different opinion. I want to see a different doctor. But Serena says, look, William cured her before, so he can do it again. We should just trust him. Serena calls Nate because she wants to talk about this whole thing with her mum, but she overhears Jenny's voice saying that Chuck wants to do shots, and she's like, oh, like, you're all like out, like partying, and she's annoyed at him that he's at a party with her. Blair's flirting with this guy called Cameron, and Chuck's jealous. And Jenny comes up to Chuck and she's like, your plan sucks. Nate's talking to Serena on the phone right now, like, you know, whatever. So then Nate comes over and he's like, I'm done with this party, like, I'm gonna go. And Chuck suggests that Nate and Jenny leave and Chuck's gonna stay at the party. This guy Cameron figures out that Blair is trying to make Chuck jealous, and he's down. He agrees to like help her make him jealous. But then when it comes time for them to actually kiss, Blair isn't ready and she says no. When the time comes for her to kiss someone, she's going to kiss them for her and not for some kind of game or to make him jealous or anything like that. Like, it's just going to be a genuine one when she feels ready. And that making him jealous isn't a good way for her to move on. And one day she genuinely will move on and she won't feel the need for all these silly games and everything. And that's when she'll know. And that's when she'll know that she's really, truly, like, gotten over it. Back at the house, Dorota hadn't actually thrown away her box of memories yet, just on the off chance that maybe she would want to keep it. And Blair admits, she's like, yeah, I'm going to keep it. You know, Chuck will always be part of my life. I can't just, like, throw him out. And then she asks Dorota if she can feed the ducks tomorrow, and Dorota's like, oh yeah, I already bought bread. So cute. Willa tells Vanessa about what happened, and then Vanessa confronts Dan about the whole thing. He says, look, you have nothing to worry about because it's an original piece. But he says, you know, I'm still annoyed that you applied in secret and you didn't tell me, but you can't have expected me to be happy for you because I also wanted this. It's just the dumbest shit ever. Like, honestly, Dan. Later, he then leaves an apology on Vanessa's voicemail saying that he read her story and it's amazing, you know, whatever, but she deletes it and she doesn't call him back. Which, honestly, fucking fairs. I get it that obviously he wanted to get into this writing program, but at the same time, Vanessa earned her spot there. It's not like she cheated to get ahead of you or something like that. They genuinely liked her script better than yours. And you should just be happy for her. Like, why are you all bitter? Serena decides to give William a second chance and start trying to, like, bond with him and stuff. Back at Nate's place, he's venting to Jenny just about everything. And she assures him, she's like, you know, you're really great. Like, you deserve so much better than Serena, basically. And then she leans in to kiss him. And Serena sees the whole thing, bitch. She sees the whole thing. And Nate rejects her. And Nate's like, you know, no. So then Serena comes in And she's like, look, I was coming here to apologise, but now I'm kind of regretting that decision. Is it true what Jenny said? Do you really think like you deserve better than me? Nate is honest and he's like, look, I really do hate that you don't tell me things and you keep things from me, you know, leaving with Carter. And she's like, I didn't leave with Carter. I told Jenny to tell you that I loved you and that I wasn't going with him. I was going by myself. And Nate says he didn't get the message. So Serena obviously is like, well, Jenny's lying. And then Jenny says, Nate, Serena is lying. She never said that to me. She is just trying to manipulate you. And then Nate tells Jenny to get out. Serena apologizes for taking advantage of Nate. And then she also tells him about Lily being sick. William takes a phone call and he says that their plan isn't working and he needs to get another prescription and that they can't back out now because the police wouldn't be happy about what they've been doing. Like, he's speaking to obviously the doctor or whoever he's getting these pills from.
Ignore my pyjama bottoms, okay? I'm getting lazy. But I did go to see Harry Styles last night at Wembley. I was very happy with the makeup I did, so I did it again today. For you, like, it's just continuing. But for me, like, I haven't looked at this for like a week, maybe 2 weeks. So I'm like, where were we? But for you, it's just 5 seconds ago. So you'll know. I'm pretty sure where we're at is William's being dodgy. Where is he? You dodgy geese. Nate suggests to Serena that she move back in with Lily instead of staying at the Empire because, you know, family bonding, all that stuff. And she's like, you know what, honestly I would, but I don't want to see Jenny every day. So they're at family breakfast all together, the Vanderwoodsons and the Humphreys. And Serena is talking to William and is basically trying to make herself look good. She's like, you know, I'm like into my academics and all this, you know, stuff. And Jenny basically just calls her out on the whole thing and is like, what are you talking about? Serena doesn't appreciate that, naturally. Out of like spite for Jenny doing that, she's like, I'm gonna move back in, just purely out of spite. But obviously, you know, the family are very happy about that. They're all gonna be reunited. William also announces that he is going to be moving into the same building as them. William also says to Eric, he's like, oh, there's this gala thing tonight, like you should come and you should bring a girl with you, you know, whatever. And Eric's like, I'm gay, so stop acting like we have any kind of bond because you obviously know nothing about me. You haven't made the effort with me over the years. You don't even know that I'm gay. He shoots him down pretty fast on that one, and to be honest with you, I don't blame him. Eric's like, you know, you left when I was 2 years old, like we're practically strangers. Don't come in here being like, oh, just because you're my dad, like we're gonna be like that, because we're not. It's not gonna be that easy, pops.
The window for that closed somewhere between my 12th birthday and my suicide attempt. Going through all that without a father made me realize that I don't need one.
Serena goes into Jenny's room, which used to be her room. And she starts pulling all of Jenny's clothes out. Jenny goes in and is like, you can't just take all my clothes, like you can't just move back in here and steal my room back. And she's like, it's my room. And the Rufus comes in and he's like, you know, Chuck isn't here anymore, Serena, you can have his room. And she doesn't want Chuck's room, she wants her old room. And Jenny, it just gives up and she's like, you know what, fine, have the room, I don't care.
How many problems does Jenny have to cause before you realize she's the problem?
Fully like sassing him about his daughter right to his face. I want to know people's opinions on Danessa because for me, I feel like actually they were kind of cute. They're a little bit dull, and they're a little bit boring. But for overall, I think I quite like them together. I'm going to do a whole like video on like the Gossip Girl partnerships and who I like and who I don't like. I feel like they're pretty well suited. So anyway, things are awkward between them. Just as I'm like saying that, I think they're pretty well suited. Things are pretty awkward between them at the minute. And it's Dan that's making it awkward. This man, I tell ya, love Penn. I love Penn. But Dan Humphrey, me and Dan Humphrey, we're like Marmite. Well, we're not really, because I love Marmite. Sometimes we get on great. And other times, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Sometimes he just makes the dumbest decisions. And I feel like Serena gets a lot of heat for this. But Dan, like babes, like some of the shit that happens with Dan. It's just his like... the things that he gets insecure about and the things that he gets annoyed about, you're just kind of like, get over it. He suggests that they have topics that they don't talk about to avoid awkwardness, because if you remember, they had the whole thing with the essay and now she's in this writing group that he wanted to be in and he was all butthurt about it. So he's like, right, from now on, we're not going to talk about anything kind of related to stuff like that. No scholarships, no internships, jobs, essays that we're doing, playwriting submissions, classes he would have wanted to go to that she's now going to, which is just honestly so shitty. I just feel like it's real shitty from Dan because he's never happy for her. His relationships, friendships, when people aren't happy for you and your achievements, like that's just a huge red flag. Do you know what I mean? If they're truly your friends, boyfriend, girlfriend, you know, whatever, partner, whatever it is, they should be happy for you. Even if in Dan's case, like, okay, yeah, he wanted to go to the writing program, but her submission was just better than his. She won it fair and square. So just be happy for her. Do you know what I mean? It's just giving absolute wet wipe energy. And I'm not here for it. Okay, Daniel, I'm not here for it. And I know that Vanessa gets a lot of hate, which sometimes I think is unjust. And I'm probably going to make a video on Vanessa as a whole as well. But sometimes the hate on her is unjust. And I think especially when she's having to deal with Dan. Because fucking hell. She's a trooper for that. So then Vanessa's like, I have to go. And he's like, oh, where are you going? And she's like, well, it's a topic, you know, that we can't talk about. So he then thanks her for not talking about it. He's like, oh, thank you for not mentioning it. So dumb. So dumb. He rings Rufus and he's like, oh, sorry, I missed breakfast, you know, with these whole shenanigans. Rufus basically spills the beans and is like, Vanessa's got this internship with CNN and it's in Haiti, which is so cool. Like, is that not the coolest opportunity ever, right? And that's what she wanted to tell him about before he laid down all these rules about don't tell me about your internships, don't tell me about jobs. Unreal. So anyway, Rufus basically lets it slip because it's for 3 months and she needed a reference, basically. And she put Rufus down as her reference. Is that not so cute? I honestly feel like these two, Vanessa and Rufus, is such an underrated little friendship. Like, it's just so sweet. Like, it's a proper, like, father-daughter relationship. And I just love it. And I feel like I didn't get enough focus, but it's so cute throughout the show. But anyway, so she puts him down as a reference. CNN, Haiti, for 3 months. When Dan and Vanessa meet up, he's all pissed. He's all, you know, got his panties in a twist. And he's like, why didn't you tell me about this internship? And she's like, bro, you literally told me. Don't tell me about internships. And he's like, oh, well, you know, you should have told me and whatever. And she's like, I wanted to, but you made the list of topics we can't talk about. And this is like prime real estate in topics we can't talk about. And she's like, do you know what? This whole thing was easier when we were friends because you would just be excited for me and you weren't jealous and you weren't all this stuff. So then he's like, oh, so you want to go back to just being friends? And then she's like, I don't know. And Humphrey storms out. Later, Vanessa tells Dan, she's like, look, I'm not going to take the internship because our relationship is more important to me than an internship. He like asks her out that night. He's like, right, let's go out. But she's like, oh, I can't. I have to go and tell the CNN woman that I don't want to do it. The fact that Dan was fully just going to roll over, like that man was just going to let her give up on this huge opportunity for her career like it was nothing. Like for him, like it was literally nothing. He was like, yeah, thanks for doing that, babe. Thanks for sparing my fucking sensitive ass feelings. Like, sorry, you know, thank you for protecting my, like, I don't know, pride, manhood, whatever it was. He was obviously just intimidated by the fact that she was doing better than him. And so she was like, you know what? I'm going to make the sacrifice. Classic. I'm going to make the sacrifice and I'm not going to go for our relationship. And he's like, that's chill. Later on, Dan talks to Jenny, and Jenny basically like talks some sense into him, and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? And he realizes that he, you know, needs to fix things with her. So then he tells Vanessa to take the internship, and he gives her some stationery and is like, you know, we can write to each other while you're away. Let's go back to the Vanderwoods. And so Rufus is real suspect of William, as that man should be. How no one else sees that this man is clearly up to some sneaky shit, I will never know. But Rufu, my guy, he smells a rat. He's like, I think you're moving in here to get closer to Lily. And he denies it. And he's like, no, I'm here, you know, to connect with Eric and Sabrina. Like, that's it. So then Rufus goes to Holland. The lady that he, like, was going... He, like, kissed her. If you remember, she, like, lives... I think she lives, like, on the floor above them or something. He goes to her and is like, look... Will you give William a bad reference for me so then he can't move into the building? And then Serena is fuming. She's big fuming when she finds out. Lily calls him jealous. So they go to the gala without him. They're like, you can stay home. let's take a break from all this shit. Because to be honest with you, William just infuriates me, and I find his storyline to just be annoying. So we're going to move on to someone else. We're going to talk about Blair, absolute queen. So Blair, she really wants to go to Columbia. I think it was like too late to apply or something and she couldn't get in. So she pretends to be a Columbia student. Some of the girls were saying that she was over the minute she went to NYU, you know, she was done being like the queen of the Upper East Side. They're like, you know what? You need to get back at Jenny for trying to take Serena's room. They're like, that's what the old Queen Bee would have done. In order to prove that she's still the old Blair Waldorf, she's like, you know what? Go on. And she takes their tip about Jenny selling drugs with Damien and sends it to Gossip Girl. Basically what happens is one of these Columbia girls tells Blair, she's like, yeah, Jenny was dealing with Damien Dalgard. And she's like, are you sure about this? And she's like, yeah, because they gave me drugs. This is the perfect way for me to send a tip into Gossip Girl and get my Queen Bee mojo back. Jenny confronts Serena thinking that she sent the tip into Gossip Girl, and she's like, look, please, me and Rufus, we're in a good place now, you know, we've been through a lot of shit, we're in a good place, please don't try and sabotage that because of your dad, like your relationship with your dad's in the shitter, don't put my relationship with my dad in the shitter. Can't believe you're trying to destroy my relationship with my father because you're scared yours won't love you for who you are. Blair gets a message from her NYU like friends, like the few that she did make, and they were like, you know, we're gonna live off campus and stuff. There's an apartment, we're all gonna live in it. Do you want to live in it with us? But she's not really sure. Like, she hasn't really said yes, she hasn't really said no. And Nate sees Blair on campus and he's like, babes, what are you doing? He literally confronts her and is like, why are you pretending to go here? And why did you send the blast about Jenny to Gossip Girl? Blair's like, look, I only did it because life at NYU is so fucking awful and I hate it there, and it's too late to transfer to Columbia, so I'm just pretending to go here and also, you know, sabotage Jenny to just feel a bit of my, like, Queen Bee energy, you know, all that. One of the mean girls, the Columbia girls, overhears these two chatting and sends a tip into Gossip Girl that Blair is faking going, and also sent the tip in about Jenny. Nate tells Blair that Chuck is avoiding Lily and isn't speaking to her. She goes to the Empire and she's like, look, you know, even though they've broken up, she can't watch him ignore Lily just because he's scared of losing her, because he's obviously found out that she's sick. He's already lost both his parents, like, so he's taking more of a, I'm scared of losing this person, so I'm just going to step back and I don't want to deal with these emotions approach and the sadness of it kind of thing. Rather than like Serena and Eric, who are taking more of a want to spend time with, you know, bond more, be closer, that kind of approach. Chuck's complete opposite side of the coin. So then she sees the blast from Gossip Girl about her faking going to Columbia, and she messages her like little minions at NYU and is like, I'm going to come with you guys, I'm going to take the apartment. Chuck is like, okay, I see your point, I'm gonna go. So he goes to the gala, and he, you know, goes up to Lily, gives her a hug and everything, and she's like, look, you're not gonna lose me, everything is gonna be fine. It's a really sweet moment, actually. You know, he does a lot of shitty things, she does a lot of shitty things, but they do have a real cute, like, relationship. It is really sweet. Blair, who is also at the gala, because everyone goes to these things apparently, is ranting to this random person about NYU, how it's torture, you know, being here at this gala because she really wants to go to Columbia. And it turns out that he works in the office at Columbia. And he's like, I literally just approved your application earlier today, even though it isn't really, like, policy to do that. So she's like, I'm going to Columbia. And he's like, yeah, like, I approved your application, like, it's all good. She tells Nate that she was accepted, and she's just kind of confused. She's like, I got accepted into Columbia, and I don't really know how or why. And Nate realizes that Chuck actually applied for her. Months ago, Chuck joked to Nate that Blair had too much pride to apply to Columbia for herself. So he actually applied for her, and that's how she has managed to get in now past the admissions date. So cute, these two. I know, we've just done the hotel thing, which is fucking awful, but I am a sucker for these two, I can't lie. She's able to tell the Columbia girls that her being a fake student was a complete lie because she actually is going to be attending Columbia in the fall. And if they cross her, then they'll witness a full-on Blair Waldorf takedown firsthand. And then she also sends Chuck a thank you text for getting her into Columbia. We're going to go back to Serena and William, unfortunately. So Serena admits to her dad that, you know, she has a history of partying. She was just worried that he wasn't going to stick around after Lily got better. You know, he would just dip again. He says, you know, he wants to stay, but he's worried that he's stepping on somebody else's toes, aka Rufus. So he's trying to poison Serena against Rufus. Back at the apartment, Eric obviously didn't want to go to the gala. Rufus has been shunned. And Eric tells Rufus, he's like, it should be you at the gala with Lily. You know, you're like the happiest she's ever been, the perfect person for her. You guys are meant to be together. You should go to the gala. Go there, try and make things right with her. And again, another really sweet bond is Eric and Rufus. I just think they're so cute, you know. He's like an actual proper father figure for Eric that he's never really had. I know he said he doesn't like need one, and obviously, of course, not everyone needs one. But I do think it is sweet that he finally, after so many stepdads who like didn't care, he like has one that genuinely like looks out for him. I just think it's really sweet. Elliot shows up and he's like, oh, you know, William invited me to be your date. And Eric's like, oh, okay. And Rufus says to him, he's like, you know, it's okay to be mad at William. That is fine. But it's also okay to let him try to make things right, even if you are mad at him. Basically, don't close yourself off completely. If you feel like you do want to get to know him, you don't have to be mad, you know, all the time. Eric tells Rufus, you know, you're the only one for her, for Lily. So he goes to the gala to apologise. And he does, he apologises to Lily and they kiss and it's all great, they make up, but William sees and he is not happy. Jenny tells Chuck that Lily looks amazing for somebody who is sick. And Chuck's like, you know what? She does. She looks like better than ever for somebody who is struggling with, you know, cancer. He's like, she looks like an absolute picture of health. What is happening here? William gets up in front of everybody and gives this huge speech about how walking away from his family was the biggest mistake of his life. And basically, he's here to get them back. Like, he will do anything to get his family back. And everyone's a bit like, oh, shit. Lily realises that Rufus was right about the doctor. He was right about him moving in. He was right about everything, obviously. And it was all a plan for William, you know, to worm his way back in, basically. And Rufus is like, look, you need to see another doctor and you need to get a different opinion that is not William's. He says he doesn't trust William and she asks Rufus, do you trust me? And he doesn't say anything, which I get why. I get why he doesn't say anything, but it just makes the situation worse. And she's like, you know, I want to spend the night alone and you should stay at the loft. So then Holland, sneaky bitch, she goes up to Serena and is like, look, if your dad's speech is real, you know, that he wants Lily back and he loves her, then Lily should know that I slept with Rufus. Oh, bitch. So then Serena catches up with William and she tells him, she's like, you know what, if you want to fight for Lily, then you should fight for her. So then at the apartment, it's the Vanderwoodsons. We've got Lily, we've got Eric, Serena, William. And the phone rings and Serena answers it and it's Rufus wanting to speak to Lily. And she lies and is like, oh, Lily's already gone to bed. But she'll say that he called. So then she goes back and lies and she tells Lily, she's like, oh no, it was just Blair calling. Literally after she was fuming at Jenny for doing that exact same thing. She tells Jenny, oh, tell Nate I called. Jenny doesn't tell Nate, Serena's fuming. But then Rufus calls Lily and Serena says, oh no, he didn't call. She does the exact same thing. Dan tells Jenny that he saw the blast about the drugs and that she should tell Rufus before he finds out from anybody else. And she's like, you know what? You're right. So then this girl comes up to Jenny at the gala and she has a proper go at her. She's like, because of you, like, I got a yeast infection. And she's like, excuse me? What had happened was the drugs that Damien and Jenny had sold to this girl that came out of Lily's cabinet were actually antibiotics. And basically, you know, when you take antibiotics when you're not supposed to take them, that's not good. So she ended up getting a yeast infection. Rufus overhears this whole thing, and Jenny tries to explain it, but he's like, I'm not going to believe a word out of your mouth, and tells her that she's moving back to Brooklyn, move out of the apartment, like the Vanderwoodson apartment. So then when they get back to the loft, Jenny is researching Lily's cancer, like the type of cancer and everything, and the medication that she stole from her. And she calls Chuck and she's like, Chuck, something weird is going on here. So he's like, right, I'm going to try and get this bottle back from this girl, and I'm going to have this medication tested by a pharmacist, because if this is supposed to be medication to help Lily treat her cancer, why is it just antibiotics? Why is this weird drug that William is giving her? In the meantime, Blair has a date with that Cameron guy that was at that Brooklyn party. So she's nervous about it, and that's that. That's her at the minute. While Serena admits that she thinks that Rufus cheated on Lily. She is like, I told William about it, but William doesn't want Lily to know because I like to keep her stress levels down. Chuck finds out that the pills are ivermectin. I don't think I'm saying that right. Basically, it's for treating parasites and African river blindness, not lymphoma, which is Lily's type of cancer that she supposedly has. He says he found the doctor who prescribed the medicine, so they need to get Blair to help them like get to the bottom of it. And even though Jenny's grounded, she's like, right, I'm gonna go with you. Let's sort this out. So they go to Blair, and Blair refuses to help them. She's like, look, I've got a date. She's like, I'm moving on with my life. I don't have time for scheming right now. Rufus and Dan go to the Vanderwood's apartment to get Jenny's textbooks because she's not supposed to leave the house. Serena's fully calls him out. She's like, I know what you did with Holland. He's like, no, that was not me. He's like, I'm going to get Holland to come down here right now and explain the whole thing so that you can hear it and you can know what actually happened. Holland comes down and she says in front of everybody that her and Rufus slept together. And everyone's like, oh shit. And Rufus is like, why are you saying this shit? He's like, that is a full-on lie. Why are you lying? Lily like goes upstairs and he tries to convince her, you know, that it's not true, but she doesn't want to hear it. Nate arrives at the apartment for some reason. Who knows? Serena tells him everything and Nate's like, that does not sound like Rufus. Nate sniffs it out immediately. He's like, there is no way that Rufus did this. And so then Serena is annoyed at him. Honestly, she's being so pissy and annoying at the minute. I can't with it. And she's like annoyed at Nate now because he's defending Rufus. Because the thing is, like, she's only doing this because she wants Rufus out of the picture so that she can have a perfect little family. She's not looking out for Lily, who obviously is supposed to be with Rufus, or anyone else. Like, she's only mad at everyone because they don't want the perfect family picture that she wants, and they can see right through it. So then Dan and Nate, bromance of the century, they team up as well to also find out what's going on. They go to Blair and they ask her for help, and she's like, she agrees. She's like, this can't be true. Like, there is no way that Rufus did this. And she's in the middle of her date with Cameron, so he tags along as well. Back to Chuck and Jenny. They are at the doctor's office, the one that prescribed the medicine. And the receptionist is like, look, the doctor won't be back until next week. So Chuck sees in his diary, he's like, wait, they're going to a gala tonight. So they must be in New York. Like, they're lying that they're not here. As they're leaving, they bump into Blair, Nate, Dan, and Blair's date, Cameron. They have gone to the office to see Holland. And that's when we realise that the doctor that is prescribing Lily this not janky medicine, it's just normal medicine, but the wrong medicine, is Holland, who is also lying about Rufus having an affair. So good. So good. I was like, they all decide they're going to go to this gala and they're going to confront Holland, right? And then Jenny is like, right, I can't be seen at this thing. I'm pretty sure. She's like, I can't be seen at this thing because of Rufus. So I'm going to go to the Vanderwoodson apartment and I'm going to try and find out more there, see if there's like more pills, you know, like have a little look around, have a little snoop. Then she finds another bottle of this oxy like stuff. It's like, right, I can like obviously use this like for proof or whatever. And Serena like finds her near the pills and she's like, what the fuck are you doing? But she basically manages to cover her tracks. She's like, oh, I came in here to get a dress for something. When the gang meet back up at Blair's to like get ready to go to the gala, Jenny lies and she says that she didn't find any ties to Holland in the medicine cabinet, even though that's not true. She did. She found that bottle. This whole bit is a little bit convoluted. I'm just going to give you the gist. There's like a whole plan, but it gets like sabotaged. So I'm just going to take you to the end goal of what happened, not what was supposed to happen. Their plan doesn't go exactly because Jenny tries to sabotage it, but it still works out. Dan's talking to this guy and they pretend he's like the head of some medical department and she's going to lose her license or whatever. So she admits that she gave the pills to William and she lied about the affair for him as a favour. But then Jenny gives William a heads up about this so that he can dip because she wants her family back to how it was before. She wants the Humphreys to just be a 3 again. She's more than happy for him to just leave, have his perfect family with the Vanderwoodsons. She'll have her perfect family with the Humphreys. Oh, and also Serena's pissed at everybody. She's pissed at everybody but her dad. Who cares? But anyway, Nate is upset because he, you know, loves her and whatever. So he's like, you know, anyone who might like not like your dad has to go. And she's basically like, kind of. William tries to get Lily, Serena, and Eric to leave town with him. And they agree to. They're just like, you know what? Sure. Dan calls Serena and tells her everything, but Serena isn't hearing it. She doesn't believe it. Rufus shows up and he says to William, look, I'm going to give you the chance to tell Lily yourself. But William calls Rufus a liar and, you know, defends his diagnosis and says that he'll go and get her medical files to, like, prove that she has cancer, right? Rufus insists that he never cheat on Lily, and Eric asks if Lily is even sick, and Rufus says no. And that William has been lying to all of them since he got to New York. And Serena, like, defends him, you know, saying it's not true. He'll be back upstairs in a minute with the medical files, like, he's not going to leave them again. Dan, Nate, Blair, like, they all come in and she's like, no, he'll be right back. And they're like, Serena, we didn't see anybody in the lobby. And she's kind of like, oh, you must have just missed him. Like, he's going to get the medical files. He'll be right back. And they're all like, I don't think he's coming back. And she's like, no, it can't be. Like, he wouldn't leave me again. And she goes down to check and Dan follows her. Nate decides to call the police on William. Jenny admits that she was the one who tipped him off. Serena, she catches her dad at the helipad. He admits that he cured Lily the first time that she came to see him, but then fell in love with her again. And Serena's like, look, I don't forgive you for this, but I'm gonna give you a head start, you know, you should go before the police get here.
Thanks for coming with me. I know this was a complicated one for you.
When are things not complicated with Serena Vanderwoodson?
Back at the apartment, Lily apologises to Rufus for not believing him. Jenny lists all the reasons why he shouldn't forgive Lily and says that she just wants her old life back. And Rufus is like, well, this is our life now, so get with the program. Which I think is so funny because it's such a flip. Like, in the early seasons, well, in the first season, like, Jenny so desperately wants to be in the Upper East Side world and grows to, like, resent it and hate it. Whereas Rufus always never wanted to be in that world, and now he's the one that's, this is our life now. Eric is like, look, no one's forcing you to be in this family. And she's like, you know what, fine. And she leaves. Serena calls Nate, letting him know that William got away before the police got there. And she's like, this is why I don't tell you things, and, like, hangs up. And it's just so dumb. Of course he was going to call the police. And I don't know, maybe he was wrong for that. I don't know. I think I just don't like William, so I'm like, fuck him, call the police. But, like, he literally lied about Lily having cancer, prescribed her the wrong medication, got a doctor in on it. It was a whole huge scam. This man should not be walking free, and Serena's all, like, pissy about it. Chuck tells Blair, he's like, look, I know you felt our connection today while we were running around and scheming. She's like, I did, but that doesn't change anything that you did. He's like, I will be at the top of the Empire State Building tomorrow. If you don't show up, I'm going to close my heart to you forever. We are done.
You can't affair to remember me.
Jenny shows up to the Empire because she doesn't want to stay at the Vanderwoodsons. And Nate's there, like, drinking alone because him and Serena are obviously fighting. And she's like, can I stay here? And he's like, sure. Oh my God. Buckle in. Hold on. The next episode we're about to watch is I think it's in the top 3 best episodes ever. It is the season 3 finale. I feel like I need to make like a video of the best Gossip Girl episodes or something like that. This will be in there. It will be in, I would say, at least the top 3. Is it the best episode ever? Probably not. Probably not, because it's like packed with drama. So I wouldn't say it's my like favourite episode ever, because it's a bit sad. Like, we got some real shit going down. But in terms of drama, oh bitch, this episode is up there. It is good shit. It might be the best finale ever of Gossip Girl. I feel like I'm hyping it up too much, but it is a real doozy. So, the drama of this episode is actually unmatched. Like, when I think about it, I feel like the tension of watching it for the first time. And when I was like writing my script for it and like making my notes, I was like, oh, I can't believe that happened. I forgot that happened. Georgina, where is she? Where's my bitch? Georgina is back and she's in a blonde wig, okay? She goes to Chuck for help since Russians are trying to kill her, but he ignores her and is like, I don't want anything to do with this. Jenny thanks Nate for letting her stay, and he, you know, makes it clear, I'll always be there for you, but in more of a brother type way, not a romantic way. And she's like, yeah, no, 100%. He's like, you know, I haven't heard from Serena, but I think she's just mad, and when she cools off, we'll patch things up and things will be fine. Jenny goes back to the loft and she sees Dan and Serena asleep together in Dan's bed. Honestly, I live for it. I live for Jenny. She takes a picture of them together and sends it into Gossip Girl. Then Serena and Dan wake up after she's left. So she takes a picture, sends the tip, dips. They wake up and they're like, oh, like we fell asleep. This morning when we're seeing this is directly after the whole thing with William. So William leaves on the plane, and then obviously Serena went to Dan for like comfort or whatever, or like I think he was following her, like he followed her as she left, so they were together. They go to sleep, wake up the next morning. That's where we are now. Serena and Dan agree that they shared a kiss, so we find out that they kissed, didn't have sex, but they did kiss and then fell asleep, and they decide it's not worth the stress, it's not worth the hassle of telling Vanessa or Nate, you know, it was just a one-time thing, emotions were high. They agree to not tell anybody about it. Blair insists that Dorota be her chaperone and spend the whole day with her so that she does not go to the Empire State Building. She's like, you know, me and Chuck are done. I just can't do that. Do not let me go there. So Dorota's like, right, I've got you, babe. And then as she's leaving, she sees the Gossip Girl blast with the picture of Dan and Serena at the Empire. Nate and Chuck also see the blast. And then finally, at the loft, Dan sees it and realises that Jenny was the one who sent it. Meanwhile, Serena sees it while she's in the car, and she tells the driver to go straight to the Empire and calls Blair. Blair is like, you know, revisiting old relationships is bad.
We all try on old clothes from time to time, and sure, we may even be surprised when they still fit, but that doesn't mean we should wear them again.
So everyone's seen the picture, everybody knows. Serena is like, obviously Jenny took this. Jenny should just leave us all alone. You know, she's like proper going off. Dan is like, you should fix things with Nate. After that, Dan tells Rufus, Jenny is out of control. We need to talk to her because she's just taking it too far. It was far. But I feel like at the same time, a lot of these other people have done the same shit or worse to each other. And they're all still friends. And Jenny, bear in mind as well, is 2 years younger than them. So I just feel like they're all a bit harsh, I'm not gonna lie. But that's just me. Like I said before, Jenny Humphrey, apologist till I die. Chuck tells Serena, don't play games, only tell Nate that you want to be with him if he truly is the one you want to be with. Serena says to Nate that nothing happened. She's like, I was just upset that you called the police and I wanted to speak to someone, so I went to go and see Dan. Nothing more than that. And Nate basically defends himself. He's like, what William did was wrong. I think I was right in calling the police. And Serena's like, look, I love you and I just want us to be happy again. And he asks again, he's like, did anything happen? And she lies again. Blair goes to the loft to confront Jenny about sending the blast. And she's like, look, you'll never be in our world, ever. And no one loves you. It is brutal. This is what I mean. Like, I feel like everyone is so mean to Jenny on a level that they are not mean to all the other ones. Do you know what I mean? She just gets the absolute brunt of it. And it is hard to watch sometimes. So then Blair then goes, she's on a rampage, and she goes and confronts Dan.
That's so beautiful. I can't believe it. Okay? The miracle of life growing inside of you.
2 smackdowns for the price
What the hell
of
are you
none.
doing?
Tells him not to mess with Serena and Nate. She's like, golden couple, don't mess. And Dan's like, look, how am I supposed to ignore the signs that life keeps giving me? Basically, that I'm supposed to be with Serena. Blair's like, oh, right, okay. And she has a bit of a change of heart because all day she's been seeing signs that she should go to the Empire State Building. She saw it while they were driving, and then I think she saw a poster or something, you know, like that. And she has a bit of a change of heart after speaking to Dan, and she's like, right, Dorota, let's go. Empire State Building, step on it. And it's so, oh my God, it's so good. But then before they can even get in the car, Dorota's water breaks, and they're like, oh shit. So Blair and Dan take her to the hospital so that she can have her baby. Meanwhile, Chuck is at the top of the Empire State Building, and he's got peonies, and he's waiting for Blair. Honestly, so good. So sad, but such good TV that, you know, you're like, oh my God, he's there, he's waiting, and she wants to go, and you know that she wants to go, but he doesn't know that she wants to be there, and she's just late. This is your sign to rewatch Gossip Girl, okay? Rufus tells Jenny that he and Allison, a rare mention, have decided it would be best for Jenny to move to Hudson with Allison, get out of the Upper East Side. And Jenny's like, no, I don't want to do that. And Rufus is like, it's final, babe. It's done and dusted. Signed on the dotted line. I just feel like, again, it's so harsh. Jenny's in this world where obviously she is struggling. Everyone seems to have forgotten that she was like drugged and left somewhere. You know, she's been through a lot of bullying and conditioning by Blair herself and the other girls at Constance. Serena's annoyed at her, which, quite frankly, grow up. You're 18 or 19, I think maybe she's meant to be 19 in this season. And Jenny's like 16, 17. Everyone just seems to kind of gang up on her, and she just gets the brunt of it instead of people being like, why is she so upset? Why is she struggling? Why is she making these what seem like really rash decisions? Their solution is just to throw her out. When Vanya and Eleanor and Cyrus arrive at the hospital, Dorota is like, Blair, I'm okay, I'm fine, go and see Mr. Chuck, go and find him, and have your, like, happily ever after. Blair's off. She's running. I don't know why I did that. She's running, and she runs past Serena, and then Serena bumps into Dan. She's like, I feel really guilty about the kiss and not telling Nate about it. I don't know how to tell him about the kiss, but I feel really guilty. And Nate hears this shit. Good Lord. So he overhears the whole thing, and he's like, well, you don't have to tell me now. And then, so while Blair's running, she runs past Georgina. Why can't I find her? She runs past Georgina, who again is like, will you help me? And Blair's like, no, I'm not going to help you, and keeps running. Upstairs, Nate tells Serena, look, a kiss never means nothing. He threatens to tell Vanessa, and Serena defends Dan. It's like, you know, it was me. Please don't tell Vanessa, because she's in like Haiti. She's doing her internship. But Nate forwards the blast to her anyway. But Serena doesn't know that he's done this, right? Blair finally arrives at the top of the Empire State Building. Chuck is nowhere to be found, and she finds the bouquet of peonies in the bin. This is what I was saying, like, I don't know if I'd call this one of my favourite episodes, but it is just absolutely, like, drama-filled, but also low-key in a bad way. So, in the top 5, top 10 worst things that have happened on this show, you know, probably top 5, maybe, coming right up is this next scene. So, Jenny is upset, and she goes to the Empire looking for Nate, but who does she find? A very sad Chuck that thinks that Blair is done with him forever. And they confide in each other about how lonely they are, and they kiss. I know, it gets worse. Then they go into his room to like undress, and he's like, if you want to leave, now is the time to do it. But she's like, I don't want to be alone. And they have sex. This just really sums up how upset, like how sad Jenny's character becomes, because she literally just doesn't want to be alone. It's not like she wants to be with Chuck because she likes him or has always wanted to be with him or like anything like that. It's just purely out of sadness and loneliness. I mean, for both of them, but I think mainly Jenny. Obviously, Nate had just told her this morning, you know, the guy that she really wants to be with, that they're never going to be together. Blair was like, nobody loves you. Even her own family are like, you need to leave. So I think in that moment, she was just like, someone actually wants to be with me, even if it's just like this one night thing. So I'm just going to take that opportunity. I don't want to be alone. And the fact that it's the first time that she has sex as well, I think is just so sad, because we've seen twice now, you know, she felt not pressured into having sex, because obviously Asher didn't want to actually sleep with her, but felt that pressure of having, like, feeling like she should tell people that she did have sex, because, you know, it's like a big thing, a big peer pressure thing. And then Damien also tries to pressure her into having sex. And Chuck, obviously, in the first episode, is forceful with her. She doesn't have any real positive relationships. There was like that guy who I think they like did a science project together or something. Like, he was kind of cute, but we didn't see him again. So she's never had like a true healthy relationship, because obviously Nate was sweet, but he was a little bit older than her, so that was kind of a bit weird. And also that whole thing got ruined by Vanessa. I just think it's really sad that it ended up that way, after, you know, Nate had said, you know, you're so special and someone is going to come along for you, and, you know, this is going to happen for you, like, when the time's right. So to see it play out this way, I think is really sad. Dorota calls her baby Anastasia. She asks Eleanor and Cyrus to be Anastasia's godparents, which I just thought was so cute. Serena tells Dan that she feels awful about Nate, and Dan is like, I can't lie to Vanessa about this. I have to tell her before she sees it. But then he gets a text from Vanessa saying, I already saw it. I've like just seen what Nate emailed me. Serena goes to Nate and she's like, look, I want to be with you, but I feel like I don't know who I am, and do you mind if we go on a break so they don't have the pressure of like the relationship and everything, to just find out who I am? And Nate, rightly so, you know, says no. He's like, if you're out, then you're out for good, which I think is fair, honestly. It's hard because sometimes you can feel like it's like the right person, the wrong time kind of situation. I think that's kind of like these two, because I do think they are really well matched. I think that Serena is obviously well within her rights to want to discover herself, experience things, you know, learn more about herself. It's very clear in these first 3 seasons that she doesn't have a great sense of self. That is great for her to want to do that. And if Nate, you know, was like, that's great, then obviously that would be great. But at the same time, Nate, you know, wants to be with someone and wants to move on kind of with his life, move forward with it. And he doesn't want to wait around for Serena to figure out who she is. And so both of them, I think, are in the right. Like, they're doing the right thing for them. But it is just a shame that it means it's the end of them. So she, like, accepts that Nate just wants to be done. If they are done, she, like, gives him a kiss on the cheek and then she leaves. After they sleep together, Chuck asks Jenny if she's okay. You can stay the night if you want to. I feel like it's a tricky one, because I don't think Chuck slept with her out of malice or revenge to get back at Blair or for not wanting him or anything like that. I think it was just genuinely, he was lonely, thought he'd lost the love of his life, just kind of was trying to escape from that a little bit. And Jenny, again, was also lonely and just trying to escape from that. And I think after it happened, he realised more what a mistake it was. For him realising that it was a mistake and he didn't feel great about it, but then also realising that Jenny probably feels bad about it as well. Like, they both were kind of just like, I feel like that shouldn't really have happened. So he is quite sweet about it in a way. I guess he goes about it in the best way he can, being like, you know, wanting to know if she's okay and offering if she wanted to like sleep over, you know, and that kind of stuff. But the kind of damage is already kind of done. And I think as well that Chuck doesn't know that that this was Jenny's first time. They never talk about it in the show. I'm pretty sure he was there when Jenny said that she slept with Damien. At this point, like, he obviously thinks that she's had sex before, so I think that maybe, again, doesn't make him realise quite like how severe the situation is. But then Blair shows up, because obviously she'd gone to the Empire State Building, realised he wasn't there, and then came to see him at the Empire. And she shows up in the lift. She brings the peonies She brings the peonies that he left in the bin. She has them, and he realizes that she went to the Empire State Building. She wants to be with him, and he's like, oh shit. Like, I feel like you can already tell that he kind of knew he fucked up before, even if him and Blair weren't going to be together. He still had made a poor decision. But when he realizes that she actually did want to be with him, he truly is like, I've done bad. So then they get back together. While Jenny's in the bedroom, she finds something. And then so that Blair doesn't see that she's in there, Jenny turns the light out, or I think it's like a candle or something, and she like blows it out so that it's dark and Blair can't see that she's in there. Which I get, again, I think just shows like that Jenny's character is more misunderstood and just more damaged than they portray it. She gets a lot of hate, and I think people see it see her in quite a sinister way. Whereas I think she was had such a horrible time, and it was just like kind of years of like that building up. Because fundamentally, if she wanted to get back at Blair and slept with Chuck to get back at Blair, she would have thrown that in her face, and she would have kept that light on, or she would have walked out, you know, kind of like how she did with Serena and Nate when she made it obvious with the shirt. But I think she was just lonely and didn't want to hurt anybody. She just didn't want to feel that way. And when Blair comes in, she's like, I don't want Blair to know. I don't want to ruin what they have, even though I have nothing. She could be like, I have nothing to lose. But in that moment, she was like, even though I have nothing to lose, these guys are supposed to be together and they have a lot to lose. So I'm not going to be the person that does that. And she turns out the light so that Blair doesn't know that she's there. And Chuck comes back in basically to see her, but she's already left. So then back at the hospital, I don't know if this is a thing in the UK, to be honest, because I don't think my hospital, has one. My local one, unless I've never really looked for it, so I don't really know what it is, but it seems to be a common thing in American shows that hospitals have chapels that you can go to. I've seen it in Grey's and obviously in Gossip Girl. Jenny is at the chapel in the hospital, and she is sobbing, and Eric finds her in there, and then she's like, just go, Eric, just leave, and he stays. She's like, everybody hates me, and I made a huge mistake with Chuck. Eric, realizes what happened, and he's like, why? And she says, they were both sad, and she admits that she didn't have sex with Damien like she said she did. So now Eric knows, oh shit, this was her first time, and it's happened in this really sad way. And she begs him, she's like, please don't tell anyone. And he's like, I'm gonna go and find Dan. So he leaves, he finds Dan, and he's like, Dan, Jenny really needs your help. So they run off back to the chapel. Chuck and Blair arrive at the hospital together, obviously to see Dorota and to see the new baby. And he apologizes, for everything that he's done. And he's about to say more, which will become clear, at the end. And he's about to say something more, but then Dan punches him before he can. And Dan, orders him to tell Blair. He's like, tell her what you did. Blair, connects the dots on her own when she looks over and she sees Jenny standing there in tears. She orders Jenny to leave Manhattan and never come back, or she'll ruin her. And then Dan insists it's, Chuck's fault and it's not Jenny's. I think she was in such a vulnerable place that it is just so harsh for Blair to... I guess Blair doesn't really know, to be fair, but, it just seems so harsh when you watch it, because obviously we know what Jenny's been through. And for her to, shun her and be like, you're so evil for doing this, it comes off even more horrible. And I feel like you see that quite a lot in shows and movies where there'll be, it's not really cheating obviously because they weren't together, but there'll be some kind of betrayal like that, or cheating. And yeah, I feel like the other woman often, a lot of times, gets a lot of the heat. Chuck, he kind of does too, but I feel like it is not the same level that Jenny does. She fully gets shunned by Blair, which I understand is her just acting out of anger. But I do appreciate that Dan, stood up for her and was like, this is not her fault. You shouldn't treat her this way. Even though where have you been the whole fucking season while she's been, in the trenches?
Who's hungry? I got enough bagel chips to feed it. What did I just walk into?
Chuck tries to apologise to Blair, but she's like, this whole night never happened. She's like, we're not back together. You've ruined it. Truly ruined it this time. Lily, Rufus, and Eric and Dan are at Grand Central Station saying goodbye to Jenny, and like kind of waving her off as she goes to move to Hudson. Eric and Jenny promise to always be there for each other, which is a really sweet moment. So Jenny has gone to move to Hudson. Blair and Serena, they decide to go to Paris together for the summer. Dan and Nate make up, obviously, because they're like, we're low-key like fighting over Serena, kind of, not really, but yeah. So they make up. Nate tells Dan, I broke up with Serena. Dan's like, I'm going to email Vanessa and explain everything, which, fucking email. I don't know, maybe she can't receive calls over there. I don't know, but she could text him. So anyway, he's going to send her an email explaining the whole, you know, situation, and hopefully, you know, I don't know what he's expecting to get from that. Nate tells Dan that Chuck's going to Prague for the summer, and he's left Nate his little black book of like numbers. Dan sits down to write his email to Vanessa, but then he's like, you know what? I want to call Serena instead. So he calls Serena. She tells him about her plans to go to Paris. He's like, you know what? I just called to say hi, and leaves it at that. And then when she says, you know, I'll see you in September, he decides that he can't wait that long to see her. And he goes to buy a ticket to France, right? So he's going to go and, like, chase after her. Before he can buy his ticket, Georgina comes in. Oh, bitch. Georgina comes in and she says that she has something of his. And she opens her coat. This bitch. She opens her coat. Full-on pregnancy belly. Like, we're talking, like, 6-7 months along. Like, the way my jaw dropped when I watched this for the first time, and then honestly the way that it dropped again when I saw it again, because I'd like forgotten when I was like reading through my notes for this episode. I was like, oh, of course I remember the Empire State Building and I remember Jenny and everything, and I was like, I totally forgot that this bit happened. Chuck is getting drunk in Prague, and then when he leaves the bar, he is grabbed by these two guys just trying to mug him, and he's like, look, guys, there's no need to get rough. I will give you whatever money you want. I don't care. Like, I have nothing left. I will give you whatever kind of money you want. They begin to like search his pockets, and he like tries to fight back, and he's like, look, just take me to a bank. I will give you however much money you want. And then they find a box in his pocket. He is obviously like, does not want them to take this, and he goes to grab it back, and they shoot him. I told you this episode was jam-packed. So Chuck gets shot trying to protect this box. When the two men open the box, it's a Harry Winston engagement ring, and he was going to propose to Blair at the top of the Empire State Building with the peonies. They run off with the ring and leave Chuck shot in the street. That was the end of season 3. Just to kind of recap where everyone is at the end of season 3. Nate is single. He's got Chuck's little black book, so he is hooking up with loads of girls. That's his vibe for the summer. Dan wanted to go and chase Serena to France, but Georgina has just revealed that she's pregnant with his baby. Serena and Blair are going to Paris for the summer. Hot girl summer, just living it up. Besties in Paris. Love that vibe. Chuck has just gotten robbed of his engagement ring for Blair and shot, and is all alone. That's where we're at the end of season 3. So let's get cracking. Let's get right into season 4, which will be the last season we're going to talk about in this video. And then the next video will be seasons 5, 6, kind of like conclusion sort of thing. So yeah, let's get straight into season 4. Season 4 aired from September 13th, 2010 to May 16th, 2011. We start this season and Jenny and Vanessa have been downgraded to recurring characters rather than main characters. Jenny's a bit of a weird one because obviously at the end of season 3 you think, right, she's done, but she does come back a couple of times and then she's truly like done. But I'm going to do a separate video, kind of like more on like behind the scenes tea and like the reasons as to why their characters were kind of downgraded to more side characters. But that's kind of where we start in season 4. B and S are in Paris. Serena is romancing it up, has been all summer whereas Blair hasn't been on a single date, you know, a fling or anything like that. Nate has been hooking up with all the girls in Chuck's little black book, so he doesn't have to be alone for dinner, but also doesn't have to talk to anyone about his feelings. Goes to Lily to try and help her find Chuck, because he hasn't paid the mortgage on the Empire since May. So I was watching Gossip Girl on Netflix, and because the show had only ended like I think a year before I started watching it, they only had up to season 3 on there. And so when I got to the end and Chuck had been shot and all this stuff had happened, I was like, oh my god, like, how am I going to cope not knowing if, like, Chuck lives? And I feel like now when I watch TV shows, also this is bugging me, but let's just ignore it. I feel like now when you watch TV shows, it's obvious that usually nothing's going to happen to the main characters. You're usually going to be fine. But like me as like a 13-year-old, it was like, oh my god, what if Chuck Bass dies? I literally had to like beg my parents. I was like, oh my god, will you please buy me the DVD for season 4? And so then, so I had to wait like for the like DVD to come in so I could like see and know what happened, and like that tension, I can't imagine what it was like having to wait like 6 months, because me and my boyfriend at the moment, we're rewatching, well, he's watching Pretty Little Lies for the first time, I'm rewatching it for like the 5th time or whatever it is now, and something really dramatic will happen, like a season finale, and he's like, oh my god, put the next one on, and I'm like, that is such a joy, because I literally said to him, I was like, you do realise, like, when I was watching Pretty Little Liars, this happened, and I had to wait 6 months or however long it is to find out if that person was really dead or to find out what happened. And he was like, that's torture, I could not do that. So yeah, Chuck hasn't paid the mortgage on the Empire since May. Nobody's heard from him and nobody has seen him. I think it's around like August, September time, because I'm not really sure about like when American schools go back and like all that kind of stuff. I'm assuming it's around that time. So Chuck's been missing for a couple months. Blair is happy that Serena is going to Brown. She's like decided to go, while she's going to Columbia because they won't have any kind of like beef. They won't have any high school drama because they're going to separate schools. But Serena is actually going to Columbia. She transferred, and she's nervous to tell Blair because obviously she knows Blair doesn't want the high school competition. Dan, fucking given the worst boyfriend of the world award, because he hasn't talked to Vanessa all summer, hasn't tried to contact her, nothing like that. When she shows up at the loft, like after her summer in Haiti, she shows up at the loft and he's like, you need to leave. And she's like, what the fuck is going on here? And she sees Georgina and she gets angry and thinks that Dan's been cheating on her with Georgina. But then Georgina brings out Milo, who I don't have a picture of, but Milo is Dan's like son. Georgina gets a call from this real scary bloke and basically he's like, you have one day and then we're like coming for you. Dan asks Vanessa not to tell Rufus or Lily about Milo because they don't know yet. Vanessa's like, are you sure that Milo is even actually yours? You should probably get like a paternity test. And he says, I do think I'm the father, but I still haven't signed the birth certificate yet. So Nate was taking this one girl out on a date, but then she leaves him for a different guy. So he starts flirting with this other girl. But she won't tell him her name or anything. Very mysterious. I don't really care. Meanwhile, in Paris, Blair's an art museum and she meets Louis Grimaldi. So let's get his picture now, because, oh, bitch. They decide that they're going to, like, have dinner and whatever that night. Louis has a friend that he is in Paris with, so he is like, oh, you know, like, we could double date. So Blair forces Serena to come along and be his friend's date.
A Grimaldi, as in the royal family of Monaco, as in Grace, American Princess Kelly. Stop whatever you're doing, we need to shop.
Only for you, B.
So then it's revealed that Serena's date is actually the Grimaldi. The Grimaldis are a royal family in Monaco. He is like the Prince of Monaco, basically. Or is like in line to be the Prince of Monaco. Louis is just the driver. Like, he's just his driver. And that's who Blair's date is. Blair's like put off by him when she finds out that he's actually a driver and not royalty. But Serena is like, look, he's handsome, he's really into you, like, you should still give him a chance. Lily tells Eleanor about Serena getting into Columbia. So she calls Blair to congratulate her, but obviously Blair is not happy. So then Lily is really worried about Chuck because they get his bank statements back. They've got weird things on them. Not like weird things, but like for Chuck, weird things. Things like second-class train tickets, you know, things that like Chuck just wouldn't really buy. So she obviously thinks either someone's stolen his card or something's just wrong with him. And Rufus is still fuming about everything that happened with Jenny, and he's like, look, Chuck deserves anything that happens to him and has no interest in finding him. Lily then has a party for Eleanor. I'm not sure why. Can't remember what it's about. Maybe it's like her birthday or something. Nate's mystery girl that he was flirting with earlier, she shows up. She is called Juliet. Georgina shows up with Milo. And Rufus is shook.
Whose baby is that?
Here you go, Grandpa.
Daniel? Dan?
I feel like I made such a bad decision putting Chuck over there because he never interacts with anybody. Like, so he's gonna have loads of space over there, whereas like everyone here has so much shit going down. Here's Juliet. She's the one that Nate is currently flirting with at the minute. Georgina says to Rufus and Lily, she's like, look, even though you hate me, please don't hate my son. She reveals that she has a paternity test that proves that Dan is Milo's dad. She was like, you know, I wanted you to love Milo, not because you had to, but because you wanted to. But Rufus, my guy, he is not buying it. What did I tell you? The man smells a rat. So he was like, I'm not buying this. I don't think this is real. Even after, you know, Dan calls the doctor to confirm it, he's like, I think we should still get our own test just to see. But Dan insists, you know, the dates line up with when we slept together to when he was born. So he signs the birth certificate of Milo. Serena and Blair like leave their little double date to go outside and chat. Blair, you know, says that she doesn't want to see Serena every day. She's like, I want to go to school and have classes and friends without living in your shadow for 3 years. Again, you know, kind of bringing it back to Blair's insecurity around Serena. You know, that she's always kind of felt second placed to her, like kind of her whole life, which I feel like sets her character development back just a little bit. Especially because, you know, last season, she was the one that was lecturing Serena about acting like she's still in high school and all this stuff. Serena basically justifies her decision by saying, you know, while she wants to do college, she doesn't really want to leave and go somewhere like really far away like Brown. She wants to be closer to her family and her friends. Blair's like, please just go to a different school. And Serena's like, no, I'm not just going to go to a different school for you. And it's the same thing that we had with the fashion show in season 1 when Blair's like, please don't do this. And Serena's like, I can't just not do the things I want to do because you're kind of scared that I'm like outshining you. Like, you should just be happy for me because you're my friend. That we're getting that dynamic back again a little bit. Serena's like, look, Louis seems to be really into you. Like, let's just go back in and just have fun and just not worry about this. But Blair insists that she's going to go back into their double date alone. Because she wants to get to know Serena's date because she obviously thinks that he's royalty. She's like, oh, I'll just say that you fell in the fountain. And Serena's like, that's not believable. Who's going to buy that? And then Blair pushes her into the fountain. She pushes her into the fountain. So then Serena goes back in, fucking soaking wet, bless her. And she asks the guy, I think his name's like Jean-Michel or something, to walk her home. Blair says like, oh, now that Jean-Michel's gone, like, we should probably go too, you know. No need to keep this going. And Louis reveals he actually is the Grimaldi. So it was all a ruse, basically, to see if Blair liked him for him or if she liked him for his title. She proved him right that she only cared about the title. Vanessa leaves a message with Georgina to tell Dan basically that she'll always be his friend. And Georgina, I don't even think she tells Dan. I'm pretty sure she doesn't even tell him. Georgina leaves a note for Dan saying that she's just going to the spa, but she dips. She leaves the loft, she's got bags, and she goes while Dan and Milo are sleeping. Blair and Serena, they make up. They have this really sweet chat. And she's like, I don't care about dating anyone. I just care about you. You know, she apologizes and she basically says that she's not okay and she needs Serena. You know, she's worried, basically that she'll never get over Chuck. Kind of like the love of her life. But obviously it just didn't work and the things that he's done. Like, and she's just scared, you know, what if I never love anybody as much as I love him, or what if I never stop loving him? And in turn, like, she needs Serena to get through that, but she's then also scared that if her and Serena both go to Colombia, she'll lose Serena as well. Her and Serena make up and Serena's like, you know, I'll be there for you, obviously. You kind of get a glimpse into Juliet. So she's back at her apartment and she's putting tags back on her clothes. Like, she has this machine. It looks like she buys the clothes, takes the tag off, wears them, and then it just comes back home, staples, or like, you know, puts the tag back on and then returns them. Then while that's happening, Nate calls and he apologizes for the behavior that she's like seen from him, you know, like dating multiple girls and like all this stuff that, you know, his ex, Blondie over here, you know, really hurt him. Just basically really like the whole situation really fucked him up. So he's just trying to prove, you know, through like Gossip Girl blast that he's happy, you know, and he's moved on when he's really not. Juliet, you know, asks him out for coffee, and then we see that she is reading Gossip Girl, and she basically has what I have right up here right now. She has a full-on detective board. She's got the string, everything. Meanwhile, Lily, she gets a call saying that they found a body that has washed up on the shore in France. And the body has Chuck's ID card.
A body washed up in Paris shot. The identification they found says it's Charles Bass.
And this is the thing, at this point, you don't know if Chuck's alive or dead yet. You haven't seen him yet. So when you're watching it for the first time and you don't know, the tension, you're like, oh my God, just tell me already. Did he live or did he not live? In the next scene, you find out that Chuck survived. It's revealed that a girl found him, helped him with his gunshot wound. They're like together in Paris and he's going under the name Henry. It was him that was like using the cards and stuff because he's basically pretending to be poor. Her name is Eva, but we're the only ones that know that he's alive and that he's fine. Blair gets Louis to give her a second chance and tells Serena, look, you need to pick Dan or Nate when you go back to New York. Stop with the games. Lily calls Serena and is like, look, if you don't want to do it, I, you know, can fly over if it's too hard, but I need you to go to the police station or to the morgue and I need you to ID this body. I need you to go and basically say if it's Chuck or not. And she's like, I'll go. I'll do it. Meanwhile, Nate is a fucking gossip. His whole thing, basically, the golden boy, moral high ground, all this stuff. But he is one of the biggest gossips on this show. He just doesn't do it through Gossip Girl, but he will tell anyone anything they want to know. He tells Juliet basically everything about Serena and why he's like their relationship didn't work, all this stuff. He tells her about Trip, like the whole affair, like all this shit. The whole thing with Dan, and she's like, you need to get rid of the competition, aka Dan. They go to visit Dan, who's like singing to Milo at the loft. Him and Milo are so freaking cute.
Hold him, Nate.
You don't expect me to sing, do you?
No. Just make sure your prop is next.
Oh, he smells funny.
Nate asks Dan, he's like, oh, have you heard from Serena like all summer? And he says no, but then it turns out they both got the same I need to talk to you text from her, but they're both lying to each other that they got it. And then Vanessa comes over and she's really sweet with Milo as well. Like, they're really cute together. They're like this weird little family. Juliet says, you know, since our mission is to get Dan out of the picture, we should push Dan and Vanessa closer to get back together. Chuck is with Eva. He has a job with her uncle. They're super like lovey-dovey. For me personally, I just never saw their chemistry. She's nice and everything, but for me, these two just never, they just don't really work. I just find their chemistry to be a bit off and I'm just not. Does anyone else feel that same way? But also at the same time, I felt a bit like, this just isn't fair. After all the shit that Chuck has done, the hotel, obviously, you know, sleeping with Jenny and all that stuff, he's the one that gets to be happy. Like, are you fucking serious? He's the one that's in Paris living his best life with his new girlfriend, like basically gets to start over, while Blair is like so heartbroken, so like, I don't know if I'll ever love anyone else, you know, all this shit. She's the one that is having the absolute mare while he's living the dream. And I just feel like that's not fair. They're in Paris and Chuck walks in front of this car and basically almost gets hit by this car, and it's Blair in the back seat of the car. Serena comes back from the morgue and she tells Blair it wasn't Chuck, but the police are looking for him because there was blood in his wallet, so they should make sure that he's okay. But Blair's like, no, he's just like stalking me. Basically, that's what she thinks is happening. So then Chuck goes back to Eva and tells her, like, I think we should leave Paris. Like, I think we should just dip. She's like, we can't afford to do that. Like, we can't afford plane tickets, train tickets, anything like that. And he obviously has money. So he's like, I'll handle it. Don't worry about that. I'll find a way for us to move. Serena goes around and she's looking for Chuck. She goes into somewhere and it's Eva's uncle. And she's like, do you know this guy? And he's like, yeah, I do. When she shows up at his door, he pretends that he does not know who she is and shuts the door in her face. So she basically waits for him to come out and is like, you need to come home. They're going to take the empire away. They're going to take all your money away. He's like, look, I lost the only thing that I care about, Blair. They can take everything else. You know, like I'm not fast. So meanwhile, Rufus is still suspicious about Georgina and this whole Milo thing. And he's like, it seems a bit convenient that she left town as soon as Dan signed the birth certificate. They should do the paternity test. But Lily is like, no. Like, she's like, I'm going to turn Jenny's room into a nursery. Like, we're going to welcome Milo in. Stop with the witch hunt. Juliet and Nate, they tell Vanessa that Dan still has feelings for her. And they literally say to her, he said this. Not, oh, I have an inkling that he still likes you. Like, no. They tell Vanessa, Dan said he still has feelings for you. So then she thinks, oh, okay, maybe, like, you know, that door is still open for us to still be together. So she makes food for him and looks after Milo and basically says, you know, that I've really missed you. He says, I missed you too. And they kiss. After they have sex, she says, oh, I'm glad that Nate told me about how you felt. And Dan is confused and he's like, what are you talking about? Juliet then sets up Nate on like a date or whatever, saying that they need to try and make Serena jealous. Vanessa is pissed at Nate for lying. She's also pissed at Dan for not being able to leave Serena behind. Louis invites Blair to this ball and she's like living her fairy tale, like princess life, and she's so excited, right? Serena receives an envelope with Chuck's deed in it. His deed to the Empire, his shares in Bass Industries, with a note saying he would rather have nothing than be Chuck Bass. The dramatics of it all. Blair is at a jeweler's. She sees this ring. Oh my god. So she sees this ring and she's like, this is the most beautiful ring I've ever seen in my entire life. And at that point, Serena comes in with the like head police investigator in France. Blair is like, Serena, why are you following me? Serena's like, I'm not here for you. She's like, I'm here to collect Chuck's ring. She's like, oh, and realizes, you know, obviously it's the ring that she was looking at. When the thieves tried to mug him, he was clinging onto this ring and he wouldn't let go of it, and that's why they shot him. So Blair's like, oh shit.
Monsieur Bass would not let go of the ring. He fought them hard, so they shot him.
Chuck was shot?
Lily finds out Chuck has signed everything he has over to her. The Empire, his money, all of it. And Serena tries to convince Blair to go to the station and stop Chuck from leaving. Blair runs to the train station to get to Chuck. So while they're at the train station, Serena sees Eva. She's like, oh, you know, I knew he was too good to be true. And she asks Serena who Blair is. And thus, one of, I think, the best scenes in TV history commences. At least in Gossip Girl. It is such a beautiful scene. The emotion, the dress, the setting, it's too good. It's so beautiful. The lighting and just like the emotion in it. Leighton and Ed, they just do such a good job with this scene. Blair gives Chuck the ring. She asks him, you know, like not to run away from his life. And you can like see the pain in Chuck's face because she says, you know, I'm no longer in love with you, but that doesn't mean I want you to disappear forever.
Your world would be easier if I didn't come back.
It wouldn't be my world without you in it.
Then Blair goes back to Louis and she apologizes for missing the ball, but she says, you know, I have to go back to my real life and stop living in this fairy tale that I wish I could stay in. But she gives him her shoe, you know, full on like Cinderella vibes, and says that if he wants to find her, like come to New York and find her, then he can. Meanwhile, Chuck asks Eva to come back to New York with him, basically explains the whole thing of who he really is. So both Nate and Dan like confide in each other. They're like, look, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how I feel about Serena. They're both like, I don't really know what to do here. And Nate apologizes, you know, for lying to Vanessa. Juliet apologizes for meddling in the whole thing. And she and Nate agree to be friends. And then Dan tells Vanessa that when he saw the Gossip Girl blast about Serena coming back home from Paris, he didn't care. and he just wanted to make things right with her. Then Rufus says, you know, while I don't trust Georgina, he doesn't want to miss out on Milo's life, you know, because obviously Dan is serious about raising him and he doesn't want to miss out on all of that. So Serena comes back from Paris, she goes to the loft and she's excited to see Lily and says that, you know, she needs to see Nate and Dan. Dan then comes in with Vanessa, like holding her hand, while Nate comes in with Juliet. She's like, oh, okay. And then Rufus introduces her to Milo, and she's just, bless her, it's just so much to like take in all at once.
You saw me 4 months ago. If you thought I was pregnant, then I'm offended.
And Blair texts her and is like, who did you choose? And Serena's like, well, they chose first. Then it turns out Rufus sees that Milo's bracelet from the hospital or something like that says that his blood type is O negative. But Rufus says this is impossible because Dan's is AB. Both Lily and Rufus are suspicious. They're like, oh shit, Milo is probably not Dan's. Juliet, back at her apartment, she takes down all her pictures that she has on her little detective board, apart from one picture of Serena. And she's on the phone with someone and she says, I miss you and stuff. You know, she says that she misses him. So we're like, who is this man? Who is this man on the phone? So Eva loves the Upper East Side. She's all doe-eyed about Chuck and like she's loving this new life that they're living. He then goes to Lily to apologise for everything that happened with Jenny, and he tells her all about Eva and he's like really excited and everything. Rufus then isn't happy that Chuck was there, but Lily, you know, begs him to give Eva a chance, and Rufus does admit Jenny was like, you know, don't blame him for this. So Rufus is like, fine, I'll be like open to forgiving him. Rufus tells Dan about Milo's blood type, and Dan actually just believes him off the bat. Thank fuck. Because had this been Serena, she would have had all kinds of excuses for not believing him. But Dan's got his head screwed on properly and he believes Rufus. So then Dan sees a Gossip Girl blast about Georgina being on the beach in St. Bart's. Like she's just chilling on holiday. And he's like, bruh. Okay, so now this is all like one episode. We're just going to recap it all at once. Blair and Serena want to get into this secret society at Columbia. When they get there, Penelope, where is she, queen? She is already a member. Juliet is what they call the key master. So she also goes to Columbia. So she's the one that gives out these special society keys to the girls. She also pretends that she like didn't meet Serena. Like Serena's like, oh, we've met before. And she like pretends like she doesn't know who she is. So it's very odd behavior. She gives the last key to Blair and is like, sorry, Serena, like that was the last one. You can't be a part of the society. So Blair's like, I don't have to accept the key. You know, we're trying not to fight and all this high school stuff. I won't accept it. But Serena's like, no, this is a good opportunity. Like, you should definitely accept it. Which just shows like the difference between, it's nice that obviously Blair offered, but I feel like if the roles were reversed and it was Serena who got in and Blair didn't, Blair would be much more fuming about this. Serena calls Dan, who's too busy trying to track down Georgina. And then she calls Nate, who also just like blows her off and doesn't want to speak to her, saying like he's got class to get to. Juliet meddles again. Blair asks her why Serena didn't get a key. And Juliet's like, oh, isn't it nice to have something that's just yours that you don't have to share? And then Juliet invites Blair for like drinks. But she's supposed to see Serena, so she's like, oh, can Serena come too? And Juliet's basically like, oh no, lie to Serena, just tell her you're busy. You know, she won't find out, just come with us gals. You don't want Serena to feel bad or left out, so just lie and say you're doing something else. So Blair does, but then Serena ends up seeing them together anyway, so she knows exactly what happened. Also, Eva meets Blair, and Blair is super rude to her. Then Serena thinks that Juliet is like behind everything, like she thinks she purposely didn't give her a key, is kind of like trying to turn Blair against her, but she doesn't know like why. Blair thinks that Serena is just bitter because she didn't get in. So then Serena sees Juliet giving another girl a key, even though she told Serena she didn't have any keys left to give out. And then she sees her walking off with Nate, so she's like, oh, maybe she's like out to get me because she wants to be with Nate, and like, so she's not really sure. Serena confronts Juliet and is like, babes, you don't have to do all of this like to get Nate. You don't have to try so hard. And then Juliet's like, oh, you were supposed to get a key, but then Blair called up and told us about Pete Fairman's death, the guy with the cocaine that we saw in the first season, and basically sabotaged you, and that's why you didn't get a key. On Gossip Girl, there's a live stream of Blair and Serena like fighting, like proper like going at it fighting. Juliet plays it like on the big screen at a party to be like, oh my god, like look, they're fighting, only to like pull back this curtain and see Blair and Serena sitting there perfectly fine.
Turns out I'm not the crazy one. Or the bitch.
Because they figured out exactly what she was trying to do, and she was trying to build a wedge between them, because Serena knew that Blair wouldn't have done this. Like, she wouldn't have sabotaged her and called and said about Pete. Juliet tries to deny it, and Lily is like, babes, there's a bunch of Columbia alumni on the Bass Industries board, and she heard from them that Serena was supposed to get a key, and Juliet just didn't give one to her. We never hear about this secret society again. Never. They never do anything for it. I'm sure of it. We never hear about it again. So then Nate goes after Juliet and Serena tries to stop him. He's like, look, I didn't find your little show charming. Which is like, bruh, we literally just showed that she's got bad intentions, but you still want to run after her. Okay, cool. He tells Serena that he's mad at her for leaving. Juliet tells Nate that she was jealous of him and like Serena, and that's why she did it. And she didn't want to see like his ex-girlfriend around every day, which is utter crap. But Nate eats this shit up. Blair and Serena see them kissing.
Once men have tasted caviar, it baffles me how they settle for catfish.
Back with Chuck, Eric doesn't want to give him a second chance, and he insists to Rufus, he's like, Chuck will never change, this is how he's always been. Eric lets it slip to Rufus that Chuck forced himself on Jenny during the Kiss on the Lips party. So Rufus this whole time has not known about that situation. Then at this party, Eric and Rufus are both super cold to Chuck, not wanting to talk to him. And then Chuck's confused because he, you know, was like, oh, I thought you guys kind of agreed to like give me a chance, give Eva a chance. Rufus says, that was before I found out you tried to rape my 14-year-old daughter. Chuck's got a lot of character development in this show, but when you just say it like it is, like that bit in the pilot was fucking awful. She's literally 14 years old. And he was like 16. I think he's meant to be in the pilot. And Rufus says that he'll tell Eva. He'll tell Eva about it. Points over to these guys like, is that her? I'll tell her if it is. So Chuck lies and he's like, that's not her. Lily goes over to Chuck and she's like, look, Rufus told me what happened. And she says, Jenny had already told me about that party a while ago. So I'm fine. I'm not upset with you over it. Jenny has forgiven you. So then Chuck goes to Eva to basically explain his past before someone else tells him or she finds out about it through Gossip Girl or anything like that. Blair, she like seems happy when Chuck says that Eva left. When she sees them reconcile and like she sees them kiss, she's obviously upset. Tells Serena that seeing them together was harder than she expected it to be. And Serena says that she also didn't expect Nate to be so mad about her leaving for the summer. A cute little thing, Blair and Dorota decorated. So basically, I don't know if I've explained this before, but like how Blair's room works is you've got like her room, and then she has the adjoining bathroom that we've seen a few times. And next to the bathroom is another bedroom. So it's literally just connected by like that bathroom. So they've redecorated the second bedroom, all cute. And they ask Serena to move in. She accepts. So now Blair and Serena are living together. So cute. Back to Dan and his whole baby daddy situation. He says, look, if Georgina doesn't show up, he's going to keep Milo. He wants to be his dad and he wants to keep him, even if he's not the dad. Vanessa says that she's willing to move in and help him take care of Milo. So they're like this cute little trio, this cute little family. Georgina comes back and Dad's pissed that she left and she lied about Milo being his, and she's like, look, someone was trying to kill me. That's why I lied. And he's like, say that again, roll that back. And she's like, yeah. So she explains what happened was, on her flight to Minsk, if you remember back to when she got shunned and tricked by Dorota and Vanya Blair into getting on this plane, she hooked up with this guy called Sergey, and when his wife found out that Georgina was pregnant, she sent people to kill her. By getting Dan to sign the birth certificate, she could take it to them, show the wife, look, the baby is not your husband's, and then they wouldn't want to kill her anymore. So Dan saved her life by signing the birth certificate. So now that she's safe and she's reconnected with her parents, she's going back to live with them, and she's taking Milo with her. And Dan's like, you can't take him. Like, he's mine. Like, you can't take him from me. She's like, you're not actually the dad. You have no say in this. And she takes Milo and she leaves. Vanessa comes in and he tells her everything that happened. And she's like, oh, should I move back into the NYU dorms like now? And he's like, no, I want you to stay. And it's actually really sad because like they were probably bonding, and obviously he had been there through like while she was still pregnant through the birth, like taking care of him, and really thought that Milo was his. So for her to just like steal him back was just like, it was actually pretty sad. It's new picture time, guys. We've got a new picture going up. I feel like that's also partially why I didn't give Milo a photo, because like I knew that he obviously wasn't Dan. So then we see Juliet visiting a guy in prison. This is him here. So she explains that the guys are easy to dupe. So she's talking about like Nate and Dan, but the girls, Serena and Blair, are proving to be a bit more of a challenge. But she promises that they'll get it done, whatever this plan is. And she takes his hand, so they're obviously working together. Also, a side note, which isn't really relevant now, but will be in a couple of episodes. I just wanted to point it out now. She tells him like not to get raped or something. Which like, I don't know. I know that kind of stuff obviously like happens in prison, but it seems like a bit of a weird thing to joke about.
It's a minimum security prison.
And you're hot.
And she says, and you're hot. Which, you'll understand why this is weird later, but like, what an odd thing to say. Like, when you realise what's happening here, you look back and you're like, this was odd. This was an odd thing to happen. Eva and Chuck are doing a lot of like charity work and things. Blair is stalking them on Gossip Girl and is convinced that Eva is only with Chuck for his money. While Serena is stalking Nate and Dan on Gossip Girl, seeing what they're getting up to. So they both decide, look, we both just need to move on. Blair needs to move on from Chuck. Serena needs to move on from Dan and Nate. They're not going to go to Chuck's charity gala like tonight because it's just going to make them want to medal and just a whole thing. So they both decide they're not going to go, they're not going to medal. Nate then tells Chuck, he's like, Juliet's never invited me to her apartment. Never. Not one time. We always just hang out at the like Empire. Then Chuck puts the idea in his head that she's seeing someone else. Like, why else wouldn't she let him in? He confronts her. She says she's not dating anyone else, but she was visiting someone. I think I've said it quite a few times now. Nate's storylines bore me. I can't be doing with this shit. I don't care about it. I don't care. So if I'm not that enthusiastic when I talk about it, that is why. Vanessa and Lily and Rufus are worried about Dan not really leaving the house, since Milo got taken away. And he's like, fine, I'll go and I'll see Nate. But he lied. So he lies and he goes to see Serena. So Serena, offers, she's like, right, let's have a fun day together. Take your mind off of stuff. And she admits to Blair that she broke the pact. She's like, sorry, I spoke to Dan. And Blair's like, I also broke the pact because she went to Cartier to see how much Eva's watch was, the one that Chuck gave her as a gift. But then she sees her selling the watch.
You know how I adore those Empire bacon scones.
I know everything about you, which is why I know your visit probably has more to do with a scheme than a scone.
So she confronts Eva right in front of Chuck and is like, why did you sell his watch? Eva says, I sold it because I wanted to give the money to Chuck's driver, Ivan, who is losing his house. So then Chuck's like, oh, that was such a nice thing to do. You should have just asked me. Like, we could have helped together. Like, you didn't have to sell it and all this stuff. So basically all of it backfires on Blair. Blair's like, you know what? Keep your friends close, enemies closer. So she pretends to be Eva's friend to get intel on her that she can then send to Dan and Serena to help her dig up dirt. Right, so they're all these like weird little trio we have going on right here of investigators. So she finds out that Eva was the one who found Chuck when he was shot. So she's like, right, tell me what you can find out about this, right? And Eva's life before she met Chuck. And while this is happening, Serena questions why Dan lied to Vanessa. He says, I lied because Vanessa is convinced that I'm not over you. And he admits, I don't know if I'm over you either. So she's a bit like, okay, the door's still open a little bit here for me. So then after spending time with her, Blair gets annoyed because she thinks that Eva's like a saint. She's like, she never says anything bad. She's never done anything bad. She just seems like a nice person. But then Dan and Serena tell her they found out that Eva used to be a prostitute. She says, you know, they need to go to the gala and to tell Chuck and not to tell anyone else that they know about this. Dan tells Nate, like the dumbass that he is. Vanessa goes to Nate's to find Dan, and obviously Dan is not there. But Nate covers for him.
I covered for you. Okay, and I think Vanessa bought it, but you know I'm a bad liar.
But Juliet is like, no. And she stirs the pot and she's like, Vanessa, Nate is lying to you. Dan was not here today. Blair also figures out that, you know, when she said to Serena, you need to choose who do you want, Dan or Nate? She figures out, oh my God, she chose Dan. Serena asks Dan to be her date to the gala. So Nate, bless him, he's 1, a terrible liar, and 2, hates lying.
You know what your wallet has is I hate to tell you this face on.
So he tells Chuck about Eva being a prostitute, and Chuck admits, oh, I already knew, she already told me. So Nate's relieved, but he's like, I'm going to warn you, Blair is probably going to use this information tonight at the charity gala. But then when Nate's gone, you can see Chuck's face and we realise, oh shit, he actually didn't know that Eva used to be a prostitute. He was just saying that so it looked like, you know, he knew. So then Nate looks at Juliet's phone and sees that she has a message from a guy called Ben, and he says he misses her and he needs to see her. So Nate is big pissed and tells Juliet, leave me alone. Juliet's like, look, Ben is my brother, and he's in trouble. So she invites Nate to her apartment, but then when they get there, Juliet pays the doorman for a key to somebody else's apartment so that she can pretend that she lives in this, you know, like swanky, nice apartment. And then Nate, once he's seen it, will just stop asking questions. We're back to Dan is scum. We're back to that. So they go to this party and this gala, and when Serena shows up, he's like, that dress is not fair, like proper like drooling over her. Meanwhile, poor Vanessa is living with this man. Living with him, in love with him, thinks that they're like together and is convinced he's not over Serena, but he keeps telling her, full on gaslighting her, telling her that he is. And then he's all like, oh, that dress is not fair, being her date to this charity gala. Trash. Pulling this shit behind her back. Do not appreciate it, Humphrey. So then Vanessa shows up and she's pissed that Dan is there with Serena. Obviously. She like apologizes for not being as fun as Serena is, but that she's trying to help him deal with her feelings. Like, bless her, she's genuinely trying. And, like, she does not deserve this shit. Like, I know she's a bit annoying sometimes, but, like, this is just mean. She says, look, you're the only one for me, but I'm not sure that I'm the only one for you. Which is really sad. So then Dan goes over to Serena and he asks her to choose. And she says she's still deciding. And he's like, some people don't have to choose. Like, fuck off. Like, actually do one. You bloody hypocrite. Because he's like annoyed that Serena can't choose between him and Nate, but he can't choose between Serena and Vanessa. Or even if he has, he's chosen Serena, but is just like settling with Vanessa. The whole thing is just ridiculous from Dan's point of view. So then back at the loft, Vanessa packs like her stuff. Dan asks her not to go. He's like, losing Milo broke my heart. And she's like, I know, it broke mine too. And then he tells her that he loves her. Do you really, babes? I don't think you do. Because in that moment, had Serena said, I choose you, he would be with Serena right now. Easy street. Absolute easy street. Like, if I was Vanessa, I would be like, miss me with that shit. I'd take my bag and I'd be on my merry way. Lily shows up to the gala with Chuck's like belongings from the Paris police. Blair then manages to get the envelope from his driver, and she uses his passport to make it look like Eva already knew who Chuck was when she saved him from dying. So Chuck's like, pack your bags, get out. Obviously you're just here for the money. But it is all lies. And then when Lily says that she had the things sent to his apartment, like they were from the police, Chuck realizes that Blair set this whole thing up and begs Eva to stay because everyone leaves him, but she still refuses and she leaves. Chuck then asks Blair, why would you do this? Like, why would you get Eva to leave me? And he's like, is it because you're still in love with me? And she says no, which it obviously is. And then he comes to the conclusion on his own that it was just to hurt him for no reason, when really it wasn't. It was out of like love. I mean, it was spiteful, but it was obviously because she still loves him and didn't want him to be with Eva. But because she won't just admit that, he now thinks she wants war. So he declares war on her.
This means war, Blair.
Chuck.
Me versus you. No limits.
And she cries on Serena's lap, like in bed, which, babes, love you, but you brought this shit on yourself. You really did. I have a new guy in Serena's life and I don't have a picture for him. So I guess that tells you he's not sticking around for too long. This guy keeps stealing Serena's cabs, like outside of Blair's place. She's trying to get to uni on time. So it makes her late for class and gets her in trouble. And then he hits on her and she rejects him. And he admits that he leaves the same time every morning, hoping to like steal her cab from her so that he can see her. Whatever. Serena tries to apologize to her professor for being late for that lesson for that day. And the professor's like, no, I don't want to see you. I don't accept your apology. So then Chuck enrolls at Columbia, basically to spite Blair. He gets the last place in this class that she wants to join. He becomes this like professor that she really likes. He becomes her assistant so that Blair can't become her assistant. All like this kind of stuff. Things that she wants. And he's like, I'm not going to stop until you have nothing. So we're going to talk about this Columbia party, right? Because there's all sorts of shit happening with everyone at this one party. So we're just going to go over it right now. Nate invites Dan and Vanessa to this party. And he's going with Juliet. Nate's bromance with Dan is blooming once again. Honestly, I love these two.
Yeah, I missed you too. No hugs. You're not getting a hug.
Not one.
Not one.
Juliet and Ben, their plan is to separate everyone from Serena. Like, that's their whole shtick, right? They want to get all their friends to abandon her so that she's just left on her own. Ben suggests using Nate as the scapegoat. He's like, right, you know, when all this shit goes down, we'll just blame all of it on Nate because he's the jealous ex. And Juliet's like, yeah, I'm only dating him to, like, get closer to this whole situation and stuff, you know. But you're like, is she or does she actually like him? You know, there's a bit of that going on. Gossip Girl posts a blast that Serena has an STD, right? Absolutely brutal. And then Juliet, she like fakes worrying that Nate is a carrier. She's like, oh, like what if she like got it from, like gave it to you and all this stuff. It's obviously not true. Like, she sent the blast in, right? She wants Nate to go to the clinic because if he goes to the clinic and someone sees him there and puts it on Gossip Girl, it's going to confirm that the blast is true about Serena having an STD. So then Vanessa's obviously like, and Dan's like, no. He's like, I haven't slept with anybody since he and Vanessa got together. And when they first got together, they both got tested. But she's still suspicious. She's a bit suspicious, right? Juliet goes to Columbia and she pretends to play nice with Serena. And she's like, oh, that's so awful about the blast. Like, no, defo wasn't me. She's like, you know, Nate just freaked out when he saw it. Like, he was so stressed, which is not true. Nate did not give a shit. Nate was just like, this isn't true. There's no way this is true. So she's like perpetuating this whole thing, like stirring the pot big time. Nate is like, Dan, will you be my wingman? Come with me to the clinic. When Serena sees them there, she goes up to Nate and she begs him. She's like, oh my God, please do not get this test done. She's like, please don't go into the clinic. Just wait a few days, like until, you know, this whole blast thing is over, because as soon as you walk in there, everyone's going to think that I actually do have an STD. Just like Juliet planned, obviously, as we know. And he says to Dan, will you go and check me into the clinic, please? So Dan goes in. And then Gossip Girl posts Dan going into the clinic, right? So then Vanessa sees this and she's like, oh my fucking God, like he, you know, lied to me. He did sleep with Serena and that's why he's going to get tested. But he wasn't going to get tested, Nate was going to get tested, and it's just a whole shit show, right? So then Vanessa confides in Juliet. She's like, I don't know what to do. And Juliet somehow, which I don't really know the logic behind this, like why she thought this was a good idea, but Juliet convinces Vanessa to take Serena's phone and see if they're still hooking up. Which, come on, Vanessa. Does that not, when you hear that shit out loud, like, does that not sound like a ploy? Apparently, she thinks it is a good idea. So she takes the phone, and she sees on it an email from Dan to Serena, basically confirming that they didn't do anything that night and that he genuinely wants to win Vanessa back. So she sees that and she's gassed. So she's all over Dan when he gets back, right? And he is confused and he's like, what the fuck is happening? And she doesn't say anything. She's just like, oh, you know, I'm sorry I overreacted this morning or whatever. So she's bare happy. Juliet then takes Serena's phone, right? But you can tell she's starting to feel bad about Nate. Like, she's starting to like him, you can see. At this party thing, Serena tries to apologise to the professor, who she keeps, like, being late for class. The professor's like, oh, you sent an email to me offering me sex in exchange for good grades. And she obviously denies it. She's like, what the fuck? She's like, no, I didn't do that. So Vanessa, she starts feeling bad about taking the phone, and she goes up to Juliet and is like, you need to tell her the truth about this phone. I know you got it, so you need to tell her the truth. And Juliet's like, no, please don't tell her, please don't tell her. And while she's distracted, right, while Vanessa's distracted, Juliet puts Serena's phone in Vanessa's bag. And then Juliet tells Serena to call the phone. So when Serena calls the phone, she finds it in Vanessa's bag. And everybody is like, Vanessa, what the fuck? So they all believe that she sent the fake email, she sent the STD blast. Dan, Serena, all of them big pissed at Vanessa. Bless her. Because what she did was, like, bad. Like, taking the phone was bad. But, like, to be blamed for this whole shit show, like, that is uncalled for. Vanessa's like, no, it was Juliet. So then Nate backs up Juliet and is like, look, Juliet told me this was your plan all along. So Juliet's been sowing this seed for a long old time. Because of that, Serena and Juliet make up and she's basically like, oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was you. But it was her. Oh my God. So Vanessa then leaves the loft to stay with her parents. And Dan says that he believes that she didn't send the emails, but he's still mad at her for not believing him in the first place, like, and taking Serena's phone, even if she wasn't the one that sent the emails. She still took the phone to look at it because she didn't believe him, which, quite frankly, I think is utter bullshit, right? It's quite rich, considering the fact that he was going behind her back with Serena 5 minutes ago with this dress just isn't fair. So then Juliet goes to visit Ben, and she says that Vanessa was the better sacrifice. And even though Serena didn't end up getting expelled, they're friends now, her and Juliet. So she can get something better on her, some better dirt, something that's going to be even, you know, better than that. Ben's like, it better not be because you're falling for Nate that you didn't make him the scapegoat. I don't know if it's coming up in my notes or not, or if it's just, or if I just didn't write about it, but Ben is Juliet's brother, okay? And I don't know when that gets revealed or if I just didn't write down the moment it gets revealed because it's, like, not really relevant. They kind of lead you to believe that it's, like, a romance thing with that whole, like, oh, but you're hot, like, weird comment that she made. But they're actually brother and sister, or it might be half brother and sister. I can't remember because they have different last names. That's why she goes to visit him, not because it's, like, a romantic thing. So they need a yellow line. So then Serena sees this cab guy that we mentioned earlier at the bar, and they talk, and then she sleeps over in his room, but she assures Blair, she's like, we didn't sleep together, nothing happened, and his name is Colin, but she left early because she didn't want to be, like, just one of his, like, girls. When he comes out every morning in the cab, there's always, like, a girl with him, or, like, someone that he's been sleeping with, and Serena's like, I don't want to be that girl, so she left early. They didn't sleep together, but they did have, like, a little bonding moment. When she gets to class, what in the Aria and Ezra is this, Colin is her new professor for her course. So she's like, you know, we can't be together, like, it's wrong, we shouldn't be together. But he asks her to be his date to a New York Observer party, saying that, you know, he's more than willing to commit to her if she drops his class, so then he wouldn't be her teacher anymore. She's literally doing this class as part of her school. You are the person in power here. Like, you should just be able to be like, no, we won't be together for her education, but no, you're asking her to drop the class so that you guys can bang. Like, really? The ick. The ick. Lily sees Serena reading Colin's book and she gets really excited thinking that she really cares about school now and it's really sweet, but she doesn't. She just wants to bang him. So Nate and Dan say that they think Vanessa leaving is like probably for the best. Dan is just convinced, you know, she's always going to think I'm in love with Serena. She's never going to be able to trust me, so we're better off apart. Nate goes to the prison to visit the captain. He's still in prison, BT Dubs. We haven't spoken about him for a while. And who does he see there? Juliet. So Ben, it turns out Ben and the captain are in the same prison. She basically explains it away saying, oh, she's a volunteer, you know, that for like their literary program. And Nate's like, oh, my like dad is here, lol. And she's like, oh, no way. He's like, oh, I'll come and meet you after your like class here. And she's like, oh, no, it's been cancelled. So even Nate is now like, he's starting to get a bit suspect. He's a bit like, this is a little bit weird. So then Juliet goes back in to the prison and tells Ben, oh my God, the captain is here as well. And so Ben then gets an inmate to introduce him to the captain. Nate's a bit suspect. So he calls the prison and is like, oh, is there a guy called, I think he calls him like Ben Sharp or something, because obviously her name is Juliet Sharp, but his name is Ben Donovan. I think that's what happens, and because of that they say no. He starts to feel guilty and he admits to Juliet exactly what he did and apologises for being paranoid. He gets a call saying that his dad was attacked in the prison, right, that he was jumped, and Juliet then hears from Ben and Ben's like, oh, did you get my message? Basically saying, I had Nate's dad attacked because I think you're getting too close to him. Nate goes to check on his dad and stuff, and the captain says that he wishes Anne, who's Nate's mum, could see how well he's doing now. So guess who's back?
Welcome home, Jenny Humphrey. We've missed you.
My queen, Jenny Humphrey. She wasn't gone for long, but she's not really sticking around. Blair is fuming, naturally. She's fuming and she's like, I sent you away. She's like, what are you doing like back here, right? But she's like, I'm not here to cause trouble, I promise. I'm literally in New York for one day and it's to have an interview with Tim Gunn and then hopefully he'll be able to help me get into Parsons, which is like a big fashion school in America, I think. So we find out that Chuck set up this meeting with Tim Gunn for Jenny because he knew that it would piss Blair off, right? Because he's still on his little rampage. So Blair's like, fine, I'll allow one pardon just for today. You go to the interview and you leave. You do not go anywhere else. Jenny tells Eric and Dan about the ban that Blair has like placed on her. And then Chuck shows up and Dan's like, you need to leave. I don't want you around Jenny. So then he picks up these like stack of blueprints and he takes Jenny's design book with him. And he's like to Dan, you know, tell Jenny that I am truly sorry for like everything that happened. Blair's minions, they spot Jenny going into the Empire, right? But she's just going to pick up the folder that Chuck took from her because she needs it for her interview. And Chuck plays it as like, oh, it's just like an innocent mistake. Like, but it's not. It is not. Like, this is all going according to plan for him. And do you know what? I get why he's mad at Blair. What she did was really shitty and the whole thing with like Eva. But to use Jenny as a pawn in it, I just think is so fucking mean. You fully like slept with her and like low-key kind of ruined her life and her reputation. And now you want to invite her back just as a pawn in your war against Blair. Really? Real shitty. Here we go again. People, like I've said before, people do a lot of shitty stuff to each other in this show, but this one is in the top 5. I think I've said that a couple times now, so that top 5 video, maybe I'll make a whole top 5 video, but this one is just brutal. Not in a way that obviously like makes you uncomfortable and stuff, like the hotel and Jenny getting roofied, but this one is just so spiteful and so mean for absolutely no fucking reason, and it's just awful. And every time that I know it's coming up, I'm like, Jenny goes in for an interview with Tim Gunn and her models come out and they walk on the stage, and when they turn around, it says whore. They spell out like WHORE. I don't know why I just spelled whore for you. I'm sure you know how to spell it. Along the dresses. I mean, what the fuck? Like, that is so cruel. That is so, so cruel. Jenny's just trying to move on with her life. She just wants to get into this fashion school. She just wants to do well, bless her. And this is like a theme since season 1. All Jenny has ever truly wanted, I mean, aside from she obviously did want to be in the Upper East Side, she did want to date Nate, but truly, above all of that, the only thing she ever really wanted was to be a fashion designer and for her fashion to be taken seriously. So for this opportunity to be sabotaged by Blair, who not only shunned her and was fucking rude to her, but like these people have so much more privilege than she does. Because at the end of the day, yeah, okay, her stepmom now has money because it's Lily, but her name doesn't carry that much weight. Like her name, she's not a Bass, she's not a Waldorf, she's not a Vanderwoodson. Like when she goes in for these applications, it will be easier because she does have money, I guess. I don't know if Rufus is still on his don't give money to my kids thing. But she's not going to go in there and ace it or just be given it as easily as these guys. Obviously easier than other people, but not as easily as these guys. So for them to like sabotage the whole thing for her, it's just fucking shady. So Tim is big time offended and he's like, you need to leave right now. Jenny confronts Blair. She's in tears and she's like, why would you do this to me? And Blair is absolutely unfazed. She does not care. And she gives her a train ticket back to Hudson. So then Chuck, he sees what happened on Gossip Girl and he, you know, says to Dan, I want to make this up to Jenny. She was basically just like collateral damage, which is just like so fucked. But anyway, he's like, I want to make it up to Jenny. And he tells the Humphreys, he's like, right, there's a party tonight, the New York Observer party, which if we cast our mind all the way back is the party that Colin invited Serena to, right? So that's where we're going. And Tim Gunn is being honoured at this party. So he's like, right, we'll go and I'll speak to Tim and I will get him I'll get Jenny a second meeting with him, right? So then at this party, Lily recognises Colin from Serena's book. He's like excited about Serena's future, so that she's taking school, you know, seriously. But then she sees Serena kiss Colin and she's so disappointed. I really thought you were trying here, but you are not, evidently. Jenny manages to get a second meeting to see the designs with Tim after she explains everything. And Tim's like, oh yeah, like I'm so glad that Chuck wanted us like to meet. So this is obviously when she realizes, oh, this whole thing was like a setup. Blair's minions tell Blair that Jenny is at this party. So Blair goes to confront her. And the minions are honestly low-key confused. You've had us follow Jenny all day. For why? Because obviously no one knows. Well, I don't know if this was obvious, but nobody knows about Jenny and Chuck. It was not on Gossip Girl. No one knows why Jenny was banished. And that's when Jenny realises, oh shit, like Blair didn't tell anybody because she's embarrassed. I think Jenny just kind of assumed that everyone hated her. Like when she left to go to Hudson, she kind of just forgot about it and was like, oh yeah, well obviously Blair would have been rude about me to everyone. But no, because Blair is obviously embarrassed, she hasn't told anybody. Blair then bumps into Chuck and realises that he orchestrated the entire thing just to rile her up. And is mad that he's putting both of their reputations at risk here, right? By bringing Jenny back. She's like, if anyone finds out, I'll be socially shunned and you'll look like a real bad guy. And Chuck's like, it's fine. He's like, don't worry about it. Jenny's never going to say anything because Jenny still cares about what people think about her and would never tell anyone what happened. Literally seconds later, a blast from Gossip Girl goes out revealing that Jenny lost her virginity to Chuck, and everybody sees it. So then Dan, on his fucking moral high horse, right, he goes up to Jenny and he's like, maybe Blair banishing you was the right decision because look, you've only been here a day and look what you've done. The Jenny shaming, again. Quite frankly, I think her putting into Gossip Girl about what happened to her is nowhere near as bad as what fucking Blair did sabotaging her interview. So when Serena tries to explain the whole situation with Colin to Lily, Lily's very nonchalant. I don't know why I'm so like on your ass about it when obviously you'll just like marry a rich man, you don't care about your education, so it's fine. Serena is big offended by this, so she just walks away. So then Rufus confronts Lily about it and he's like, why did you do that? And she's like, I was reading Colin's book and learning about reverse psychology. So if I act like I don't care and I'm not going to push Serena anymore, she's then going to think like, oh shit, she'll make the decision on her own to leave Colin and focus on her education. So then Colin wins an award for most eligible bachelor and he directs his acceptance speech basically towards Serena. And then Serena's like to Lily, look, can we just go? Like, I don't want to do this anymore. Outside, Chuck and Blair are bickering and Jenny comes over and you know, she's like, look, I'm leaving. And Blair's like, you're only leaving because you want to save face and you know you can't beat me. And Jenny's like, if I really wanted to take you down, I would have to just stoop to your level and do awful things like you do. And I don't want to be that person anymore. I would just want to be a nice person. I just want to do my fashion and just like live my life. Good for Jenny. Doesn't hold up for long, but good for Jenny. She basically like gives them this little lecture about how they used to be in love and they were this huge power couple and that together, like, they were invincible. But now that they've declared war on each other, it's only a matter of time before their mutual destruction, right? So then Dan overhears this whole thing and he's really proud of Jenny and her growth. They have like a sweet goodbye moment.
I'm really proud of you, Jen.
Thanks for being a good brother.
For me, I feel like, I mean, I'm just going to tell you now, Jenny does come back one more time after this, but I feel like this would have been the perfect place to leave her character, because obviously at the end of season 3 when she leaves, it's really sad leaving, and she gets her goodbye moment, like, obviously at the train station, but things just feel very unresolved. Whereas, like, now, you know that everyone knows what Chuck did, and, you know, Blair and Chuck didn't really get away with, like, messing with her, and she's got her Tim Gunn interview, and, you know, I think with Parsons, you kind of know what she's doing now, and then her and Dan have, like, this nice moment together as well. So for me, like, this would have been a good way to leave it. But alas, that's not what happens. Colin tells Serena, he's like, look, I'm willing to wait if you are. You focus on your school, and then once you're not in my class anymore, we can be together. And she's like, you know what? Cool. Chuck goes to Blair's apartment, basically, to propose a truce, and they both agree that what happened that night, you know, with the whole Empire State Building and Jenny and everything, was just fate. And it was no one's fault. And it just is what it is. Back to Nate and Juliet, the world's most dull couple. It turns out, obviously, that Ben was the one who had the captain attacked. So then, in order to keep Nate safe, she breaks up with him to, like, prove to Ben that obviously she doesn't like him, but she obviously does, but she just wants to protect him. She doesn't say why she's breaking up with him, because obviously she doesn't want to explain this whole Ben situation. But because she doesn't say anything, obviously Nate's, like, making up his own reasons. So he thinks, because earlier that day, or the day before, she found out about his dad being in prison, Juliet now thinks she's too good for Nate. I mean, she could deny it, but there's not really any point, because she can't say the real reason, so she just cries and then, like, hangs up the phone. When she hangs up, it's revealed to us that Juliet is waiting for Colin. I wish I'd put a picture up of him now. Colin, she's waiting in his apartment, he gives her a check, and she says that he wasn't kidding when he said it would be a challenge, and they toast to patience. On a lighter note, let's move on to something more fun. It's Blair's 20th birthday party. Eleanor accidentally plans her birthday night the same night as Lily and Rufus's anniversary. Rufus says that he doesn't want to have a big family thing anyway because Jenny can't come back for it, so it's cool. Blair, just have your party. Vanessa is back also, and Dan's like, it's just really awkward because she couldn't get back into NYU college housing, so she's living at the loft again. So it's all a bit awkward, really. Nate and Serena force Chuck and Blair, Non-Judgmental Breakfast Club reunited, to come to brunch with them and sign a peace treaty. And if they break the treaty, they can't be friends with them anymore. They basically divide everything up. Places like restaurants. I want this restaurant. You can sit in that restaurant. Fashion week. Who can go where and how close they can be to one another. So then they sign this peace treaty and they go their separate ways, even though it's so obvious that they miss each other. Eric is mad that Chuck and Blair are just like fine and whatever after they banish Jenny. He just thinks it's not fair. Eric recruits Dan to scheme with him to basically get revenge. And they think the easiest way to get this revenge is to break the peace treaty that Blair and Chuck have just signed. Their plan is to send a fake tip to Gossip Girl saying that Jack and Blair hooked up, then Chuck will be angry, Dan will coincidentally run into him and tell him to bring Jenny back as revenge, right? Even though my guy literally just did this. He literally just brought Jenny back. You think he's gonna do that shit again, but whatever. These two think it's a great plan. Gossip Girl posts the blast. Dan goes to Chuck's to tell him to bring Jenny back, but then Blair emerges, like she's in the apartment, and she comes out, and they say that they both knew that it was fake, that Jack was in Chile, not France, and it was probably sent in by Jenny herself. So the whole thing totally backfires. And then Jenny looks bad again. Honestly. So apparently everybody and their mother is being invited to Blair's 20th birthday party, including Chuck, Dan, Colin, the Dean of Columbia, Serena, and Juliet. Which, why? Who knows? Dan then goes to see Nate, and Nate is guarding the treaty. He says it's confidential, but when he leaves for class, Dan just reads it. Like, come on, Nate. You couldn't have protected it a little bit better than that. Serena is updating Nate on this whole Colin situation, and she's basically like, yeah, I invited Juliet as like a buffer so we don't get too close. And Nate's like, look, I'm going to this party anyway, obviously, and I don't want to see Juliet. So I will be your buffer between you and Colin if you uninvite Juliet. And she's like, cool. So she uninvites Juliet. Dan explains his new plan, which we don't know what it is, to Eric. And even Eric is a bit like, I'm not sure about this. And he backs out. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. But Dan stands firm. He's like, I'm going to do this. Even though Dan literally just lectured Jenny in the previous episode about shit like this, about being petty, about stooping to their level. What's the man doing? Stooping to their level. Anyway, Colin manages to get Juliet into this party anyway, so everyone ends up being there anyway. So Blair is impressing the dean. Nate's just being a cutie as always.
Look over there by my lip professor. Look at his pants. Look at him. I bet you $10 to hold up with a rubber band worse than every single day.
And Dan is pissed that Nate came with Serena because basically they made some like pact like to stay away from her. Dan, because he knows he's doing bad. The man knows. He knows he's about to fuck up. He wants Lily and Rufus to leave. He's like, I don't want you to see this shit. He's like, I don't want you to know that I'm doing this. So he's like, please leave. And they're like, why? Like, we're having so much fun.
Yeah, let's go check out those cookies in the shape of Blair's shoes.
When Eric asks him, is it too late to just cancel whatever you've got planned? Dan's like, sorry, I've already put it into motion. After seeing Colin and Juliet together, Nate asks Colin if he's the Ben guy that Juliet left him for, but he says no. So obviously he saw the whole text from Ben, so he thinks, right, Juliet's left me for this Ben guy, not knowing obviously Ben's her brother and he's in fucking prison. Then it starts kicking off because Nate and Blair see Juliet arguing with Colin, right? And Colin is big pissed that Juliet is seeing Ben. Juliet confesses that Colin is her cousin. So she's related to him as well. I kind of wish I put a picture up of him, but whatever. So Colin's their cousin. So then at this point, this is when Juliet realises, oh shit, Serena is interested in Colin. No fucking way. So she goes to Ben and she's like, this is perfect. She's like, now that Serena's interested in Colin, we know Colin, and so we can expose her, right, for being with a teacher, and we can get her expelled. Juliet hides a camera in Colin's apartment and manages to get a recording of the two of them kissing, but nothing more because Serena insists to Colin that she still wants to wait. Also, Colin, for some reason, paid for Juliet's tuition and her rent. But I don't know if they ever explain why he does that. The whole thing's a little bit confusing, a little bit convoluted. If you're following along even a little bit, I'm impressed. Back to Blair's 20th birthday party. Dorota gives this really cute birthday speech. She says that she deserves 20 tiaras because she's 20. Then in front of everyone, this video starts playing of Blair drunk. And Chuck's trying to pull her off stage and she's drunk and she doesn't want to get off stage. Blair immediately thinks that Chuck has done this. She's like, why would you do this to me? All this shit. And she confronts him. And obviously he denies it because he didn't. And he's like, what are you talking about? Chuck is like, well, I want to know how you knew that Jack was in Chile and not in France. Why did you know where he was? She admits that when Chuck went missing, she hired a PI to look for him, over the summer. But the PI ended up finding Jack instead of Chuck, which is she did care. She was looking for him anyway. So then Dan steps up. Man's like, I did it. And he confesses that he did it. And he's not sorry that he did it because he did it for Jenny. And Rufus and Nate are two supposed moral compasses here. They're very disappointed. They're big disappointed in Dan. He goes back to the loft and he feels real bad. He confides in Vanessa about what he did, and Vanessa's like, look, I don't judge. We'll always be friends, right? Of course you don't judge, because you do shady shit like this all the time.
Don't think for a second that I've forgotten about that letter from season 2, because I have not. The letter stealing, I will never forget, ever.
Eleanor basically manages to get the only copy of the tape that there is. Oh, my just fell over. And it's fine, you know, she's got the tape, no one's ever going to see it again. And Blair kind of like confides in Eleanor, and she's like, when I'm around Chuck, I'm not the powerful woman that I want to be. He makes me like feel vulnerable. She's basically saying that Chuck makes her feel vulnerable and brings out that more emotional side of her, which makes her not feel like the powerful woman that she feels like she wants to be. Eleanor is like, look, when Harold left me, she's like, I became real cold. But when I met Cyrus, cutie, we love Cyrus, that he, you know, opened her heart again. And she's like, you have to allow yourself to be weak in order to go stronger. And basically just that, like, you know, emotions aren't a bad thing. They don't mean that you're not strong and powerful. You can be both. So, oh, bitch. Once the party is over, Chuck like stays behind to speak to Blair. They decide that the treaty is over. They're like, you know, I hate you more, like all this stuff. And then they end up having sex on Blair's piano. It is steamy, it is good. Good shit. That is one thing you can say about these two. The chemistry with these two is off the bloody charts. So then the next day, Serena comes into Blair's room and is sitting on the bed, and she's like venting about Colin and all this stuff. And Blair's like, can you please just go? Like, can you please just go? Once she like leaves, she's like, why are you grumpy? And leaves. Chuck comes up from under the covers. My God.
This has got to end.
I thought it just did.
That was the last time.
Basically, these two are like hooking up in secret, right? Not relationship thing, purely just for like sex. Blair's hiding it from Serena, Chuck is hiding it from Nate. So Dan has bought Colin's book for some reason. Not really sure why. Maybe he's like jealous or something? I don't really know. But anyway, he's bought his book. Vanessa is upset that no one will talk to her. Like, everyone's still pissed about her. Like, even Nate. And she insists that Juliet is like crazy. But Dan is like, babes, just drop it. Like, just let it go. And Dan's like, I want to find out how Serena feels about me so that I can sort things out in my own life, right? Is it done? Is it not done? Juliet comes back to Colin's to get her camera back, the one that she hid. And she insists, you know, Ben didn't do it. And we don't know what it is yet. But she's like, Ben didn't do it. And Colin says that he deserves to be in jail. And he is going to stop paying for all her tuition and her rent if Juliet goes to see Ben again. Then Nate goes to the building that Juliet took him to when she was lying and was like, I live here. Because he went back to give her some of her stuff. But then he finds out from the doorman that obviously nobody lives there called Juliet Sharp. Nate goes to Vanessa and is like, I believe you. I just, you know, I realised that Juliet's not who she says she is, so I'm sorry that I didn't believe you before. But then, the way that this man flip-flops, I tell you, then he speaks to Juliet and she's like, look, I was just embarrassed because I was poor, and that's why I lied, and that's why she broke up with him, because she was too scared to say that she was poor. Right? He gives her a second chance and is like, you can be my date to the ballet. Meanwhile, Vanessa is snooping. So she goes to Juliet's apartment as part of like her plan with Nate, right? But then she gets a text from Nate saying, oh, call off the plan, like Juliet explained everything. But she's like, I don't buy this shit. So she stays, and then she finds a picture of Serena and Colin on Juliet's laptop, the one of them kissing, right? And she's like, why does she have this? Sends a picture to herself, right? So then Juliet tells Colin she's done with Ben because she wants to be with Nate. And obviously, Ben does not like this whole Nate thing. So she's like, right, I'm going to cut Ben off. I'm not going to see him again. I'm going to date Nate. You don't have to cut off my tuition and my rent, and we're all going to be fine. As she's like walking back in from like having this phone conversation, she sees Vanessa in her apartment. And she's like, bitch, the fuck are you doing here? Juliet's like, look, here's the deal, right? I'm done with Serena now. I don't care. I'm letting it go. I want to be with Nate. I don't have a vendetta against her anymore. And Vanessa is like, well, I'm not done with Serena. I mean, really? What did Serena really do to you? She wasn't the one in the relationship. Dan was. And Dan was the one that screwed you over, not Serena. Sorry the fact that Dan's still in love with her just because she's an absolute freaking cutie. That's not her fault. I get at the same time she really shouldn't have like played into it and all that stuff. But this is not girls supporting girls right now. Dan Humphrey's the enemy. Quite frankly, he is a lot of the time. So her going after Serena just seems a bit harsh to me, personally. So Vanessa wants to take the picture of Serena and Colin and expose her with it. And Juliet's like, no, you're not going to do that. So she deletes the picture off of her laptop and is like, just get out, Vanessa. But Vanessa already made a copy of the picture. So she has the picture. Colin and Serena are in a cab and he asks her to go away with him for the weekend. And then when she gets out of the cab, she sees Chuck like fixing his shirt and Blair fixing her hair. And she's like, you too. She's like, you too. Right under my nose. Right under my nose. So then Serena lectures Blair about seeing Chuck, but she insists, you know, they're just enemies with benefits. Blair also disagrees and disapproves of this trip that Serena's going on with Colin.
Do you forget what happens to you on vacations? There's a reason why you never get a tan line.
And she's like, I just think this is a terrible idea. If you go away with him, it's obviously going to get frisky and stuff's going to go down. Dan goes to Serena and he says, you know, that he's disappointed in her. And he says to her, like, any guy would quit the job that he is doing to be with her, that Colin's basically not good enough, and that Dan would have done absolutely anything to be with her. So anyway, fast forward, she's talking to Colin about this trip, and Colin's like, right, we'll get on separate planes. Like, it's a whole sneaky situation, you know, and she breaks up with him and is like, look, I don't want to do this shit. And she tells Blair about this and also invites Dan to be her date to the ballet instead of Colin.
You are Serena Vanderwoodson. You deserve a guy who would move mountains to be with you.
Chuck's approach to this whole enemies with benefits thing is he's like, right, in the next 24 hours, we need to have as much sex as we can to like get it out of our systems, right? He's wearing her bathrobe. It's all very hilarious. But Blair is like, no. What we actually need to do is stay away from each other for 24 hours.
Step any closer and I'll scream.
You better believe you will.
And she tells Chuck, Colin, God knows why, Colin is going to be my date to the ballet. So that you can't be my date and we're not going to hook up because I'm going to be on a date with someone else. So then Colin at the ballet tells Blair that he's quit his teaching job so that he can be with Serena. And she's impressed. And she's like, do you know what? She's like, right, I actually will take you as my date. Because, like, her taking him as his date was just a lie so that, like, Chuck would, like, leave her alone. But she's like, do you know what? You've impressed me. Actually, I will take you and then you can speak to Serena at the ballet. At the ballet, Nate asks Dan, like, are you sure that Serena's not just using you to make Colin jealous? But he's like, oh, they broke up. So then Colin tells Serena that he quit his job to be with her and they kiss. So then Dan, like, all right, Humpty Dumpty now. So then Dan is pissed. Dan is big pissed. And he's basically like, okay, how far down was I on your list? How many people did you call before you asked me to be your date? Vanessa shows up and she tells Nate about this picture of Colin and Serena. And he's like, do not expose her. Like, do not do this. And Vanessa's like, I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do. Juliet, again, also tries to stop her. Vanessa tells Juliet, look, Nate set you up. We would tag team in this. Before he dropped out. Vanessa's like, look, I've been losing to Serena for years and I'm sick of it. If it's ever between one of us and Serena Vanderwoodson, they will always choose Serena Vanderwoodson. Basically being like, look, you might like Nate as much as you want, but if it comes down to it, he would choose Serena over you in a heartbeat. They all do. The power this lady holds, I tell you. Juliet's pissed and she goes to the dean with the like drive with the pictures on it. But Blair takes the drive and puts them into her champagne and she's like, oh, it was me on the pictures. It wasn't Serena, it was me in the pictures. Because the dean can't confirm if it was Serena or if it was Blair or even if these pictures were even real, she's like, there's nothing I can do, so I'm not going to expel anybody. Everyone's going to be fine. Colin then cuts Juliet off. Like, no more money for her after he finds out what she was doing. Nate is like, I'll never believe you ever again. And then there's this iconic scene of the non-judgmental Breakfast Club confronting her, and they all look so fine. They're all like dressed up. Everyone looks great.
There will be consequences.
And we're really good at payback.
Serena tells Colin, when I met you, I was running away from someone and I'm sorry I ran right into you. So Serena breaks up with Colin. He quits his job to be with her to prove that he's serious about her. And then she breaks up with him. Like, ugh. Fucking brutal. Love it. No, I was running away from who I really wanted to be with and that whole situation, and I ran right into you and it just wasn't the right time. Serena calls Dan and asks him to come over to her place. And she's like, you know, I'll wait outside for you.
Would it be cheesier for me to stay for however long it takes?
It's actually a really cute moment. And Nate also calls her while she's waiting, but she ignores it. So it's obviously like Dan is the one that she wants to be with. So then both Nate and Dan show up. Nate tells her that he misses her and asks her for a second chance. This love triangle is honestly dull. A little bit. Sometimes it's like, it's real good and it's real juicy. But a lot of times it's just a bit, right, okay, you've done it now. She's chose Dan like twice now. I think they've made it pretty obvious that Dan was the one she wanted to choose. But then they just keep throwing Nate back in there, bless him. Keeps putting his hat in the ring. Chuck and Blair decide they want to be friends. And they kiss, and then he carries her bridal style up the stairs. Juliet now recruits both Jenny and Vanessa into her little group of cronies. Jenny's back. She's teaming up with Vanessa and Juliet. Just an absolute shit show, really. We find out that Serena didn't choose Dan or Nate. Even though Dan was the one that she literally said, I'll wait for as long as it takes for you to, like, come here. No, she didn't choose, and she ran away. Vanessa, as part of their little scheme, is trying to mend the bromance between Nate and Dan, because if they get really close again, then maybe neither of them will want Serena.
It's not like I've been writing Mrs. Nate Humphrey in my notebook.
They make up and they decide, look, whoever Serena picks, we're not going to let it come between us. A newspaper then prints a story about Serena and Colin, and then when the dean tries to expel Serena, Lee threatens the dean, so I think Serena's fine. She's all good. Obviously, Chuck and Blair have been hooking up. Blair says she wants to win over Anne Archibald to become the new face of this brand called Girls Inc., but she couldn't get this reservation at some Lion restaurant. And he's like, oh, I had a business meeting there today. You can take my reservation. But then it turns out he never had a reservation, but he is going to get one for her. So he obviously still loves her. Anne tells Blair that she actually does want Blair to be the face of Girls Inc., right? But her relationship with Chuck doesn't look good for her and her reputation. Meanwhile, Casey, the publicity lady, think back and remember her, she tells Chuck that same thing, that his relationship with Blair is hurting his reputation, so they mutually decide to not go to dinner together. Jenny goes to Lily and is like, look, there's a girl called Juliet and she's trying to take Serena down. But then it turns out that warning Lily about Juliet was all part of the plan. Jenny says, you know, she's only agreed to this whole scheme because they went after Vanessa, not really to get back at Serena or anything like that, just because they hurt Vanessa. Lily sets up a meeting with Juliet. Then Jenny swaps out the SIM in Serena's phone. The three musketeers over here will also receive those same texts so they can know everything that she's up to and all that stuff and send messages from her phone. So Dan and Nate decide they're both gonna take Serena on a date and they're both gonna ask her before Chuck's party, and whoever she says yes to is the winner. Which, why are you trying to win a whole person? Men? Anyway. Then when they text her to ask her, obviously the text goes to this lot and they both get a yes text back from Serena. So they both think they've won. So Chuck and Blair decide to make the party they're having that evening is now a masquerade and also like holding a sophisticated dinner for the board. So both of their problems are solved, right? They think they've solved their problems. And because it's a masked ball, you know, no one will know that they're together. Then, while they're having sex, Chuck accidentally says, I love you. And Blair tells Dorota about it, but she's like, I feel like it was just in the moment. Just during sex, like it wasn't, he didn't mean it, right? Chuck sends over to the apartment everything that Blair needs to impress the board with this dinner. And Dorota's like, you know, it's really romantic. And Blair takes off her like sophisticated dress and she's got this other dress on underneath, ready for Chuck's party. And she's like, you know what, Dorota? Keep the board busy. I have somewhere I need to be. So she goes to the party. So Juliet, right, she then goes to Lily and threatens Lily and is like, look, I know that Serena had an affair with another teacher while she was away at boarding school. So Lily's like, oh, shit. So then Juliet goes to Serena and says that Lily gave her a check for another secret, not for the Colin thing. Serena is pissed at Lily and is like, I can't believe you paid the blackmail. Like, you always assume the worst in me. Why would you think that whatever it is real? So the next stage of Jenny, Vanessa, and Juliet's plan is to turn Blair against Serena. So they send Anne Archibald a CV to be the new face of Girls Inc. From Serena. So she's applying for the position that Blair was. So then Nate and Dan tell Serena, look, you have until midnight to choose between her. That is it. We're sick of the games. Just make your decision by midnight. Jenny makes herself and Juliet exact replicas of Serena's dress as they get in using her name. When Serena arrives, they won't let her in because they're like, you're already in there. And she's like, what are you talking about? No, I'm not. I'm right here. Blair then talks to, it's literally just a throwback to season 1. So Blair talks to Jenny thinking that she's Serena, saying that she wants to know how Chuck really feels. And then when Jenny just walks away, Blair's annoyed, like, why did you not say anything? You know, all that stuff. Then Juliet goes and she kisses Nate and she kisses Dan. So they both think, right, Serena's kissed me, she's chosen me, perfect. Blair then goes to Chuck and confronts him and she's like, did you mean what you said?
If they were true, I would want to know.
I meant it, Blair. With all my heart.
He's like, yes, I meant it when I said that I loved you. And they both accept, you know, what they may be doing to their reputations by being together. They don't care. They're willing to give it up because they love each other. And then Jenny, just as Serena obviously, pulls down this curtain and reveals them kissing to the whole party. Blair goes like back to the board and she's like, shouldn't powerful women be in relationships too? Why could you have to have one without the other? Blair doesn't think it's fair that Chuck is a reflection of her. And then Anne's like, do you know what? I don't want you or Serena. Blair's like, Serena? And then Casey tells Chuck and Blair that the relationship is actually turning out to be really good press for Bass Industries. They want photo ops with Chuck Bass's girlfriend. And so Chuck's really excited about this, you know, telling her they can have everything that they've wanted and still be together. And Blair's like, actually, no, only you can have what you want. Chuck, you know, seemingly can just get everything that he wants all the time. You know, and even their relationship is working out better for him than it is for her. But even though they're both in this relationship, she is the one that is suffering the price for it. And so she ends things with him because she doesn't want to be, you know, just Chuck Bass's girlfriend. She wants to be Blair Waldorf and she needs to do that before they can be together. So he agrees and he's like, you know what? If we are truly meant to be, then it'll happen eventually.
I love you.
I love you too.
Two people are meant to be together. Eventually they'll find their way back.
Gossip Girl then posts a blast of Serena kissing Dan and Serena kissing Nate. But obviously we know that it's Juliet. So then they're both big pissed at her. And they're like, you know what? You can't have either of us. And she is so confused, bless her. She's like, what is going on here? And then Blair comes up to her and confronts her about pulling the curtain down and about applying for the same job position that she wanted. And again, she's like, I didn't do any of this, and Blair doesn't believe her. Juliet swaps their masks over. She puts drugs on the mask and basically knocks her out. This, I feel like I've said this almost too many times now that it's not going to make sense, but I think this is in the top 5 worst things. This bit is fucking awful. This is so cruel and just so unnecessary. So she drugs her. She uses her phone and texts, like, you know, the admissions board or the dean or whoever of Columbia to say that she will be leaving, that she doesn't want to attend the school anymore. And then she takes her to a hotel and she leaves her there. You know, Juliet's ignoring Vanessa's texts. Jenny's, you know, she's like, I have to go back to Hudson before Rufus or Blair see me. And at this point, this is when we realise that Vanessa and Jenny had no idea that Juliet was going to do this extra bit, right? They thought, we'll just mess with her a little bit, you know, break up her and Dan and her and Nate, and that'll be it. But Juliet's obviously taken it way too far. So Nate and Dan are playing video games and they decide that they're just going to pretend like Serena doesn't exist. Eric and Lily agree that, you know, alienating everyone and disappearing is Serena behavior, so there's nothing they can do about it, right? So not only has Juliet obviously like done this and taken her, but because they've destroyed all of her relationships around her, also no one is looking for her.
I also forgot to mention, this is just a little side note, but I thought it was so cute how they used Taylor Momsen's band, The Pretty Reckless. Taylor Momsen plays Jenny Humphrey, and at this point she was, you know, pursuing her music with her band, The Pretty Reckless, who are one of my favourite bands of all time. They are so, so good. If you don't listen to them, but you like, you know, rock music and that kind of thing, definitely check them out, because they're so incredibly good. I just saw them live and they're incredible. She's so incredibly talented. And actually, when this is a whole side right now, but when I saw them live, the dress that she was wearing actually reminded me of the dress that Blair wears in this episode, in the Saints and Sinners party. It's like this kind of red silk with like black lace, and that is literally what Taylor was wearing at the concert I just saw her at, so I thought that was kind of cute. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that I thought it was really nice, because this is the first time that they use one of her songs, but I don't think it's the last time. I think they definitely used one again. It might even be 3 times, but I just really liked that. I thought that was really cool. It's Make Me Wanna Die by The Pretty Reckless. You should listen to them if you don't already. By accident as well. This is so weird, but by accident not accident, but I've managed to see 3 Gossip Girl cast members in the flesh this year. I didn't plan for that to happen, but I saw obviously Taylor Momsen, Jenny Humphrey at the Pretty Reckless concert, which was incredible, by the way. I saw Blake Lively, Serena van der Woodsen herself, when I went to a Wrexham game at Wembley Stadium. She was there because obviously she's married to Ryan Reynolds and he owns part of Wrexham. So I got to see her. She is so beautiful in person, it's crazy. And then I also saw Ed Westwick, who plays Chuck, because I went to Comic-Con Wales to meet John Cena. Any chance I have to talk about that moment, I will, because it's the best moment of my life. I drove all the way to Wales with my boyfriend to meet John Cena, and Ed Westwick was there. He was just like at a table signing autographs or something. I didn't go over to him, but he was there. So I've seen like 3, I guess it depends on who you count. I would count the main guys as like the core 5, but if you also include Jenny and Vanessa, then I've seen like 3 out of the core 7 in the flesh this year, by like just randomly. And then also Dan Humphrey was in London at the same time I was, but I didn't see him or anything. He was filming You. And so is Chase Crawford. He was there, who plays Nate. He was there for like press tour for The Boys, I think. But yeah, I didn't see him either. But it's been quite the Gossip Girl filled year for me this year.
So it's Thanksgiving yet again. No one seems to care that they haven't heard from Serena. Nobody is fussed. Vanessa asks, you know, Dan if he's okay after what Serena did with obviously like kissing Nate, but she didn't. Dan's like, yeah, you know, it's like whatever, and invites Vanessa to Thanksgiving. So Vanessa's aghast. She's like, right, I'm like worming my way back in. Nate also discovers that his mum is filing for a divorce from his dad. Then Blair goes to the van der Woodsens to bring them a pumpkin pie, and she runs into Chuck there, and Chuck's like, oh, you know, do you want me to leave? Like, I can go. And she's like, no, you can stay. Lily's confused because she was like, oh, I thought Serena was with you, Blair. And Blair's like, oh no, I thought she was with you. And Chuck is also like, well, she's not at the Empire. So now everyone's a bit like, oh, okay. Where's Serena? Dan and Nate having this little heart-to-heart, and he tells Nate, you know, look, I know, even though it was hard at the time, I know now that obviously Rufus is happy with Lily. Allison is happy in Hudson. You know, sometimes parents just aren't meant to be together and they're happier apart. But Nate is like, I just wish that she would go and visit him so that she could see how much he's like improved. He begs her to go and visit him. And I think, like, in the end, she does go and visit him, and then they don't end up getting divorced. I think that's what's happened. I'm pretty sure that's what happens. I'm not entirely sure and I don't really care. Oh, but then Nate finds out that having Anne by his side will look good to the parole board and his parole is coming up. So it's all suspicious again. Does he really want to be with her? Does he just want it for the parole? Who knows? Who cares? Serena wakes up and she's surrounded by pills in this weird motel room. And so she calls 911 saying that she doesn't know where she is, but she needs help. So then Rufus calls Dan to tell him that Serena is in the hospital. They all meet there and they're all worried about her and no one's giving them any updates. So they don't know if she's okay. Rufus also calls Jenny to tell her about it. And it's like, you should really be here with everyone, with the whole family. Jenny texts Vanessa and it's like, we screwed up big time. Like, we isolated her from everybody and now she's gone and done this. So they think she's responsible. They haven't questioned that Juliet's actually behind it yet. Dan's like, look, drugs in a cheap motel does not sound like Serena. And Blair says, you know, it sounds like a lot like the Serena that we used to know, you know, the old Serena, the one she was before we meet her in season 1. Blair's just like, I don't know what I would do if anything happened to her.
I mean, no matter how angry we were at each other, she knows. I don't know what I would do if anything happened to her.
So the doctors tell Lily and Rufus that it was an overdose, so she should go to the Ostroff Center. And Lily's like, no, she's not a drug addict, like this can't be right. And the doctors are like, look, there's antidepressants in her system, so I don't know what to tell you. The doctors tell Lily, look, you can admit Serena without her permission. And Dan's like, this is wrong. He's like, you shouldn't do that. But Blair says, look, maybe we should, if Serena really needs help, this could be the best place for her. So then Lily's like debating whether to do it or not. And this news story comes up about Serena and they play the 911 call where she's like, I don't know where I am and I need help. The press are at the hospital and everything. And Lily's like, you know what? Yeah, she needs help. We need to do this. Send her to the Ostroff Center. Serena wakes up in the Ostroff Center and she's angry. She's big pissed that Lily would put her in there, you know, and admit her instead of calling the police and finding out who did this to her. She just assumed that she did it to herself. She asks Eric, she's like, how could you let her do this to me? And Eric's like, because I love you. Serena insists she didn't do it. And Eric thinks she's just like in denial. And he's like, look, it took me a really long time to come to terms with what I did and being in here. And she's like, no, like I genuinely am not supposed to be in here. Dan is the only one that is convinced that there is more going on. He's the only one that believes her that this doesn't seem like her. But Nate is like, look, sometimes thinking that this isn't what's happening is easier than just admitting that it is and just accepting the truth. She's only trying to pull people back in with this whole thing, like just ignore it basically, which is real harsh coming from Nate, I thought. Dan goes to visit her and she tells him like, look, I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember anything. She says she went there to the party to kiss Dan and choose him. She's like, it's the last thing I'm certain of and it's the only thing that I still am certain of. So Dan then sneaks her out of the Ostroff Center.
Right, me again. She chose him again. Why did we have, for this whole season, and some of last season, I think, as well, this whole Nate, Dan, Serena, I know it's been happening since the beginning, but she has chosen him every single time that I can think of. She was with Nate when Dan was with Vanessa because Dan wasn't an option. But then when she could choose between the two of them, she kept picking Dan. And that's why I don't understand when she rang and said, you know, wait for however long it takes. She didn't just choose Dan then, because she was choosing him in that moment. But then Nate showed up. But once again, she has chosen Dan. It just all feels a bit pointless to me to keep this charade going as if there's a choice between the two of them. I mean, obviously, for fans, there's definitely a definite choice. We have a lot of Serena and Nate fans, but when you just look at how she acts throughout the show and the fact that she always goes back to Dan, it just seems so, like, why would she even toy with the idea of it being Nate? Because she never truly, like, considers him, but it just keeps pushing back Dan and Serena being together, and also keeps worsening her friendship relationship with Nate along the way.
Jenny goes to Juliet thinking that the overdose is their fault, and it's like, look, we have to tell her what we did. We have to tell her that it wasn't her fault, it wasn't her doing, it was all our scheme. And Juliet is like, no, like it's already done now, it doesn't matter. And Jenny's like, we still need to tell her what we did and that we're sorry for what we did. And then when Jenny tells Juliet that Serena's at the offshore centre, she says that it could be good for Serena and you shouldn't come clean about this. Like, just leave it, just let it be. Juliet and then sends someone a picture of Serena doing cocaine, but it's not her, it's Juliet dressed as her, right? This whole thing is such an elaborate scheme. And, like, you do feel for Serena, because when you say this shit out loud, like, it really doesn't sound real. Like, how was she supposed to tell anyone this is what happened to her? When Vanessa finds out about all this, she wants to go and visit Serena at the centre. She, again, wants to say that she's sorry. Juliet is like, look, we're not responsible for this. And Jenny wants to come clean, and Vanessa's like, yeah, I think we should. But Juliet is like, look, they'll forgive Jenny. She's family, they'll let her back in. But you, they will never forgive you. Just let Jenny go down for it alone. We'll be fine. Jenny can go down for it and you'll be fine, right? So then Vanessa goes to Rufus and tells him that this was all Jenny, so that she did it alone. And then when Jenny comes in to be like, oh, are you like proud of yourself for what you just fucking did there, Vanessa? Before Vanessa can say anything, Lily comes in and she's like, Serena's gone. She's out of the hospital, she's gone. Later, Jenny tells Rufus that it was Vanessa and Juliet as well. And he's like, Serena could have died. He's like, do you not see the shit that you just did? Like, Serena could have fully died. And Jenny cries and she says that she's sorry and that she's going to leave the sea. And this is actually her, like, leaving this episode. So now do you see what I mean about how they really tied it up better when she came back the first time? Like, this just felt like a full-on character assassination. It just felt a little unnecessary to me, personally. Basically, I'm moving imminently. And so I'm filming this video literally any chance that I get. I'm going salsa dancing, or something, some kind of dancing. I don't really know. I'm a bit nervous about it. I have social anxiety. I don't really like stuff like this, but so yeah. And I have 15 minutes before my taxi gets here. So we're gonna keep going with the video. You know, I can't be fucked with the mic because we're not doing it for that long. So just, you'll have to put up with the audio. I apologize. Also this, I wanted a bit of liquid courage, so I've got Bacardi in here. Probably too much Bacardi. I didn't have any mixer. So it's literally Bacardi and fruit and barley. Robinsons. Let's keep going. So, where were we? Dan takes Serena to the loft. She's like, you know, thank you for believing me. And he's like, how can I not believe you? Blair and Lily turn up. Dan and Lily argue over, like, basically who's been better to Serena, like who's taken better care of her and been there for her more. And then Blair also tries to comfort her, but she is not having it. She is not having it. Blair basically reminds her of how Serena would walk her to every doctor appointment that she had when she was struggling with bulimia, and would wait for her an hour after she'd finished as well, you know, and how Blair now wants to return that favour and do that for her. So I think Serena appreciates the gesture, but at the same time she's like, someone is doing this to me? Gossip Girl posts the picture of Serena doing the cocaine. She's like, look, if I don't remember doing this, something must be wrong with me. She goes to Lily, she's like, can you take me back to the offshore centre? Because if I don't remember doing cocaine, then I don't know, like, what I'm capable of. Dan says, you know, I'll always be here for you all the time. And they kiss before she leaves. Which is honestly just, like, really sad. She genuinely thinks that she did this. Like, it is so fucked. Juliet, she goes to Ben and tells him what she did. And Ben is big pissed. Ben is like, why would you do that? That was not part of the plan. Also, my makeup looks fucking horrific in this light. It doesn't look like that in person, but my face looks so much darker than my, like, body. Why does it look like that on camera? Does it look like that in person? Don't matter. It's gonna be dark in there. Ben thinks that she went too far. She's like, you, bad. Jenny goes to Juliet's apartment. I don't know if she goes to try and find her or try and find evidence or whatever it is. And all she finds is the mask that was the same as Serena. That's the only thing that's left. Juliet is gone. So Rufus feels bad because obviously in his mind it's his daughter, you know, that was part of this and that did this to his wife's daughter. Lily also feels bad because she just feels like she's been a bad mum, which Honestly, Queen, not gonna lie, tea. She has a redeeming moment sometimes, but good lord, does this woman need some help when it comes to parenting. These two are just like having a bit of a heart-to-heart about the whole maybe we're bad parents thing, and then they take Thanksgiving food to Serena at the Offshore Centre with Eric, and they all go to spend it together, and it's like whatever happens from here we'll handle it together. And honestly, these four, adorable little family, so sweet. Like I just anyway, Jenny then goes to Blair and tells her everything, spills the whole can of beans. She's like, you know, I would never want to hurt Serena for real. Like I thought we were just kind of messing with her, you know, just a bit of a game, bit of a, you know, bit of an Upper East Side game, not the kind of game that this gal is playing. She's like, I don't want any of that shit. But Juliet did want to hurt her. She did, and she used Jenny and Vanessa to do it. Blair is like, I need you to be a double agent with Juliet and help me figure this out. And Jenny's like, nah. She's like, I can't. She's like, I can't do it. I think the best thing for me to do is go and stay gone. And she gives Blair the mask that Juliet left.
Thanksgiving without Jenny Humphrey. What fun would that be?
Juliet meets Lily, who gives her a check. She's paying Juliet not to expose the boarding school secret, right, about how she slept with a teacher at boarding school. Juliet says she's sorry for what happened to Serena. She literally takes money from this woman, knowing that what she did to her daughter, and says that she's sorry. She's like, oh, I was so sorry to hear about what happened to Serena. Even though it was you. It was literally you. The gall of this woman, I tell you. Jenny texts Vanessa saying, you know, Blair knows everything. She knows all the shit. She knows what she knows what you did. She knows what you did. Good luck trying to lie your way out of it this time, like with Blair, because obviously it seemed to work with Rufu, but Blair's not going to be buying that shit. She don't like her. She leaves to stay with her parents again, so they're both dipped. Again, we'll talk about this in a separate video, but they really destroy every good relationship that Jenny ever had, or Vanessa. Like for both of them, every good relationship they had, whether it was romantic, platonic, you know, family stuff, they ruin they cut ties in every single one. Also, my makeup looks pretty, but you can't see. You guys are gonna be my B-reel. Does anyone else's phone do that? My Google Pixel will be like, right, if you want to like make some space, you should delete some memes, and then it's like pictures of me. Anyway, where's my pointer? I wish I could do it like a lightsaber. Wait, that's not a thing. Well, I mean, they just press the button and the but like, I don't know what I mean. Like, you know, like the lightsabers you get when you're a kid, not like the ones from the movies, because obviously they just, they're not like, but like, oh, are they like, no, they just press the button, don't they? Or like, I don't know, the Force or some shit. I was watching Obi-Wan yesterday. But like, you know when you're a kid and you'd have those like fake lightsabers? Well, my brother had them anyway. And you would go like, whoosh, and the lightsaber would come out. This is not like that, but I wish that it was. Let's see how much I can get done in the next hour and 17 minutes, because that's when I have to leave to go to Fall Out Boy. I feel like this has become like not only a Gossip Girl video, but also like a diary of the fucking months that it's taking to make this video. Let's plug the microphone in. I'm not gonna make that mistake, at least not today. Probably tomorrow. Blair goes to see Dan about Juliet and basically wants to recruit him to help her, like, take her down. They don't understand Juliet's, like, motive, because obviously they don't know about any of this whole shenanigans. Blair is like, the only thing powerful enough to do something this wild is retribution. It's not like jealousy because of Nate. This is a full-on revenge plot. So they're trying to find her, and Dan's like, why don't we just ask Gossip Girl? Like, Gossip Girl's always got all the intel, so we'll just ask her, be like, do you know where Juliet lives? Have you seen her? Any of that stuff, right? So they send her a message. Dan's like, at the end of the day, Blair and Serena are Gossip Girl's gals. Like, those are her ride or dies. She don't give a shit about Juliet. Like, who the fuck's that? So they send Gossip Girl a message, and Gossip Girl gives them Juliet's address. Meanwhile, Eric goes to visit Serena at the Offshore Centre. He's like, please promise me you won't let Lily lie about why I'm in here. If we cast our minds back to season 1, obviously when Eric was there in the Offshore Centre receiving treatment, Lily lied and said that he was like on holiday or whatever, visiting Aunt Carol. So Serena's like, don't let her do that shit to me. Okay. She's not going to win Mum of the Year on my watch. So Serena now has a 72-hour no contact ban on her so that she can like begin her treatment, right? So nobody's allowed to come visit her, nobody's allowed to speak to her. She starts telling her therapist about how she went to a place called Cornwall, Connecticut, to like get away basically from all this stuff. She went to boarding school. It turns out the address that Gossip Girl gave Blair and Dan is also in this Cornwall place. When Blair and Dan arrive, it's this huge house that's like having this party. There's like kegs and drugs, and who do they find there? Damien Dalgard. Yes, he's back. And he's like, okay, I admit it, I sold Juliet the drugs, the ones that she gave to Serena. He's like, I sold them to her, but I didn't know that she was going to use them like to do this to Serena, so I'm in and I'll join your revenge team. Okay, so now we've got Dan, Blair, and Damien. They go to Juliet's house, and her mum opens the door. They're like, you know what, we'll just wait till she gets back. We are not busy, we're in no rush. So they go in and they sit down. When they're in there, Damien mentions to Juliet's mum that he went to Knightley, which is like the boarding school there, right? And she's like, oh my gosh, if you went to Knightley, you must know my son Ben. And that he's a good teacher, no matter what they say about him. Damien sees a picture of Ben on like the fireplace or whatever, and he connects the dots and he's like, oh my God. So he's like, basically guys, and he spills the tea. He's like, so what happened was, right? When Serena left boarding school, Ben was fired for having a relationship. And because Serena left at the same time, everyone assumed that it was her that was sleeping with Ben. We get a couple of flashbacks to Damien, but I'm just going to sum them all up right now. We see that Damien used to be real nerdy, real geek. He has this crush on Serena, so he's doing her homework for her. She gets drunk and she kisses him, so we're seeing like the old Serena. Damien sees her having coffee with Ben, and then he starts to realise that she starts changing. She starts doing her own homework, taking an interest in school, becoming more of the new Serena that like we know now. You know, staying in her room and reading instead of going out to parties. And one night, Damien saw Serena and Ben checking into a hotel together. Here's Serena. Serena goes like, oh, you can't deny our connection. And Ben's like, look, I'm going to fix the like tire so that I can just drive you home. It kind of seems like from the flashbacks that she's more interested in him than he is in her. To sum it up, basically, Ben was arrested for allegedly sleeping with Serena. He was fired, arrested, and Juliet is on this mission to get revenge on Serena, right, for ruining her brother's life. So that's the gist. So Nate tells Anne, he's like, look, I think the captain is using us to get out of prison. And then once he's out, he's going to use their money to lease this house that he's been looking at outside the city, that Nate found out about, right? The captain is basically like, no, this house is like your mother's dream house. We always used to look at this house together. So I'm buying it for her for when I come out of prison so that we, you know, can be together anyway. But she still sends the divorce papers anyway. She didn't trust him. Of course she doesn't, but also we don't like Anne. The Archibald's boring me yet again. Chuck and Lily are off. They're doing damage control for Bass Industries, and he, you know, mentions, oh, like, one day I am going to want the board, like, back. Like, obviously, he signed it over to her when he was in Paris, and, like, he's happy with what she's doing, but one day he's going to want to take back control of Bass Industries, and Lily, she doesn't seem to like the idea of this. You can sense it with the tone. She's like, don't know about that. Serena is telling her therapist that Ben is the only guy that ever said no to her. So we now know, I mean, Juliet's not going about it in the right way, but Ben is in prison and he's innocent. She says that Ben was a genuinely good guy and that she loved him, which, in terms of the plot, this plot is good. Well, the whole Juliet thing is a bit annoying, like her in the beginning when she's just pretending to be poor and like sneaking around and all this stuff. But the actual like prison thing, and it blows up, like this shit gets good. But it did, the only thing that I don't really like about it is that when Serena comes back, she seems to genuinely want to like make amends and stuff for the things that she did, and she seems so nice. But then to know that like at boarding school she was the same, like still drunk and partying, and the only reason she apparently changed or like started taking stuff seriously was because of Ben is a bit like why can't she just have her own self-growth? Why does it have to be a man that like sets that in motion? That's my only thing. So Juliet tells Ben that they showed up at the house and they're probably figuring out the whole story. She's like, I'm going to finish it. I'm going to finish this. And he's like, don't you dare hurt Serena. And she just leaves. So it's like, oh shit. Like, she means business. Nate comes in to visit his dad in prison and Ben's there and he yells to Nate. He's like, Nate, you need to keep Serena safe. So then he's like, well, what the fuck? So he calls Dan and he's like, can you get to Serena? I'm like, because the prison is like way over town. Like it's not close to like where they live at all, I don't think. Nate's like, I'm too far away to like get to her soon. Can you get to her? And Dan's like, no, I'm fucking in Connecticut, like chasing down Juliet. Juliet shows up in Serena's fucking room at the offshore center. How? She's on a no contact ban. And how did you just sneak in here? I mean, to be fair, we did see Blair like break Eric out, so it's clearly not high security, but anyway. So she goes into Serena's room and she tells Serena everything. She tells her the whole story about Ben, about the fact that he's in prison and all this stuff. And she's like, what the fuck happened here? Because she had no idea, right, that Ben was in prison. So she's kind of like, how did this even happen? I never pressed any charges. I never did anything. And Juliet's like, huh? Like, they're both so confused because they're talking to each other and their stories don't add up at all. Juliet is like, okay, here's what's happening. Ben is being charged with statutory rape and also transporting a minor across state lines when he took Serena to that hotel, right? And there's an affidavit that is signed by Serena. So a full-on statement, and it's signed by Serena van der Woodsen to say, this is what happened to me, arrest this man, basically. And Serena's like, I never signed this. I never wrote anything. I never said anything about Ben. So the DA is like, well, I mean, she literally signed this thing. We don't have really any proof. So you should take this plea deal that basically means you'll serve time, but you won't be charged as a sex offender or something, right? That's the deal that they're offering him. And obviously Juliet and that did just want him to like go free because it's not true. Serena insists she didn't press charges. She didn't sign anything, but then she realizes, come on now, guys. Who would have done this? Who would have signed this? Lily. So Serena's like, Lily fucking did this, didn't she? She fucking did this. Right, okay. Lily is giving a toast about how, you know, family is everything to her, you know, that's what motivates her. And then she wants a picture of her and Chuck, right? So she's like, oh, take a picture of us. And Serena comes in and she's like, you bitch. She's like, you're a selfish liar, fully calls her out. In the commotion of this whole thing, right? Some guy mentions to Rufus about the sale of Bass Industries. And Rufus is like, huh? It's like, who's selling Bass Industries? Like, so he's all confused about that. Serena promises Juliet she'll find a way to get Ben out of prison. So Serena confronts Lily, right? And this is what Lily says. She says that she did it because Constance, you know, the school that we obviously see them going to in the beginning, wouldn't take Serena back. They wouldn't have her back. So Lily heard students gossiping about Serena and Ben. So she told the dean, and Serena is furious. And Lily's like, I did it for you. And she's like, you didn't do shit for me. She's like, Mum, this man never touched me. Lily, like, full on ran away with this whole thing. And Serena's like, this man never touched me. She's like, this man did literally nothing wrong except be nice to me. And you sent him to prison so that I could get back into a school. Everybody is shocked to their fucking core. Even, like, Bart is rolling in his grave. Like, everyone is like, you sent an innocent man to prison? So Rufus is like, I'm gonna get in on this. And he tells Chuck that Lily is selling Bass Industries. She's getting it from all angles. Chuck's like, I want Bass Industries back immediately. And Lily's like, look, I never meant to hurt anybody. I never meant to hurt any of you. And not a single person is buying that shit. And no one's buying it. Serena, she wants to find the judge that put Ben in prison so that she can, like, I don't know, go and, like, appeal his case or whatever, or just find out more about what happened. And she's like, I'm going to turn it into a bit of a road trip kind of thing. And she invites Dan along, but Dan's like, you know what? This is something that I feel like you need to do on your own. You know, a bit of self-growth. Just, you know, take your time. This is a big thing for you. Go and, like, do this trip. And they kiss. And it's pretty cute, actually. And then she leaves. Which, I don't know if this is supposed to reflect that, like, Dan was the right choice and Nate wasn't. Because when Serena needed her own space, Nate, like, broke things off with her. Whereas, like, Dan is, like, just letting her go and do this by herself. I don't really know if that's what they're intending. I feel like I see it from both sides. We, like, basically leave and come back. And Serena, she's like, I couldn't find the judge. The case has been sealed because it includes a minor. So I basically can't find any information on it. She asks Blair if she saw Dan, and Blair lies and says that she didn't see Dan, even though she did see Dan. Chuck he's sleeping around again. He's back in his playboy ways. Nate's dad is out of prison now. This must have been the mid-season finale then. Yeah, so this must be that one where basically they all find out what Lily did. Must have been the mid-season finale, and now we're in the second half of season 4. So Nate's dad's out of prison. He's annoying Nate by basically living it up at the Empire, not really taking things serious. Dan has an interview for an internship. Eleanor wants Blair to work at Waldorf Designs, but Blair just kind of wants, you know, just a bit of her own thing. And also Vanessa has moved back into the dorms at NYU. So Lily says that she's handling the Ben situation, and Rufus is like trusting her to basically get this man out of jail and fix what she's done. But then, shady boots. So Rufus leaves. He's like, okay, I'm going now. And Lily calls the judge. So she knows the judge. She knows Serena went looking for this judge, but she knows the judge, and tells him that he can go back to the ranch now that Serena's not looking for him. So she was fully keeping this judge away from Serena. Dodgy. Chuck then recruits Serena to help him blackmail Lily so that they can basically both get what they want. She'll get the information about the case. He'll stop the sale of Bass Industry. He also gets real sassy with this woman because he wants to go and see like Russell Thorpe or something. I think it's supposed to be like buying it, or is rumored to be buying it. So he bumps into this woman who he thinks is her assistant, and he's real sassy with her. She like taunts him about a deal to sell Bass Industries within the next 24 hours. So then he takes the key to a safety deposit box, and Serena takes Lily's passport. Serena pretends to be Lily, and they get into the deposit box. And they find the affidavit, but when Chuck confronts Lily, she explains, look, I'm selling Bass Industries because it's in financial trouble. I'm not just doing it to fuck you over and fuck Bart over. I'm doing it because it's in financial trouble, and this is the best option right now. She said it's a private buyer who wants to keep Bass Industries, you know, legacy intact. And maybe one day, you know, Chuck can buy it back from this guy, right? So then Chuck agrees, like, oh shit, this is actually kind of a smart play, and he asks Serena to hold off on the blackmail. Hold off until after the sale is done. Meanwhile, Eric answers a phone call saying that John Stevens, who is the judge on the case, left his cufflinks in the apartment Lily paid for, and Eric realizes she's hidden the judge. He knows. Eric knows. Honestly, I'm a little fuzzy on this whole Blair and Dan like plotline thing that's happening, but I think the gist is that they both want internships, right? And Dan agrees to meet Serena before his internship, but then she's super late because she's like dealing with all this shit, and he ends up missing his interview at this internship. Then later on, Blair actually lectures Serena and about how she treats Dan, and that Dan would do anything for her, so she should treat him better. From this point on, Blair and Dan's friendship kind of starts to blossom a little bit, and it's actually pretty sweet. They have like a real cute dynamic. Then alongside this, right, Blair lies to Eleanor and says, I do want to intern at Waldorf Designs, but really it's only to get close to the woman that she actually does want to intern with. And Eleanor finds out, and it's actually just kind of sad. There's this whole side plot where Nate wants his dad to get a job now that he's out of jail. He says his parole officer like set an interview up, but he missed it. So it's just boring as, right? Whoever was in charge for the writing of Nate Archibald specifically, or just whatever, whoever was in charge of making up his stories failed him. Like, they did him so dirty, because there's proper potential here with this character. The stories they're just not given. Captain says he didn't go to the job interview because he didn't, you know, he was like a big hot shot before, and he doesn't want to be like begging for this janitor job. So instead he came to this party, missed the interview, came to this party to see old business connections and see if he could get a job there. Then later his parole officer calls Nate and is asking where he is, and the captain's like, I'm at a job interview, and it turns out the captain's meeting with Russell Thorpe. Okay, so I'm going to put this picture up now so you know who Russell Thorpe is. So, we have Russell Thorpe, potential buyer of Bass Industries. We don't really know much about him yet, but he seems to be a bit of a dodgy geese. Finally, someone for Chuck's side. Serena goes to apologise to Dan for him missing his interview, and he's like, look, there's this reading thing that I really want to go to, and I can make things right with the internship guy. He's going to be there, and I want you to go with me. And she's like, yes, of course. So she accepts, right? Then, on their way to this reading thing, Eric tells her about the judge. So she decides to go through with her whole blackmail plan and basically sabotage the whole deal. She's like, Lily's got to pay. So she's like, Dan, can we just stop by this party on the way to the reading thing? I can, talk to her mum, and then we can go afterwards. She couldn't just go with Dan and support him and deal with this later. She had to deal with it right fucking now. Meanwhile, Chuck thinks that it's the Thorpes, right? They're the ones that are buying Bass Industries. And it turns out the assistant that he spoke to, Raina, is actually Russell's daughter, not an assistant, right? So, father-daughter right here, the Thorpes. They tell him, they're like, we're not the private buyer. We're not. But we wish we were, so that we could buy Bass Industries and sell it for parts after Bart ran Russell out of town, right? So these two, big enemy vibes. Oh my god, I haven't put up an orange string in so long. We have new enemies. So then Chuck is mad at Lily again for making him think it was the Thorpes that were the buyer when they weren't. So he also wants to follow through with the blackmail with Serena. Lily asks Dan, she's like, please stop whatever Serena is plotting right now. It's just going to be bad. Like, whenever she has a plan, it's always bad. So Serena is going to give the envelope with the affidavit in to a journalist. And Dan stops her and is like, look, can we go, please? I want to go to this reading thing, like, to get this internship. And Serena's like, look, I just need more time. And he's basically like, look, I need this second chance, okay? Like, not everyone is a Serena van der Woodsen and can just walk into any internship that they want. I need to speak to this guy. And he asks her for a second time. He's like, are you going to leave with me right now? Are you choosing the plan, the blackmail, or are you choosing me? And then she goes to the journalist and gives him the envelope. So she chooses the plan. And then it turns out that Dan swapped them over while they were talking. So she gave the journalist Dan's CV instead of the affidavit. And Lily explains that she would go to jail for forgery if anyone found out about this. She's like, you're fully trying to send me to jail. Like, I get it. Like, it's such a tricky one. Because I get why Serena's mad, obviously, but she should just speak to Lily. Like, she's probably going to throw her mother in jail. Obviously, what she did was bad. Like, forging her signature was real bad. But if she genuinely thought that Serena was, like, groomed by this guy, which, to be fair, at the time, she was, like, 17, and this man's a teacher, so, which is a dodgy situation. And yeah, okay, nothing actually happened between them, but he was still going for coffees with her and stuff, which is a little bit weird. Like, no one's keeping the same energy for Ben that they were for Rachel. Okay? I'm going to keep the same energy for both of them. I don't like neither of you all. But now that obviously Serena's like 18 or 19, I think she is in season 4, like everyone suddenly is like, oh, that's fine. But no, this man's still bare old. Serena's like, no, I wouldn't press charges against you, mum. And Lily's like, babes, she's like, that's not how it works. You might not want to press charges against me, but it's not your decision. They're not going to not throw me in jail just because you said, please don't put my mum in jail.
I would like to state for the record, I don't think Ben should be in jail. I don't think he should be in jail. Because obviously, in a technical crime sense, he is innocent because nothing happened. But also, I feel like Serena should have spoken to Lily properly, because she always does this before coming up with some crazy plan, because she was fully about to throw her mother in jail. Which, yes, Lily should have to, face the consequences of what she did, and also Ben should be released from prison, but maybe you guys should have a little conversation first and see what you can actually do. Speak to some lawyers or something like that, rather than just going to the press and going, hey, my mother's a criminal. He was fully just went to the press with this affidavit and was like, do whatever you want with it.
In the midst of all the family drama, Lily's private buyer for Bass Industries backs out. He's like, I don't want this shitstorm. So that means that Bass Industries is going up for auction. And then Russell announces that the Thorpes are moving back to New York and they want to buy Bass Industries. And obviously Chuck's like, well, shit, that's Bass Industries gone if he gets it because he hates Bart. Oh my gosh, to add fuel to this whole fucking fire, Rufus remembers that he saw Russell Thorpe's name on Lily's list of people that she slept with. Raina then tells Chuck that her father intentionally scared off the private buyer, right? So that he could swoop in. And then she also asks Chuck to sleep with her, and he does. So it's just, it's too much going on. But anyway, these two need a pink line. And that pink line is to Raina. Nothing to do with Russell, okay? Nothing to do with Russell. They did hook up, right, Russell and Lily, but they're not getting a pink line because we didn't actually see that shit. It's before our time. Dan and Serena decide that they're not going to be together because when they do, they'll either sink or swim, so they want to wait until they're both truly ready to give it like one last chance. Serena then goes to visit Ben in jail. They're like, oh, he's being released, because Judge Stevens brought up his parole, and she then sees him outside of the prison and asks him if he wants to go for a coffee. Dan and Blair have like a little heart-to-heart. Again, their friendship is so cute. Dan's like, I don't really get it. Like, you obviously love fashion, so why don't you want to intern for, you know, Eleanor?
And by the way, this tie was my grandfather's.
If only he'd been buried in it.
Blair apologizes to Eleanor for the whole thing of like only being her intern to get close to this other woman. And Eleanor is like, you should become the editor of a fashion magazine, right? For some reason, who knows. And Blair finally calls Dan her friend, and it's actually pretty cute. And then Dan says that he's going to a movie, and then Blair's like, oh, I like that movie too, but like, you probably wouldn't want me to go with you, like, obviously. Dan's like, oh, even you couldn't ruin this movie. It's such a good movie. And she's like, okay, well, we'll go to the movie, but we'll sit 2 seats apart. And it's like, it's just so cute. This friendship is so cute. I think it's like the next day or the next couple of days, something like that. Dan and Blair both show up to W magazine, realizing that they're both interning there. Not sure why, but in my notes it says that Dan is wearing a fabulous cardigan. Apparently that's worth mentioning, so I'll have to go back and see it again, and I'll put up a picture. That's great. Good for him. Ben then tells Serena that he got this job on this farm, so he's going to be moving. She says like she's happy for him, but she'll miss him, and that they can write and email and call. And he kind of like dismisses it, right? He's like, I don't know about that. But then he sees an advert for help wanted in a cafe that they're in, and he's a bit like, Serena then bumps into Damien, who apologizes for everything, saying that he, you know, knows that his occupation, drug dealer, hurts people, but he only gives them what they come to him for, right? And Serena's not impressed at all. She's like, what kind of apology was that? So then Serena goes to Ben's place to give him some gardening tools, and that's when she realizes that he's living in a halfway house. So then at this W internship, Blair tries to sabotage Dan twice. Both times it absolutely backfires.
I didn't date Serena Vanderwoodson for 2 years and not come away knowing that those are Marc Jacobs and their mustard.
Fucking love Dan. Like, I love Dan when he's like, I don't know. Sometimes I really do love Dan. Like, and in his friendship with Blair honestly made me like his character so much more than I did before. This phase of Dan and Blair has a special place in my heart. Like, their banter is unmatched. They play off of each other so well. They then overhear Eppley talking about how they've lost their author for some event that night. So they both decide, right, we're each going to bring our author, and whoever she likes more, they get to keep the internship, the other person has to quit. So Nate's happy for his dad that he's got a job, but then he finds out that it's for Russell, and then he's not happy again, and he tells Chuck about it. Chuck goes to Raina and is like, please fire the captain. Fucking rude, but I don't care. I don't like the captain anyway. So then the captain does get fired and confronts Nate about him being fired. He's like, you know, Chuck's family, like, I would never have done anything to sabotage him. I was just working there, like, it was just a job. Then Nate tells him, he's like, look, you can't be in another scandal, babes. He guilts him by saying the only thing that made him not want to die in prison was knowing that Nate believed in him. Really? The boy that you almost tried to fake hold hostage for money? You're going to guilt him by being like, oh, the only thing that kept me going in there, nah, miss me with that shit. The captain checks out of the Empire, and he goes to Russell, and he's like, there are no conflicts anymore. So whatever Russell needs, he's your man. Chuck goes to Raina to apologize to her. Like, he's like, I shouldn't have asked you to get the captain fired. Like, that was bad of me. And then she's like, look, Chuck, Russell is not going to stop at anything to acquire Bass Industries and sabotage the whole thing. And Chuck's like, look, I don't care. Well, I do care. but I still want to keep seeing you despite the fact that your father's out to get me. Then Lily receives this package, right? And she's real suspect about it and is being all like, no, don't look at it, don't look at it. And Rufus and Serena are like, open it. They're like, open the package, Lily. And she's like, no. And they're like, open the package. And she won't do it. So Serena opens it and it was $30,000, right? That she had sent to Ben to stay away from Serena. So that's why he was going to the farm, right? Because she'd like sending this money and was like, stay away from Serena. But he sent the money back, saying that he would leave for free.
Mom paid someone off again. Oh, we should make this a drinking game.
Eric is fuming. Serena is fuming. Rufus is fuming. He's like, you lied to me. Basically, she'd told Rufus she was going to buy Ben an apartment. Really, she was just using the money to pay Ben off, right? And run him out of town. Serena and Blair are chatting and she tells Blair, she's like, don't sabotage Dan. You should earn the spotlight on your own merit. Like, you don't need to sabotage him to get it. It's so cute. Dan brings Blair food outside of the internship because he knows that she won't eat from the W magazine catering. And it's so sweet. So then basically she throws away, she had like the contact information for Dan's author. And she was going to call him and be like, don't show up. But she throws away the number after this whole cute thing with the food. Later, Eppley basically tells Dan, she's like, don't be loyal to Blair. This is a dog-eat-dog world. Dan calls Blair's author to sabotage her. Ben and Damien, right? They have this real weird interaction. The gist is they only knew about her like going to the hotel and stuff because Damien was the witness that said that he saw them there, right? And Ben knows that, so they got beef. I think that's enough for an orange line.
I love how Damien being the witness is enough to get him an orange line, but Lily literally sending this man to prison and I haven't given them an orange line. I don't know why. I must have just forgotten to.
So then Eric shows up, right? And like to stand with Damien, so Ben's like, right, I'll leave. What's Eric doing showing up to meet Damien, right? Ben goes to the W party to warn Serena that Eric is hanging out with Damien. Jonathan tells Serena that Elliot dumped Eric because we hadn't seen Elliot for a while and I just assumed he just wasn't like, they just didn't have a story for him, but no, it turns out that Elliot dumped Eric. When Serena goes over to find Eric, she assumes that he's buying drugs. But then Damien calls Eric babe, like as a cover. And everyone's like, excuse me now? And so Ben warns Eric not to go near Damien. Eric's like, look, I felt lonely and sad and Damien was a distraction. You know, and Serena's like, you know, I'm always here for you. And he's like, but you weren't. You weren't here for me. You were off trying to find some judge to save Ben. Dan thinks that Blair sabotaged him because his author hasn't shown up either. So he's like, phew, I sabotaged her, she sabotaged me, it's all good. But then his author was just late. So then Dan realizes that Blair actually didn't try and sabotage him. But then Blair obviously realizes that Dan did sabotage her, and it's like, so, Dan and Blair get into this physical fight in the middle of this party, and Eppley fires both of them. And then Dan questions why Blair even cares about this internship because Eleanor got it for her anyway. And then Blair is like, no, Eleanor did not get me this internship. She's like, I faxed a letter to all 300 fax machines in the building of the W magazine to get this internship on my own. I thought this fake friendship might actually be a real one. And it's so sad. So then Dan calls Eppley, who calls Blair to then offer her the internship back, saying that Dan admitted that she was the one who called Jeremiah his author, and he took credit for it, when in reality, that was his author, but he gives, like, the opportunity to Blair instead, and it's, like, it's real sweet. Rufus is back with the stepdad duties, bless him, he knows that role and he does it well. He reminds Serena that Ben had a role to play in what Juliet did to her. This was the catalyst for this whole thing. And they were probably like plotting. Even if he obviously didn't want her to get hurt, he was still in on this shit. But Serena defends him. Of course she does, because she always defends whoever it is. The problem man in her life at that minute. Eric confides in Rufus that Damien in fact did sell him sleeping pills and Adderall. While he doesn't really care about the drugs, you know, Damien was there to listen to him. That's why he kept like going back, was just because they would chat, not because of the drugs.
So basically I look like shit because I'm sick. The show must go on in these times.
and we've got Gossip Girl to recap, and we're almost at the end of season 4. We are so close. This is my boyfriend's sweatshirt. I'm very warm, I'm very cozy. Ben tells Serena that he's been avoiding her, basically, which, I mean, we all knew. Because he knows that she wants to be with him, but that's not what he wants. Like, he doesn't want to be with her, but she is making it so blatantly obvious that she wants to date him, and he's like, no. Take a step back. Rufus goes to meet Ben. He offers him the spare room in the loft where Dan is staying, because he's like, you know, you should have a second chance, and sorry that my wife tried to like run you out of town. And Dan is very much not impressed by this. Not even a little bit. We see Ben threaten Damien. Do not go near Serena or her family, or if he does, then he'll tell his dad about him drug dealing. Damien is like, oh, okay, I see your game here. He's like, you're doing all this because you like Serena. And then Ben fully throws him up against the wall. He's like, I'm not going away that easy, right? So he ignores the whole thing. And he calls Eric to hang out with him instead. Now it's fashion week yet again. So Eppley, the supervisor, she's really stressed because she's lost this venue for her party. And Blair decides that she's so stressed all the time because she needs to get laid. Not only am I going to get Eppley a new venue, the Empire from Chuck, I'm also going to get her laid.
2 birds, 1 bass.
So Damien goes to Eric and is like, look, Ben jumped me, he threatened me. Eric's like, you know what, this Ben guy is dangerous and I don't want him near Serena. So then Dan confronts Serena about Ben, right, and this whole him living with him thing. And in that moment, he realizes that Serena still has feelings for Ben. So he's a bit like, okay. So then Serena leaves to go and see Eric, but then ditches Eric to go and see Ben. So then Eric tells Dan basically everything that Damien said about Ben. He doesn't say that it was Damien. He just said, like, his friend, because Damien has not got a good reputation with these guys, right? Especially after Jenny. Dan is basically down to expose Ben. Like, Eric has this whole plan, and Dan's down until he finds out that Eric's friend is Damien, and then he's like, no, not a chance. Chuck is talking to Nate about Raina and basically admits that he wants her to fall in love with him so that she will save Bass Industries. So then Blair helps Chuck basically and tells him how to make Raina fall in love with him. Chuck's like, look, I'm sorry, babes, I'm just too busy to sleep with Eppley right now, but I think Nate will do it. So Blair's like, great, because apparently poor Nate has the same man-whore reputation inside of the show that he does outside of the show. And then Eppley takes a phone call and Blair tells Nate to sleep with Eppley to help her out.
And you better not be selfish, Archibald. Do you know what I mean? A woman remembers.
Russell tells Raina that the whole board, which is like, and she's on it, needs to have a unanimous vote. Every single person needs to vote in favour, or Bass Industries will sense weakness and they'll pull out of the deal. So then Chuck takes Raina to dinner. Oh, this just isn't going to work. Hi again. I've got period cramps. I'm not in the mood for any of these people's bullshit today, especially you, Daniel Humphrey. So let's get into it. The last clip of me that you just saw was me being very ill and not being able to get through it, so I stopped. So we're back again today. By the time this bloody video comes out, it could be winter for all I know. But at the moment in the UK we're having a heat wave. And you may be saying to yourself, Lauren, why are you wearing a sweater in the hottest heat wave that the UK has ever seen? I don't know. Chuck is trying to stop the sale of Bass Industries, right? He needs to make sure that Raina doesn't vote on the board. Because if Raina doesn't vote, then Bass Industries will sense weakness and they'll pull out of the deal. So Chuck takes Raina to dinner at the Palace. We haven't been to the Palace for a long time. That is the hotel from season 1 and 2 a little bit, I think, where like Vanderwoodson stayed for a while. Chuck's dad owns the Palace, right? It's the bar where we see Blair and Serena, like when they got their martinis in the very first episode. That's where we're at, okay? So Chuck takes Raina there basically to try and woo her. He kind of tells her about how he basically grew up in the hotel, you know, and he shows her all his little like hiding places and things. And I think he like chats to the staff. She sees that, you know, he's really connected to them and everything like that. So she starts to confide in him about her childhood and how they kind of had a bit of a similar upbringing, because obviously their dads were kind of very rich, obviously like in the real estate industry and all that stuff. Blair and Chuck then set up this fake phone call, right? So they're on the phone to each other. Blair says how Eppley was sad that Nate didn't like her. So obviously Nate overhears this guilt trips him into going to talk to her again. Oh my god, I've literally not been using the mic this whole bloody time. What is wrong with me? I literally set it to record and everything. So while Chuck is saying that he really hoped, you know, that Raina would see the palace, would realise, you know, how much they'd connect and all this stuff, right? So she overhears that and is also guilt-tripped, and she's all like heart eyes for him, right? So their plan works perfectly. Ben and Serena are having takeout at the Humphrey loft, when Dan comes in, and then Dan sees that Ben is getting a call from Juliet, right? So then Ben basically says that he doesn't want to lose Juliet and his mum, you know, because of this whole thing. And Dan's a bit like, well, it's fine for Serena to lose her whole family for this relationship, but not you, because obviously Lily and all that has disproved, it's blown up the whole family. So then Serena invites Ben to the W fashion week party thing, and because Ben is all pissed at Dan for what he said, he says yes. Blair convinces Eppley to come to the party because Nate will be there.
I can't wait to see you. Trust me, it's like riding a very cute bike.
Basically, to sum up Eppley, we find out that she is moving to Bali with this guy that she dated at Oxford. Like, she saw him at the party or something, hooked up with him, realised that she was like in love with him. She's moving to Bali with him, and she's quitting W magazine. And she wants Blair to be her replacement. Meanwhile, at the party, Damien tries to provoke Ben, and he tells Dan to call his parole officer, right, so he can like catch him being all aggressive and whatever. Damien then gets Eric to punch him, and then they both go to Serena and tell her that Ben was the one that punched him, which, Eric, man, the sly tactics, they don't look good on you, babes. Serena's suspicious. She's not buying it because his parole officer just happens to be there at the same time. Like, it's a little bit convenient. Yeah, and then when Dan says that he was the one that called the parole officer because he thinks Ben's dangerous, she says she doesn't trust him. She tries to stop Ben from being arrested, but he doesn't actually deny that he did those things, like that he was, you know, a bit aggressive towards Damien. And then Damien tells Eric that they're done. Basically, he got out of Eric what he wanted, which was to kind of like get revenge on Ben or whatever. It was all very odd. And now they're done, which is actually pretty sad because I don't like Damien after how he treated Jenny or anything. But it is sad that Eric obviously really liked him and thought they were friends. Eric goes to Rufus and Dan and admits that he lied about the whole Ben punching Damien thing. So Dan calls his parole officer to like set the record straight, and he apologizes to Ben. He's like, I'm sorry, babes, I was just going off of what the people I trust told me and they lied to me. Shock horror with this group of people. Eric brings Rufus a coffee. Cute vibes, these two. Rufus is basically like, why did you do that? He's like, why did you choose Damien over his other friends? But then Eric is like, I don't have other friends. And it's actually really sad. Eric, bless him. I feel like he's pushed to such a side character, but he had a good amount of potential. Serena, babes. She tells Ben that being with him is worth risking her family, and they kiss. And do you know what? Bloody hell. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is going on? She's just a nightmare with this stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, kind of like be with whoever you want. Like, I don't care. More power to you. But, because he did push Damien. Yeah, he didn't punch him, but he was still weird with him. I don't know. Okay, this is a whole rant thing. But I feel like I still find their friendship a little bit weird. Like, she obviously had a crush on him and felt like, maybe not that it was reciprocated, but he obviously would spend time with her out of class and stuff for her to think that something was going on, for other people to think that something was going on, which still isn't right. And even now, like, she's like 19, I think, in this season, or 20, 19, something like that. And like, he's still a bit old. He just isn't the hill you want to die on, do you know what I mean? Usually, I'm a big Serena defender, okay? I'm not ashamed to say it. I think she gets a lot of hate. And I don't agree with it all the time. But in this case, this is just ridiculous. But they get a pink line. Also, I have in the script here, meanwhile, Nate and Dan. And I haven't written anything else. Probably some kind of bromance thing, maybe. I don't think they're fighting, so. We come back to Chuck, right? And Chuck actually seems to be falling for Raina. Obviously, he wants her for his, like, business. But he actually seems like after they bond about their childhood and stuff, he's actually like, oh shit, she's actually a nice person. She says that she had the exact same hiding place that he did in her hotel growing up. He kind of played it like, oh, the Empire, but like the palace is where I grew up, and if I lose Bass Industries, then I like lose my like childhood home sort of thing, yada yada. And she's like, you know what, I think I can save it. But Chuck is basically about to tell her the truth. You can see it. The guilt is all over his face. And he's going to be like, look, this is why I did what I did, but actually, you know, I want to be with you. But he didn't get the chance to because Russell comes in, and Russell is big pissed. Russell is like, Raina, you missed the fucking meeting. She's like, you know what, look, I don't think that we should buy Bass Industries. Russell is like, well, guess what? Chuck knew about this vote, and he invited you to this party. He invited you to this whole thing to keep you away from the vote. Basically, it was all a trick. Chuck comes clean and he's like, you know what, yeah, I did it. And she's like, I will never trust you ever again. So then the next day, Chuck gets a text from Blair that says, you owe me. And it turns out that she spoke to Raina and basically convinced her that Chuck was being honest. He is like, you know what? I want to be with you. I will find another way to save my father's business. Don't worry about it. Raina goes to Russell and says, look, you can have my support to buy Bass Industries. I'll do the vote if you let Chuck be involved in the new company. So she's kind of come to a bit of a compromise. She's like, you can have Bass Industries, but only if you keep Chuck Bass. A couple of days later, at W Magazine, they're telling the interns that they want to focus on a different it girl every month. And Serena is suggested, you know, they're like, Serena Vanderwood's an it girl. But then Blair says, no, we should do Raina Thorpe instead. So Serena's like to Blair, like, isn't this a little bit weird? Like, you know, like with her and Chuck. And Blair's like, no. Chuck doesn't actually like Raina. He's just playing her to save Bass Industries. So it's fine. And Serena's like, okay. And then Serena goes to find Raina to basically get her into contact with Blair. And that's, you know, when Chuck tells Serena that his feelings for Raina are real. Serena tells Raina that Blair still has feelings for Chuck. So, you know, Blair following Raina around for the day for this article probably isn't the best idea. And especially because it's on Valentine's Day, it'll only hurt her. Raina is like, you know what? That's all good. I'll just cancel the W piece. I won't do it. Chuck convinces Russell that he can show him the worth of Bass Industries with a party. I don't know why. And then Russell is like, you know what? Fine. I will put a pin in my Bass Industries demolition, whatever. So Russell's basically like, right, I'll give you 36 hours to prove to me that Bass Industries is worth something, okay? Nate and the captain, they meet with Chuck, and the captain's like, I accidentally got copied into a report about how Russell is basically going to break down Bass Industries, and that a buyer was confirmed an hour ago. Basically, the captain's accidentally been like CC'd on this email. So now we've got a whole new bunch of intel. He also did a little bit of research and found out that Bass Industries is more profitable as a whole than it is like split up, which means that Russell is in it obviously for like personal revenge rather than actually using Bass Industries for financial gain. Nate's like, it's obvious that Bart's personal issues with Russell is what is pushing this whole little revenge plot. Chuck goes to Raina and is like, look, what could this feud be about? Why don't they like each other? She isn't sure, but she says that Russell was dating Lily. Yep, Russell was dating Lily until Lily left him for Bart. Just something to lighten the mood a little bit. Eric is going to help deliver food to sick people. Nothing to do with this current story we're talking about, but Eric's a sweetie. Blair finds out that it was Serena who got Raina to cancel the article, so she's mad at her. And then Dan tells Blair that he got Ben a job at a catering company, but Blair's like, Serena told me that Ben was tutoring. So not only she found out that Serena lied to her, she's found out that Ben has lied to Serena. So she makes sure that she hires Ben's catering company that he works for Chuck's party, so that she can basically throw it in Serena's face that Ben was lying to her. And it works. At the party, she interviews Serena for W, and that's when she's like, says about the caterwaiter thing, and that all comes out. It's kind of dull. I find Ben's story incredibly dull. It was kind of intriguing, like the whole Juliet thing. At least she was a proper villain. Once she leaves and it's just about Ben's just a bit dull, and it's a weird relationship that they have, and I'm not invested in it. Chuck goes to Russell and basically tells him that he has no loyalties to Lily. He only has loyalties to the Bass name, and he will fire her from the company. Russell says if he does that, then it'll get him a step closer to being taken care of after the sale. He's basically like, yeah, go on. Chuck sets up a romantic date for Raina, and then Dan accidentally, like, I don't remember how it happens. He just like accidentally walks in or something, and he sees them kissing, and he's like, Lily then goes into their romantic date, and it's like, why was I fired? He says that she should have explained the whole thing about Russell. He's like, you should have told me about Russell. Like, why are you lying for? Again. And she's like, well, it didn't have any impact on my work at the company. I didn't think it was relevant. But Chuck's like, I don't agree. I think it is relevant. Raina is absolutely shocked by how Chuck is talking to Lily. And she leaves, and she's like, I don't want someone that speaks to someone that he's supposed to care about like that. So then Russell comes out, and he's like, babes, you played yourself. He did all of this to get Chuck to fire Lily from the board, which makes it easier for him to destroy Bass Industries, which of course it does. Sometimes, I don't know. Chuck is smart sometimes. Like, he's obviously made out to be this really smart character, and he does. And he is. But for me, I think Blair is the smartest one in this show. Easy. And a lot of their schemes that they do together are Blair's ideas, and she is the real, like, brain power, I feel like. It's no wonder that as soon as they break up, like, this man is getting played left, right, and centre. And in this one, I don't even feel bad for him. Of course, Lily was going to want to keep Bass Industries together and try and keep Bart's legacy. And then you fire her, thinking that Russell is going to suddenly be like, oh my gosh, yes, Bart. Ridiculous. Chuck threatens to tell Raina what Russell has done. Russell's like, Raina probably won't give a shit now because she has such a poor opinion of you. I don't think it's really gonna matter. And then Russell also fires the captain. Basically, it was all a setup. He sent the report to him on purpose, and it was Russell's intention for the captain to leak it, but because he leaked it, he has to fire him. Had he sent it to him and he hadn't exposed it, it wouldn't have worked with his plan, but it would have proved that he was loyal, so I guess he probably would have kept his job. I don't really know. But anyway, Russell's an evil dude, but he's also smart, you know what I mean? I respect the hustle. Serena confronts Blair and is like, why did you do that to Ben? And Blair's like, because I know that you cancelled my interview with Raina. Serena's like, do you know what? I did it out of love for you, because Chuck's feelings for Raina are real and I didn't want you to get hurt. But Blair insists, she's like, no, Chuck's feelings aren't real. And she runs off to go and find him. And then Dan follows her, obviously knowing what she's going to walk in on. And she kind of stumbles across like the special room and the date that Chuck set up for Raina. Chuck and Raina come back in. So Blair and Dan hide behind this curtain. Chuck basically begs Raina to forgive him. And she says, I've seen all I need to see. And she leaves. Bless her heart. Blair starts tearing up because she realises that Chuck actually, does have feelings for Raina. Dan basically tries to, like, comfort her, but she's like, no, leave me alone. I love Blair, even though she does dumb shit. And quite a lot of times, she's in the wrong. I love this bitch. This is my main gal. But I also love Serena, and I do think she's right a lot of the time. Especially not when it comes to relationships so much, but when it comes to Blair, and these two are fighting, usually it's Serena that's in the right, to be fair. Blair and Serena make up again. Blair calls Dan. Basically, earlier in the episode, he gave her an article to read or something. She says to him that she forwarded it to Vanity Fair, and that she did actually read it and she really liked it, which is cute. He asks her, he's like, how do you feel now that you know that Chuck is dating? And she's like, I'm watching Rosemary's Baby, that's how I'm dealing with it. And Dan's like, oh, I really like that movie, I have it on DVD, how far into it are you? And she's like, oh, it's only just started and whatever. So he puts the DVD on and they sit on the phone together, like talking, and they watch the movie at the same time. And I just think, what a cute little friendship. Oh, I love it.
You do often seem cursed.
I do, don't I?
The captain reveals to Nate and Chuck basically what Russell did. And the captain's like, when I went to Russell to give him back my access card, I gave him a fake one. He gave him like a card for Chuck's gym or something like that. So he, you know, still has the real ones, and he also has a list of all of the passwords for how to get into the computer system. So these three are back with their shenanigans, trying to take Russell down. And I would never have thought that Nate would be the saving grace in a Chuck and Nate plan. Nate has actually been quite resourceful throughout this whole thing and has been the one that kind of is more in the know and more clued in about what's happening. Chuck's balls this one up on multiple occasions. Shit, okay, so it turns out Eric's food delivery was relevant, but it was sweet of him to do anyway, but it is part of the plot. So Damien meets him after his shift. Damien's back. I tell you, I forgot how many episodes this man was in. He just kept showing up. I was like, were you not done back in season 3? Okay, right. So remember like 5 minutes ago or however long it was ago when I said Dan and Nate do something, but I haven't written it down. This is what they did. So Dan and Nate, back at the party with the parole officer and Ben and all that shit, they ratted Damien out, right, to his dad about his drug business. Fast forward to now, the repercussions of that decision. So yeah, Damien goes to meet Eric after his little shift at the food delivery place and tells them because Dan and Nate ratted him out, he now needs Eric to help him run his drug business, or he'll tell everyone about Lily forging the signature on Ben's affidavit. This show is just blackmail after blackmail. Blair is so bossy at this new Eppley job that she loses all of her interns, and the only one that stays is Dan. Let's go back to Chuck and just sort this whole thing out. Chuck goes and tries to apologise to Lily and blame Russell for the whole thing, but she's not having it. And then he mentions how she cheated on Bart and Rufus, and Lily slaps him. And it turns out that Russell was listening to this whole thing, which is exactly what they wanted, because the whole fight was fake. Lily and Chuck are all good. They've made up besties once again, which I do love their relationship. Honestly, I feel like it's better than Lily and Serena. It's better than Lily and Eric. It's one of the best parent-child dynamic on this whole show. Chuck recruits Nate to distract Raina for the afternoon. And Nate is such a freaking sweetheart. I love this man. And this man deserved better. Russell then invites Lily out for a drink. And she agrees to go so that Chuck can sneak into Russell's office while he's out. Then Chuck can, find out who the investor is and convince them that Bass Industries is more profitable as a whole and that he basically shouldn't be going into business with Russell. Can you believe where we started? We started with, Serena buying a pregnancy test, teen drama, and now I'm talking about bloody business deals, investors, drug cults. There's no cult. Probably knowing these lot. Serena and Ben see Eric on the street after he claimed that he was sick. So they bump into him and they're like, you're not sick. And he admits that Damien is blackmailing him. He just comes out with it. Which, thank you, Eric. Because in these shows, and I'm generalising all of them. I'm talking about Pretty Little Lies, 90210, all of them. Things would be solved so much quicker if you just told someone what was going on. So props to Eric. Also, it's his birthday. Bless his soul. Serena is like, right, I'm going to go and pick up the drugs myself. Eric, you stay out of it. And Ben tells her not to pick up the drugs. He's like, let Lily pay for her crime. But Serena's like, no, I'm not sending my own mother to jail, Ben. Then Serena and Eric recruit Blair, because of course they do. Queen of the scheme. And she accepts because obviously Eric's in trouble, despite the fact that she is incredibly busy running W on her own, basically. So she gets Penelope, the old minions are kind of back, So she gets Penelope to help. She's like, look, there's a purple post-it on my desk with where she needs to go for this drug thing, right? Obviously she didn't tell her it's a drug deal, but she trusts the minions to get this shit done. So all this is going on. Dan's been trying to help her all day and she's been very stubborn about it. And she's like, do you know what? I have too much going on. She doesn't say what's happening, but she's got a drug deal to deal with, you know, Eric, Serena, the magazine, too much. So she's like, caves, and she's like, you know what, Dan, fine, you can help me. She's like, pick any task on my desk and just do that. And he picks the purple post-it before Penelope gets there. So now Daniel Humphrey is on a drug run. An accidental drug run. Then later on at Eric's birthday party, Blair realizes that Dan went to get the flowers instead of Penelope. And then Serena and Dan basically confront Blair for setting him up, but she insists like it was just a mix-up. Like, I didn't mean to send Dan on a drug run, please believe me. Damien is on his way to collect his $100,000 that he's owed. Serena and Eric realize because it's his 18th birthday, that means he now has access to his trust fund. So if they can just find the checkbook for his trust fund, they can pay Damien and just make the whole thing go away. Which, oh my God, how much money is in this trust fund? For them to be like, right, we'll just pay him $100,000 and it'll be fine. Chuck tells Lily and Rufus that he invited Russell's investor, this Bradley guy, Bradley Kidd, to the party to see if they can convince Bradley to back them instead of Russell. So then Russell shows up and he tries to flirt with Lily, and Rufus pretends to be angry. He's like, why are you trying to flirt with my wife and all this shit? So then Russell goes to leave, but then he stays when he sees that Bradley is there. So Chuck goes over to Bradley and introduces himself and is like, this is what Russell is trying to do. He's trying to get you on board with this plan, when in reality that is going to lose you money. But if you come with us and keep Bass Industries as a whole, it's better for you, right? And then Bradley confronts Russell and is like, I don't like being cheated and lied to. And Damien overhears this. There's too many people, there's too much going on. Vanessa shows up, we haven't spoken about her for a while, and tries to apologise to Dan. Dan's not having a bar of it. Dan goes to see Blair. You know, all of her interns and minions have all messed up the tasks that they were supposed to do, except for Dan, who wrote and published her blog article for her. This friendship, most unexpected but adorable thing to come out of this show. And he didn't even tell her that he did it as well. He just did it and was just like... And then she, like, found out that he'd done it through the minions. So she goes to the loft to thank him and to tell him that she basically quit / was fired, that she was so rushing, like, to succeed so that she could get back together with Chuck because that was, like, their deal. But she ended up failing at everything. You know, she lost Chuck and she lost the job and, you know, all that stuff. And then they end up getting pizza and watching a movie and falling asleep. Back at Eric's 18th birthday party, Eric and Serena are writing the check for Damien when Lily catches them, right? And is like, what the fuck are you doing? And Eric admits to everything. And Lily finally admits, you know what, okay, I was wrong for forging Serena's signature. I shouldn't have done it. Damien then leaves with his check when he bumps into Ben, and Ben tells him that he will kill him if he turns Lily in. Jesus Christ. A boyfriend material, this one, isn't he? And he tells Damien that he was the one that put the attack on the captain in jail. He fully just offers up that information to him. So then Damien gives Ben back the check. He's like, bro. And Vanessa sees the whole thing, because of course she does. Bless her heart. Like, how many times in this show has Vanessa accidentally seen or overheard something or been told something that really she doesn't need to know, that burdens her? Damien goes to Russell and is like, I have some very valuable information. And I will give it to you if you pay me $100,000. I don't particularly like Damien, but I do, again, I respect the hustle. He fully is threatened by this man and says, you don't scare me. And immediately goes to someone else to give him the information. I love it. Serena and Ben have sex for the first time, And Vanessa calls, but obviously she's busy, so she doesn't answer it. During this whole situation, Nate and Raina have been having a great time together. They're having fun, you know, he's taking Raina to try all these new things that she hasn't done before. And then Chuck calls Nate to be like, oh, you can like bring, you know, Raina over now. But he lies to Chuck. He says, oh, Raina like figured out the plan, so she's already left. But in reality, you know, she's still there. And then she tells Nate that he's the one that she wants to be with. Which we didn't even really see these two, but apparently they're like in love now or whatever. At the end of all that, of Chuck basically trying to win Raina back, he has lost her to Nate. Which, can you blame her? Nate Archibald, everybody. Chuck is throwing another party for God knows what. And he goes to Russell and says that he wants to invite Raina. And Russell's like, you know, Raina and Nate have been spending a lot of time together recently. When Chuck goes to confront Nate about it, he insists that he and Raina are just friends. Meanwhile, Blair is hiding her friendship with Dan, sneaking him into the house once Dorota and Serena have left. Serena goes to see Ben because he hasn't spoken to her since they slept together. Good lord, the red flags with this man, they just don't stop. And when she arrives, his mother, Cynthia, is at the loft, and he introduces Serena to his mother as one of Dan's friends and sends her away. Serena asks for the chance to impress Ben's mother, which goes very poorly. He admits that they are dating, but his mother disapproves, saying, you know, he needs to clear his name, but he refuses. He's like, no, I don't want to turn Lily in and like clear my name and all that because that would destroy Serena's family and I like her. I want this storyline to be over so badly. Blair and Dan decide they're going to have a friendship coming out. They're going to tell Gossip Girl that a big secret will be, you know, revealed. So then when it actually turns out that it's just them two hanging out and being friends, it won't seem like a big deal. They both chicken out of doing it, so it's not really relevant. Chuck tells Raina about Lily's forgery, thinking that Russell is going to expose it, and basically begs her not to let him expose this secret, right? And she's like, you know what? I won't. I don't believe you. Or some shit. I don't know. Lily and Vanessa, odd duo, kind of here for it, go to see Serena and tell her that Ben was the one that got the captain attacked in jail, but what does Serena do? She doesn't believe them. Of course she doesn't. To try and get Serena to believe you over whichever man she is currently dating is near impossible, unless that man is Nate, because she walked all over him. Bless him. Lily asks Serena, she's like, look, could Ben have been the one that told Russell about the affidavit? You know, she denies it. She's like, there's no way. The only proof that this crime even happened is the affidavit, and I have it upstairs in my room. But when she goes to check, it's gone. Because of course it is. At Chuck's party, Serena confronts Ben about this whole thing, and he admits to getting the captain attacked, but denies stealing the affidavit. Lily is then confronted by Cynthia, Ben's mom, and that's when Lily realizes that Cynthia was the one who stole the affidavit. Back to the Thorpes. Nate and Raina are upstairs in the suite, right, they're fine. But then Russell, Chuck and Lily come in, so they hide. I think in Nate's room, and Russell basically says, if you don't sign Bass Industries over to me, I'm going to take this affidavit, I'm going to ruin your entire family. Raina comes out, and she's like shocked that Chuck was right about Russell, and is like, I can't believe you would do this. So she leaves angry, and Russell does not care. He does not care. So he just goes back to the blackmail, and he's like, so what are you going to do about it? So Lily reveals that she already called the DA herself. You know, at this point, too many people know about this shit. The mum has a copy of the affidavit. He probably does too. She's like, I'm just gonna face the music and basically bring it upon myself before someone else can turn me in. Russell then asks Chuck, he's like, look, do you not want to know why I went to all this trouble? Like, do you not want to know what happened? Chuck's like, sure, I'll hear you out. Meanwhile, Raina's really upset, you know, her and Nate kiss. Russell reveals to Chuck that Raina's mother, Avery, died in a fire that Bart intentionally set. So if you remember, way back in season 1, I think, Dan was working for Bart and basically figured out and found out that he had intentionally set a fire in order to claim an insurance thing. And Bart was like, I've had that man's death on my conscience for like however long or something. So I guess you're supposed to forget that he said man. And that's the fire that we're talking about here. So Raina's mother, Avery, died in that fire. And he admits, you know what, I've had enough. And that he's going to go back to Chicago, but Raina refuses to go with him. She's like, nope, after all this shit you've pulled, I'm staying in. Ben admits to Serena that it was probably Damien that leaked the thing about the affidavit because he did get physical with him, and he then breaks up with Serena. At the DA's office, Ben is told that his record is expunged now due to Lily confessing. Chuck is drunk and is basically ranting to Serena, and, you know, he's like, and is leaving to see Blair. So Serena like hurries after him basically to make sure that he's safe on his way there. And at the Waldorfs, Dan asks Blair if she's 100% sure that nothing is going on between them, that they're just friends. And he suggests that they should kiss to be sure, to make sure that there's no, you know, sparks between them. Blair's a bit hesitant, but she agrees. He, you know, waits and he's not really sure, and then Blair just pulls him in and kisses him. And that's the end of that episode. Very dun dun dun. I think it's like the next day or whatever. William and Cece are back again for some modern royalty photo shoot, where it's like all the big families on the Upper East Side. Lily's out on bail at this moment in time, and she's pissed that Cece has invited her sister Carol. We need to put some new pictures up. Yes, we do. Carol Rhodes, sister of Lily Rhodes, Lily Vanderwoodson, aunt of Serena, aunt of Eric, aunt of Scott Rossin, technically. Didn't think we'd mention him again. Mother of Charlie Rhodes. Charlie Rhodes. Niece of Lily, cousin of Serena and Eric. Downstairs in the lobby, Serena bumps into Charlie and is like, oh my god, who are you? And she's like, I'm Charlie. Your cousin. She's like, you know, is there somewhere that we can go and talk because my mum doesn't know that I'm here? Charlie then explains that she wanted to see the Upper East Side world that her mother has been hiding from her, and Serena is like, oh my god, yes, and offers to show her around. She takes her shopping, and she also gives her a locket that's like a family heirloom. Basically just tries to make her feel included. It's very sweet. Meanwhile, Eric is hanging out at the loft, and Dan admits to him that he kissed Blair and he has a crush on her, right? Dan has a crush on Blair.
And you know, she does smell nice.
Oh, you are ass backwards crushing on Blair Waldorf.
Blair is like moping around in bed, and Chuck gets Eppley to invite her to help at the modern royalty photo shoot. She's like, yeah, gets me out of bed, but obviously she doesn't know that Chuck's the one that set this up. Chuck explains to Eppley that Blair needs to feel powerful again before they can be together. When Blair gets there, Eppley's like, okay, so these are all the photo shoot arrangements, and she casually like drops in that Chuck will be standing by himself for the photo shoot, because obviously he's not part of like the Rhodes family, so he can't really stand with them. And then obviously his mum and dad are both, well, mum's gone, dad's dead. And Jack, like, are you fucking serious? He's not gonna stand with him in a picture. Blair confides in Eppley, and she's like, I had a life-changing kiss. She doesn't go into detail about who it was with, or like if it was like in a good way or a bad way. And then she bumps into Vanessa, who insists that she didn't know that the Vanderwoodsons would be at this shoot. She just saw the job listing at NYU and just wanted a job. Eppley goes to Chuck and tells him about this life-changing kiss. On his mission to find out more about it, he asks Dan. When he mentions the life-changing bit, Dan encourages him not to mess. He's like, if it was life-changing, then you shouldn't mess with it. So Chuck's like, you know what? You're right, Daniel. I'll leave. And as he leaves, he rings Eppley and is like, I know who Blair kissed. So Carol finds out about Charlie being there and argues with her, telling her that she needs to return all the clothes that, you know, that were bought for her. And she tells Lily and Serena that they won't be staying. She's like, we're going. Cece then tells Carol that because she sends her money every month, that she needs to stay for the photo shoot, but Carol insists, you know, that wasn't part of the deal. Serena overhears this and she goes to Charlie and tells her everything. Carol then confronts Serena and Lily about why Charlie is so angry with her, and Serena says, you know what, I know about the money. That's why. And Lily's like, I should have known that you didn't come back because you actually wanted to make amends with the family. You came back for money. Anyway, these two end up making up because Carol is just like, I was just embarrassed to admit that I was taking money from Cece. And Lily's like, that's fine. And they're fine. Carol is very dull. Dan calls Eric and is like, I've been asked to go to the royalty photo shoot as an up-and-comer. And Eric is big suspicious. He thinks this shit is fake. He thinks that maybe Blair, like, set it up to get him there. He's not really sure. Dorota then brings Blair a night bag that's full of, like, lingerie, you know, saying that she's going to reveal her true feelings to someone and that she needs to be prepared. But they're talking about the lingerie and she's like, it needs to be the right one. And Dorota basically mutters, she's like, Dan's not going to know the difference between expensive lingerie. And Blair's like, what are you talking about? She's like, the kiss made her realise that Chuck is the one she wants to be with. It didn't make her realise she wants to be with Dan. It made her realise she wants to be with Chuck. And then when Dan shows up to the photo shoot, Blair realises that Chuck set this whole thing up and he knows about the kiss. So Dan and Blair both confront him. He says, you know, that he did it to show her that Dan isn't part of their world. I'm not Dan's biggest fan. He has his moments with me. I like him and I don't. But to literally invite him to this photo shoot and like get him to dress up all nice, like, to come and like have his picture taken, and then it was all a joke to basically make him, he gets there and it's like, oh no, of course you're not having your photo taken because you're not one of us. That's a real dick move. That's a real dick move. She is basically like, I already knew he wasn't one of us. The kiss meant nothing. Other than that, it showed her that she wanted to be with Chuck. And this bit actually is sweet. Chuck is just, like, he's a bit of a dick, but then he, like, does things and I'm like, oh, but he is sweet. Mm. That's my toxic trait. Okay, so he says to her, you know, he wanted her there so that she could be in his picture with him. Why do I actually want to cry? It's this fucking period. I just think that's so sad. What's happening right now? Of all the moments in this show, like, this is not the bit that I usually cry at. But for some reason, today it's hitting hard. Anyway, he says that he wants her to be in his family picture with him, like on his modern royalty photo shoot. And, you know, that they can now, you know, start to build their future together and all this stuff. But she says that his actions show that he isn't ready to be in a real relationship, and she leaves. And then Chuck has his picture taken by himself. She's right. She's so right. Like, he did a real dickish, high schooly thing to Dan. So she was fully right. But, like, oh my God, that's so sad. Vanessa calls Serena. I don't know why. But Serena ignores it and she leaves her. Oh, okay, here we go. So this is why. Serena ignores the call, but Vanessa leaves her a message saying that she overheard Dan and Blair talking about their kiss. Charlie tells Carol that she's staying in New York in Serena's old room. Carol's a bit dubious about this and she basically says to Lily, like, look, because of an incident that happened, you have to keep an eye on Charlie at all times. Okay, back to these two. Raina tells Nate that she wants to go looking for her mother because she doesn't believe that Russell told her the truth, okay? So she hires a PI and Chuck overhears this conversation and realises what she's doing. So Chuck says to Nate, he's like, look, you need to convince Raina not to look for her mother. She's in the press. Like, her mum could find her if she wanted to. She obviously doesn't, so just make her drop it. Chuck then calls Andrew Tyler, his PI guy, to look into the fire for him, right? Obviously the fire, she died, the one that Dan knows about, all that jazz. Nate and Raina say they found a potential match for her mother, so they're going to meet her. And Chuck asks if he can come for moral support, and she's like, you know what? Sure. So they go to this diner and they meet this lady called Avery Thorpe, who is working in the diner, and Raina asks, you know, like, could you be my mother? But she insists that she never had children, and Raina's obviously let down, and Chuck's like, okay, I can't watch her, like, do this over and over again, because she's never going to find her mother, because I know what happened to her mother. Chuck goes to Nate, and he tells him about the fire, and that he's trying to find more information out about it, but he doesn't want to tell Raina about it yet, so can he just try and get her to stop looking? Andrew, the PI guy, then gives him a audio surveillance tape thing from the night of the fire, right? And on it, you can hear Bart arguing with Avery. She goes back inside, and then the place goes up in flames, and she's never heard from again. Let's go back to Blair. So while Blair is basically venting to Dorota about how she, you know, will never have a fairy tale love, you know, she'll never have that fairy tale, Louis, remember this, geez? Louis pulls up in a car with the shoe that Blair gave to him, which would be kind of cute. It is cute, but Louis is just so unlikable, but it is cute. I'll give him that. So Lily is on house arrest for obviously the thing with the affidavit. Rich white people, right? She literally put this man in jail for like 5 years, forged her daughter's signature. But she's got money, so she's chilling at home with an ankle bracelet. And she's still got shit she's still complaining. I'll just summarize this whole plot right now because it's dumb and basically wants us to sympathize with her. But why am I going to sympathize with some white rich lady that got out of doing fucking jail time? Actual jail time. When she's sitting in her probably $1 million loft in New York. She can have anything she wants delivered to the house. She's got a husband who's adorable. Love you, Rufu. Her kids, she can basically do whatever the fuck she likes. She just has to stay at home. Wow. So there was supposed to be a party at the Vanderwoodsons. Anne Archibald moves it to a different location because of Lily's arrest. And then Serena tries to blackmail a co-chair, this old guy who tried to kiss her, which, that is a whole nother thing. What the fuck? To like move it back to the Vanderwoodsons. Very much gloss over that whole thing. Poor Serena. Anyway, so she blackmails him about that. Apparently it happened like a while ago, I think, which makes it weirder because then she would have been younger. Anyway, so they move it back to the Vanderwoodsons. So when the party's happening, Eric and Rufus hear guests at the party insulting Lily, you know, talking about her arrest and all that stuff. Anne then confronts her about the blackmail that Serena did and tells her, you know, everyone was happy to see her downfall. Which, honestly, low-key, me too. Which honestly kind of comes out a bit from left field from Anne. Like, a little bit, because we've never seen any kind of feud between these two before. We barely see Anne as is. You have to remember what they said, I think it's like season 1, when they say about how, you know, Serena and Eric would like turn up at the Waldorfs and the Archibalds' houses when Lily would be off, you know, during all of her marriages and stuff. So I do kind of get why she kind of held that grudge. I don't know, maybe it's just like that bitter, like, high school cliquey thing that these rich women have. And then Lily tells Rufus she doesn't care if she never sees those women again as long as she has him. I used to love these two as well, and sometimes they have moments that are so sweet, and they just throw curveballs at them at every fucking turn. And Rufus, this man's an angel, and I will stand by that. Dan tells Rufus that he has been hired to go undercover and follow this prince around that's in town, and also that he and Vanessa are no longer speaking. And Rufus is kind of like, do you want to do that? This guy obviously doesn't want to be found. And then also he like says about him and Vanessa, they should make up or whatever, I think. He's basically just being a good dad. I'm not going to talk about him again. Meanwhile, Louis goes to the Waldorfs to speak to Blair. Louis tells Blair that while he's there, she can't tell anyone about it. Basically, no one's supposed to know. She's being secretive about it, which makes Penelope get a bit suspicious. So she goes to Gossip Girl to find out who this mystery man is. Let's go back to Serena. So Serena and Charlie are looking through the Gossip Girl archives to see if there's any kind of evidence that Dan and Blair are seeing each other because she's heard Vanessa's voicemail. Then they see a post, obviously triggered by what Penelope wrote in about, that Blair is on a mystery date and won't say who it's with. So Serena says, Charlie, will you go and follow them? Because they won't recognise you. And then because Dan is following Louis, obviously, you know, the whole Prince thing, he shows up at the restaurant. So then Charlie sees this and tells Serena that they're on a date because obviously Dan's gone into the same restaurant that Blair's in on a mystery date, but really he's just trying to follow Louis for a story. When Blair sees Dan, she's like, Dan, you have to leave. You have to get out of here. And when he sees that it's Louis, you know, the prince that she's going out with, he's like, okay, right, I'll leave. When Serena arrives to the date to be like, ha, caught ya, she sees Blair with Louis and she goes in and she's like, what's happening here? And Blair basically explains that Louis came back for her, but it's like secret. I can't tell anybody. Serena tells Charlie, she's like, oh, you must have gotten confused. Blair was not with Dan, it was fine. She's on a date with someone else. And Charlie's like, I don't know, he was there. Louis tells Blair that he has been found out that he's in New York, basically, and that his parents are sending him a plane to take him home because they disapprove of him dating a commoner. When you know what you know about Queen Blair Waldorf, the fact that she's being referred to as a commoner shows you these people have money, these people are royalty, okay? Prince of Monaco, or wherever he is. He says that his minder, so like this guy that's like checking on him or following him around or whatever, I don't know, Lucian? Maybe it's Lucian. Paid one of her friends to follow him. So she figures out that it was Dan, because obviously Dan was the one that showed up at the restaurant. When she confronts him about writing the article or whatever he was going to do, he's like, whoa, you know, like, I'm sorry, like, I didn't realise and all this stuff. And she's like, you know what? You can make it up to me by pretending to be her boyfriend at this pink party that they're going to and kissing her in front of Lucien to basically prove to him that she isn't dating Louis. So then Louis can stay. Dan says, we need to tell Serena about this plan because if she sees this shit and she doesn't know what's happening, that's going to be bare awkward. She's like, no, it's going to blow my whole thing. Like, I'm doing this to protect Louis. We can't tell her. And then Charlie sees this shit happening, takes a picture of them together and sends it to Serena. All backfired. Literally could have just told her the truth. It's another one of those situations. Be like Eric. Just step up and just say, this is the shit that's going down. At this pink party, which is so cute. I think I'm going to do a video ranking all the Gossip Girl like parties, or maybe like the Gossip Girl like fashion shows, because they have so many of them, or like their outfits from them. Something like that. I feel like that would be a kind of fun video. Blair is telling Serena how, you know, excited, you know, she is about Louis, which if she's going to tell her how excited she is about Louis, that's kind of blowing his cover anyway. Like, why can't she tell her about the plan? Anyway, so Serena says to Charlie, she's like, look, if Blair really is seeing Louis, then she won't care if you flirt with Dan. You know, in Friends, where Joey and Rachel and Phoebe have the plan and then Monica and Chandler find out about the plan. It's like, it's kind of like a do they know we know they know we know kind of thing. These two have a plan going on and now these two do, but it coincides with their plan, like it clashes. Like both plans make sense, but they don't make sense together. If they just told Serena what was happening, none of this confusion would have happened. When Charlie attempts to flirt with Dan, Blair drags him away. Lucien, I really should have given him a picture, follows them, and so does Charlie. So when they come back downstairs, everyone sees a Gossip Girl blast with a video of Dan and Blair kissing, and Blair says to Lucien, she's like, yep, we really are dating, you know, to prove to him that Louis is not dating her. And obviously Serena is like, well, what the fuck is happening? And Louis is the one. So Louis was fine with telling Serena this plan, but they weren't. So he tells Serena Blair isn't really with Dan, but she says that they've secretly been dating for a while and just lying to all of them. See, if you'd just not been embarrassed that you were friends and been open about it, no one would be thinking this weird shit. Like, no one would be thinking there's something more going on. Or if you just told her about the plan. Blair and Dan try and explain the video to Serena, but when she asks about their other kiss, obviously the one that Vanessa told her about, neither of them deny that it happened.
Why couldn't you just tell me that?
I was
humiliated.
And Serena accuses Blair of only liking Dan because Serena did. But Blair's like, you're just jealous because I'm the one that's actually getting the attention for once. So we're having this old fight again. So then Charlie goes to the Humphrey loft to apologise to Dan, saying that Serena asked her to film the kiss and Vanessa was the one who mentioned the original kiss. So now she's thrown both of the gals straight in it. Blair then goes to Louis and explains, the whole situation to him, and he chooses to believe her that there's nothing going on with her and Dan, and then they decide to make their relationship public. Serena then calls Jean-Michel, the guy from the double date, like the driver. I've forgotten what that's about. I think we come back to it later. Dan then meets Vanessa to tell her that they are no longer friends, and they never will be again, which is so fucking sad. I don't know if I have it in my heart, though, to put an orange line between them. I don't know if I actually have it in my heart to do it. I think I'm going to have to, because he really doesn't like her, and it's such a shame. If you had said, like, at the beginning of Gossip Girl, that we would have ended up with an orange line between these two, I wouldn't have. I can't even tell you how much I love this board. Like, I genuinely want to frame it or something when I'm done with it. Isn't it so beautiful? Serena goes to Blair and admits that she overreacted about the kiss. So she and Blair make up yet again. Serena, asks how his parents feel about this whole thing, her being a commoner and all that. She says by the time that they find out, it'll be fine because she will have won over the European press. Later, when Louis is about to tell Blair a secret, his mother, Sophie, barges in. Louis' mother, Sophie, and we have Louis' sister, Beatrice. Sophie, his mother, then barges in, saying he's about to get married. How could he act like this? Sophie then calls Serena and is like, thank you for giving me a heads up about this and for telling me what was going on. Look, I know I said I'd defend Serena. I'm not defending her this time. I know how hurtful it would be to think that your ex and your best friend were like, you know what, actually? No, that would be fucking awful. I probably would do some crazy shit like this, to be fair. Okay, never mind. Nope, I rest my case. Louis then explains that he isn't engaged, but Sophie has flown over her top 10 candidates for Louis to marry, and he must choose one by tomorrow night. He's next in line for the throne, he needs to have a wife, yada yada yada. He says, I only told Sophie that I would go if she would come and meet you. Blair calls Serena to tell her everything, and Serena pretends to be excited for her and admits to Eric that she was the one that told Sophie. But it backfired because now Blair is invited to this cocktail party, right? So she's bitter. She's not even like, oh shit, I really shouldn't have done this to her, but I'm glad that it worked out. She's like, oh, it didn't blow up in her face like I wanted it to. And then Eric, the voice of reason, is back again. He had a little blip, but he's back. And he's like, you're cruel, babes. He's like, trying to sabotage Blair's happiness is actually fucking cruel. She's like, no, Blair doesn't actually like Louis. She only wants his royal title. That's like her justification of this to herself. And Eric's like, okay, well, Sophie won't find Blair acceptable anyway because of all of her scandals. And Serena's like, you know what? You're right. Meanwhile, Dan takes Charlie to coffee as a friend. When they say goodbye, though, she kisses him by surprise. Vanessa sees him. Later on, Charlie is reading a book on how to turn a friend into a boyfriend. Like in the park or some shit. When Vanessa comes over and introduces herself, she says that she's studying abroad next semester, but she can't leave Dan in the hands of Blair or Serena. So she promises to help her win Dan over. I mean, I get that obviously Vanessa still cares about Dan, But saying like, oh, I can't leave him with Serena or Blair as his love interest. Babes, just move abroad, get over it. Just save yourself at this point. But no, she's gonna help Charlie win Dan over, because apparently she's not even known this girl. She doesn't even know her, but she's gonna make sure that she ends up with Dan. But then it's literally her cousin, so like she's still technically leaving him in this Upper East Side mess anyway. Rufus is managing this new band called Panic. Charlie offers to make pizzas for all of them, right? Because Vanessa's like, that would be such a nice thing to do, you know, he's very much loves Rufus, you gotta get in on that. Dan's a bit like, and she's like, no, like I promise, super casual, like it'll be fun. And Dan's like, you know what? Go on then. But then when Dan and Rufus get to the loft and the band are on their way up, it's a candlelit dinner instead. And Dan's confused. He's like, you said pizza? And she explains that she is only following Vanessa's advice. So Dan assumes that Charlie went to Vanessa for help and Vanessa sabotaged her, which, as we know, is not what happened. Vanessa's being dropped in it again. She cannot catch a break. I mean, she doesn't help herself out at the same time. But still. Charlie says, oh, Vanessa probably sabotaged me because I do have a crush on you. He's like, you know what, we should like confront her about this. And Charlie's like, no, you know, I want to do it on my own. So she goes to see Vanessa and admits what she did. She says that she lied to Dan, told him that Vanessa sabotaged her in order to get Vanessa out of the way so that she can have Dan. She says that if Vanessa really knew how to get Dan, then she wouldn't be leaving the country. Which, you know what, is fairs. I don't know if you would really want to take advice from someone who has dated this person in the past and lost them and is now moving away. Back to Chuck and Nate. We haven't spoken about them for a hot minute. So Chuck tells Nate again, please get Raina to stop looking for her mother, which in turn just makes her angry at Nate because it makes her feel like Nate doesn't care about, you know, this whole thing. Andrew then gives Chuck a letter, and from the letter he figures out that Bart was actually having an affair with Raina's mum. But Avery was going to leave him to go back to Russell, and he thinks that's why he set the fire, which is a bit extreme, Bart, babe. Come on now. Nate says that Raina won't give up the search, and so Chuck gives him the letter, and he's like, read this shit. And Nate's like, okay, well, now that we have this letter, you know, all this stuff, we should tell Raina. And Chuck's like, no. So they argue, and then I don't really remember how it comes up, but then Nate tells Chuck about Louis needing to be engaged. I don't know if it was like out of spite, like because he was trying to sabotage him and Raina, or if it just kind of slipped out. Sophie tells Blair that she could never accept her because of what she read about her on Gossip Girl. Blair insists Louis knows all my secrets and he doesn't care, and also all these other girls, like these top 10 candidates, they don't have a Gossip Girl like illuminating their past, so it's not really a fair fight. Chuck arrives to this party drunk and declares himself as the love of Blair's life to Sophie. Blair begs him to leave, and Chuck's like, it's disrespectful that you would pretend to be in love with Louis when you're actually in love with someone else. Me. Sophie then gets the security to escort him out and tells Louis to end his relationship with Blair. Back at the Waldorfs, Serena admits that she actually did feel a little bit bad for Chuck, but then Blair gets mad at her for defending him. She says, you know, that she genuinely wants to be with Louis, and she knows that Serena tried to sabotage her. She's just trying to be happy, and she's getting it from all angles. Louis comes to tell her that he wants to be with her no matter what his family says, and he proposes to her. Then Nate goes to Raina to apologise, you know, for not being more helpful with trying to find her mum. Explains that he was protecting someone, and he tells her everything that he knows about the letter, about the fire, about everything. And she says now that she understands why Russell was so hell-bent on destroying Bass Industries. She wants in. So she asks Nate to choose between her and Chuck. For poor Nate, bless him, that is a loaded question. Like, Chuck's been his best friend for 4 years, and he's known this girl, like, 2 weeks. Blair visits the Empire to tell Chuck that she's engaged because she wanted him to hear it from her first, you know, before he saw her on Gossip Girl or anything, so obviously we know she said yes. He is enraged, and he ends up punching the glass next to her face. So if you remember in Chuck's suite at the Empire, the like a wall kind of thing between the living room and his bedroom is like glass, like loads of glass windows. So he punches one, and a shard of glass from the window cuts a little bit of Blair's face. She runs out of the suite in fear, basically, because he's so angry. And then we see that Nate heard like the commotion and the whole thing. He rings Raina and tells her that he is choosing her over Chuck. And then we see Raina in her office, and she invites Jack to New York to destroy Chuck. Vanessa calls Serena to ask her why Charlie would try and make her seem crazy to Dan. And Serena doesn't really care, basically. She's like, whether she did or didn't, I'm not fussed. Oh, and also Rufus picks up Charlie's medication for her, so now we know that she's taking some kind of medication. So we have another party. This time it is Blair and Louise's engagement party, but Blair is refusing to invite Serena, obviously after what she did. Blair is out with Louise and Sophie, but when she sees Jack back in New York, she makes up an excuse so that she can leave. Sophie then reveals to Louise that she paid someone to follow Blair, and that as soon as they got engaged, the first place that she went was to go and see Chuck. So we find out that Blair left so that she could go to Chuck and warn him about Jack being back in town, and Louise follows her there. And then once she's gone, Louise goes in and confronts Chuck about, you know, pursuing Blair. Back to Dan and Charlie. So Dan and Charlie are getting along fine. And he invites her to the black tie event that Constance and St. Jude's are hosting. When Serena finds out about this, she acts like it's cool that they're going together, but you can tell that, you know, she's really not cool that they're going together. She also finds out that Charlie doesn't have her trust fund yet, even though she's 18. So she was like, right, I will speak to Cece and I will sort this out. We'll get you a trust fund that Carol's been keeping from you. Charlie gets a loan from Cece to tide her over until her trust fund comes in. And then she gets a call from Carol and they argue, right, on the phone. And Charlie throws her pills away. She ditches them. Jack, menace of the century, goes to meet with Russell to plot against Chuck, and he's like, nothing turns Chuck upside down like losing Blair Waldorf. Russell says to Jack, he's like, I need you to get this box that Chuck is protecting. I think we can use it. Chuck is drunk, and Jack basically shows up to taunt him. Chuck punches him, and then Nate shows up to help, but Chuck's just angry with him. Jack has him taken away, and he steals his room card from him to give to Russell. Meanwhile, Serena is confiding in Rufus, adorable stepdad moment here. Rufus is like, look, as much as you have your issues, you know, Blair loves you as much as anyone. And Serena is like super cute. She's giving, even though it's obviously a bit weird for her, she gives Charlie advice about, you know, like her first proper like black tie Upper East Side event.
Lipstick lasts longer, but gloss is more fun. Dan does love to dance, but he's terrible at it, so no laughing. And your feet won't hurt as long as you have just the right amount of champagne.
She's just a little ray of sunshine. She's so freaking cute. But then when Charlie leaves to go to the dinner, she is dressed exactly like Serena was at their cotillion. So she's in the gold dress. We all know it. It's iconic. She's in the gold dress. She's done her hair exactly the same way, you know, kind of like based on this picture of Serena and Dan at cotillion that Serena has. Then Serena decides to go to Blair's engagement, you know, and she tells her that all she's ever really wanted for her is for her to find true love. She just wants her to be happy. So they become friends again. Blair then sees a Gossip Girl blast about Chuck being taken to rehab, and she admits to Serena that she is worried about him. Louis then confronts Blair about Chuck, and why she's protecting him, and now realizes that the reason she has a cut on her face is because of Chuck. It turns out this whole thing was a plot. Jack, Chuck, and Nate show up to the suite while Russell is rumbling around, searching for stuff. Rumbling around. While he's rummaging around, looking for stuff, right? So Chuck going to rehab, all that stuff, him and Jack, they were all in on it. They watch the full tape, the full security tape of the night of the fire, seeing that Russell left after Bart. So he was the one that set the fire, right? Not Bart. He says that he thought it was Bart in the building, and that's why he set it on fire. So they basically tell him to leave New York. They won't tell anybody, just leave. Afterwards, Raina tells Nate that she won't stop going after Chuck, and Nate tells her the truth about Russell and everything that happened. So she calls Russell and tells him that he's dead to her. This was good shit. This reveal, like, that it was actually him, that was good. Because, like, Bart's real evil. And, like, you think, surely not. Surely he didn't set this fire on purpose, with someone inside on purpose. But then it made sense because of the insurance. But then to find out that it was actually him. That's good shit. Charlie shows up to Blair's engagement dinner to meet Dan there, ready for them to go to this other event. And obviously shows up in Serena's dress, looking like Serena, and Serena's like, what the fuck is this? And Charlie insists that it is not Serena's dress. And Serena's like, yes, it is. It was made especially for me. There is no way that you bought this dress. Dan's like, you know what, Serena, you've got loads of dresses. It doesn't matter. And Serena's a bit like, well, you should know this dress. You were my date to cotillion. But then Charlie and Dan like leave all pissy. I don't get it. I don't get why Dan was so pissy in this scene. If I was Serena, I'd actually be so upset that he didn't remember, like that he didn't recognize that she was dressed exactly like Serena was at cotillion, because that was such a big night in their relationship. Sometimes Dan's like, oh, love Dan. And sometimes it's like, fuck off, Dan. Rufus finds Charlie's medication in the bin, and Serena calls Vanessa to tell her, look, okay, I should have taken you more seriously. I believe you that Charlie is trying to sabotage everyone around Dan. She just did the same thing to me. At the Constant St. Jude's benefit, or whatever it is, Dan admits to Charlie that he never really did anything that crazy at school. You know, he just kind of had his head down, did his work. So then she takes him into Headmistress Quella's office, what a throwback to Quella, to have sex. During it, like while they're making out, she asks him to call her Serena. And it freaks him out, obviously. So then Blair gets a call to say that Chuck needs her. So she leaves her engagement party. I feel like this is just such a cute moment, because like it just shows how much Blair genuinely cares for Chuck. Like, not even just a way of like, obviously she loves him, but like she's genuinely worried about him, and if he needs her, like she will be there. She tells Charlie to tell Louis, I don't know how this has happened, I don't even know how they've ended up at the same event. Blair tells Charlie to tell Louis that she'll be right back. I don't know how we've moved from Blair's engagement party to this fundraiser, but we have. Meanwhile, Chuck goes to the fundraiser to win Blair back, but she's obviously just left. And we see Blair going up to the roof, and then the door shuts behind her. And she says that she got a call saying that Chuck was threatening to jump and that he was asking for her. That is just so freaking sad. It turns out that it was Russell who arranged the phone call and that lured Blair up there. Like, Chuck was not going to jump. He was going there to the fundraiser to try and win Blair back and tell her that he loved her. Meanwhile, Vanessa and Serena are bickering on their way to the fundraiser to tell Dan that Charlie isn't taking her medication. Dan tells Nate about Charlie asking him to call her Serena, and Nate thinks it's hilarious, because of course he does. Chuck arrives, and when he asks Eleanor, because Eleanor's there as well, apparently, where Blair is, she says that he should let her go, basically, and let her be happy. And he's like, she wouldn't have missed the opportunity to come to this fundraiser for Constance and St. Jude's, where she used to go, her alumni. She would not miss the opportunity to come to that party with a prince on her arm. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just no way. And then Chuck and Nate go to the Empire to see if Blair is there. He's pissed at Nate for telling Raina because it means repercussions. So Russell has lured Blair, right, to the top of the roof of the Empire, I think it is. And he basically tells her, like, you're still the thing that he loves most in the world. I could take Bass Industries from him, you know, whatever. It's not going to mean anything. You are what means the most to him. So that's what I'm going to take from him. And so Blair still has Chuck as her number one on her speed dial, right? So she rings him. She's able to, like, say where she is by talking to Russell, so then he knows where to go and find her. So Russell is planning to set the building on fire. He's planning to set the building on fire with Blair inside to get back at Chuck because he set a fire that killed his wife because of Bart. The logic is a little bit off on Russell's part. I don't think he's really thought this all the way through. So then Raina shows up and she basically gets Russell to give her the lighter by saying, you know, if you don't do this, we can still have a relationship, like you won't lose me, just don't go through with this, right? You know, she knows the fire was an accident and all this stuff. And then as soon as he gives her the lighter, she does a full 180 and she's like, I'm never going to visit you in jail, bitch. Bye. Love that. Raina's a queen. Honestly, I love her. So then Chuck obviously is there with Blair. She's rescued, she's fine. And he says to her, you know, do you want to go? He's like, can we go for one last drink? Before you go back to Louis forever. Raina tells Nate that she needs to go back to Chicago, and she leaves, and I think that's the last time we ever see her. Poor Nate, bless his heart. I actually feel like these two were quite a good match. Also, Georgina is back, because of course she is. Icon. And she's back with some guy. I don't remember his name, but he's like her boyfriend that they're together and he like helps her take care of Milo and stuff. But anyway, so she's showing people at this event pictures of Milo. Her dynamic with Dan is as hilarious as ever. Her dynamic with everyone is just 10 out of 10. Okay, so what I've got written here is weird side notes. So there's a couple little weird side notes that happen in this episode that we'll just point out now because why not? Serena has a run-in with Headmistress Quella at this event. And she basically says that she thought that Serena could do better than New York. She basically like alludes to the fact that she thinks like, oh, you know, Serena was like smarter and, you know, could have gotten away from New York, but she settled for Columbia. And it was a bit weird because I was kind of like, Quella literally like shouted over her like the whole time. Like she never once seemed to encourage her or like seemed to have any kind of inkling that she thought or expected more of Serena. So there's Mini Blair and Mini Serena, and they're basically girls that I don't know if they go to Constance, I think they do, but they're real tiny, they're like 12 or something. They're basically one dresses like Serena and one dresses like Blair, and they just show up at random times and are like, you know, they're not really relevant, but they just will show up and give their 2 cents on things, and like they read Gossip Girl and like, anyway, they were there. And they show up a couple times. I might mention them again. I don't really know. Oh, and also Quella introduces Serena to, I think she calls it like, this is Cecily von Ziegler. Quella introduces her to the author of the Gossip Girl books, but they don't obviously say that she's the author of the Gossip Girl books, but it's kind of a cute moment because she's like, oh, come and meet this lady. And obviously if you know, then you know that that's the author of the Gossip Girl books. So I like stuff like that. I think it's cute. It's like when Sarah Shepard was the substitute teacher in that one episode of Pretty Little Liars. And then she was also like the news anchor in a different episode. I don't know. I just think that's cute. Back to the actual plot. So Dan finds Charlie with a bottle of vodka. He's like, right, we should talk. And then she ends up seeing Vanessa's there and realizes that it's a whole plan. It's a setup, right? So she pushes a waiter into Dan and dips. This is now our third instance of someone crashing into a waiter. We had Dan or Chuck at the brunch in season 1. We had Nate when he was trying to save Jenny from Damien. I think we've had more than that as well. So then Charlie sends everyone a text saying that she's sorry and goodbye. So then everyone starts to panic, and Serena finds her like on a window ledge. I don't know if she's standing or she's sitting, I can't remember. She basically says that she took Serena's dress because Dan could never like Charlie in the way that he likes Serena. And, you know, she wants to be just like her, you know, the whole Upper East Side life and have Dan and have that whole kind of thing that she feels like she missed out on. And Serena's basically like, being me isn't so great, actually. Because obviously she's just been shat all over by Headmistress Quella downstairs. So then Charlie basically gets down off of the ledge and she says to Serena, she's like, you know, if you could do everything all over again, would you choose Dan or would you choose Nate? For me, this just feels like a bit of a weird callback. At this point in the series, we're kind of a bit done now with the Serena, you know, Nate, Dan, love triangle. They've kind of done it, so I find it to be a little boring now, but they're bringing it back up again. So then Serena basically invites them both. She's like, come and see me, and apologizes for making them both wait for so long. And they both accept her apology. And then Charlie apologizes to Dan. She's like, sorry that happened. Like, I'm just going through some stuff and whatever. But then, okay, we see Charlie call Carol. And she says their plan worked perfectly. So then on Charlie's way out, she bumps into Georgina. And Georgina's like, you're not on this medication. Tells her to give her a call if she ever comes back to New York. Basically, Georgina, she sees a little schemer and she's like, I like that. So then we have, honestly, one of my favourite scenes in this whole show. And I think that's quite a popular opinion. So Chuck and Blair go to this bar, and it just so happens that a bar mitzvah is happening at the same time. So they kind of like join in with the dancing and the drinking, and they both just look like they're having so much fun. You know, they're both laughing, just, these two happy. It's the peak of Gossip Girl for me. You know, after they've kind of had a bit of fun, Chuck gives the boy a check, whose, you know, party it is, and then is like to Blair, you know, kind of time to go back to the real world now. And Blair kisses him and they go into another room and they have sex. So then Chuck brings her back to the charity event, gala, whatever it is. And he says to her, he's like, you love him, don't you? And she says, yes, but not in the way that I love you. You know, she says that Louis makes her happy, but the love that Chuck and Blair have is like an all-consuming kind of love. Chuck bumps into Louis, who's still there. Like he was like, you know, I've been waiting for Blair. You know, it's like, I still want Blair. I have waited for her and I will wait for her. Blair comes in, planning to tell Louis that she's choosing Chuck. But Chuck interrupts and tells Louis, you know, that he has his blessing to marry Blair and that he is happy for them. So Chuck walks away and Blair runs after him and she's like, why did you do that? And he basically explains that when Blair didn't show up to the Empire State Building, you know, when Dorota had her baby, I think it's season 3 finale, Chuck was like, I only waited for 2 minutes and then I left. And Louis waited the whole night for you to come back. And he's basically saying that he feels like Blair deserves that happy, committed love that Louis is able to give her, and that he doesn't think that he's good enough for Blair. He thinks that Louis ultimately is, you know, and he's sacrificing his kind of happiness, because obviously he wants to be with Blair, in order for her to be what he thinks is truly happy. Not only is that great character development from Chuck, it also breaks my heart, because that is just so sweet, and I want these two to be together, okay? And I don't want to hear any shit about it. Because, yes, they have their toxic moments, and I was literally just shitting on this man, like, 20 minutes ago because of the whole hotel thing, which was terrible and was shitty. But I cannot deny that I love these two together, and I think they're one of the best TV couples of all time, and their chemistry is unmatched, and their storylines and the way that they speak to each other is just unmatched.
I didn't want to let you go just yet.
Don't let anyone tell you you're not powerful. Woman I know.
It's taking all the power I have to walk away from you. I will always love you.
I will always love you.
She says, it's taking all the power I have to walk away from you. And he says that he'll always love her, and she says that she'll always love him. This scene makes me cry every time. Like, when they tell each other that they'll always love each other, and you do genuinely think, like, that they aren't going to be together. Like, obviously Blair's getting married, and it's that, like, acceptance of both of them that they love each other, but it's just not going to work. Like, that is so freaking sad. Such good TV. This scene is so good. It's so good. The acting is incredible. The emotion gets me every time. Yeah, and then Blair leaves with Louis. So Vanessa goes to the Humphrey loft and she finds a manuscript for a book called Inside. If you've seen this show before, you know where we're going with this. Oof, what a can of worms. And she reads it. And then, honestly, we get another one of, I think, the saddest scenes, but I don't think anyone ever talks about this because people don't like Vanessa. But this scene is actually really sad. Like, when you deep it, it's actually really sad. Because basically, Vanessa calls him after she reads this amazing manuscript. And she tells him that he should publish it. And he says no. And she says, you were a better person before you asked Serena out. And he says, my life was better before you climbed up my fire escape. Like, you know, the first time we meet Vanessa when she climbed up his fire escape and then she was there and, like, that's when we meet her for the first time. Because I love these two. Like, honestly, as friends, I loved them. I liked them as a couple. I genuinely did. To see, like, that towards the end, they are just not friends at all anymore and don't like each other anymore. Well, I think Vanessa obviously still does, but Dan, you know, I think that is just so sad. I think it is genuinely so sad. If I've said it once, I've said it a million times. Vanessa Abrams deserved better. She really did. This was cruel. This was actually cruel, and I don't forgive the writers for it. Then we have a 3-week time jump. Rufus is reading, I think it's in the newspaper or something, that Russell is going to go to jail for 20 years for what he did. Blair is going to spend the summer with Louis in Monaco, but her and Dan agree to sync up their Netflix queue so that they can still watch movies together while she's away, which again is adorable. Nate can obviously tell that Chuck is upset about Blair, but when he asks him about it, you know, Chuck says that with Louis, Blair glows and that Louis genuinely loves her, and that's the Blair that he loves, is the one that gets to shine and gets to be happy. So he's happy to let her be that lovely, wonderful Blair, even if that means that he doesn't get to be with her. So then Chuck and Nate spin a globe and just choose a random country to go to. That's how they're going to spend their summer. Blair asks Serena to come with her to Monaco, but she tells her that she's going to Montecito. She says that she needed to make a choice, you know, like alluding to choosing Nate or Dan. And she's saying that she chooses herself and to work on herself and kind of have her own journey. Rufus offers the Hamptons house to Dan, and Dan says yes, and he also invites Eric, and Eric obviously knows that he is totally in love with Blair. So then Vanessa takes the Inside manuscript and takes it to a publisher, and the publisher loves it. And she's like, you know, the author is anonymous, he's not ready to come forward yet, but he will. And until then, you can send the checks to me, and I will forward them to the author. The address that Vanessa gives to the publisher to send to her is in Barcelona. So we realise that she is moving to Barcelona. This is the last time that we see Vanessa as like a main character, even a recurring character. This is basically the last time that we see her. I just think it's so sad. I think I'm not going to get too much into it because obviously, like I said, I'm going to do a video on Vanessa. But I think because the audience villainized her so much, the writers maybe felt like that was the only way they could take her character, which I kind of wish they had gone against that and stuck with who her character really was, because this way for her to leave feels so unfulfilling and feels so sad. I don't particularly like it, to be honest with you, but that is where we're at. Vanessa now lives in Barcelona. Serena is in Montecito, and she is like she's just walking along basically, and she sees this guy who's reading The Beautiful and the Damned. So she starts talking to him. He says that he is making the book into a movie, and she's like, oh my god, that is so cool, this is my favorite book. Kind of is like, can't really be bothered to read it, and he basically offers her a job on the movie set because it's her favorite book and she knows a lot about it. She's read it a few times, so she can help him with the adaptation. Big reveal, people. Hold on to your Louis Vuitton sun hats. So we see Carol talking to Charlie. So it turns out that Carol was paying Ivy, not Charlie, an actress, to pretend to be Charlie Rhodes, her daughter, and they orchestrated the whole thing. So the whole meltdown, not taking a medication, the whole thing with Dan and the Serena and wearing the dress, all of that was fake. All of it was orchestrated so that the Vander Woodsons basically would never come looking for Charlie again. Carol doesn't want the real Charlie having anything to do with Cece or Lily or Serena or any of them. So she sent Ivy in to basically ruin Charlie's reputation with their family so that she could then leave and they would never come looking for her. And it wasn't just that. It's not just, oh, the mum is trying to protect the daughter, which no, it's a fucked plan anyway. But it gets even more fucked because what Carol really wanted was access to Charlie's trust fund without actually telling Charlie that she even had a trust fund, that she even had this whole family, right? So the real Charlie doesn't know about any of this shit. But Ivy, pretending to be Charlie, was able to give Carol access to Charlie's trust fund so she could get the money, and also so that Charlie would never come looking for them and find out the truth. So it's not really about caring for her, it's about the money and the secrets and the lies. Carol is the fucking worst. It is then revealed that Ivy, so now from this point forward, I will be referring to her as Ivy, not Charlie, and they are not related. There are now no ties between Carol and Ivy. It was all a lie. So Ivy is not related to anybody. If I ever talk about Charlie, I'm going to call her Ivy because that's her real name. But we're the only people that are in on this. Everyone still believes that this is Charlie, so it is a little bit confusing. But yes, so it is also revealed that Ivy took one of the checkbooks for the trust fund, and she also kept Georgina's number. So since this episode is the finale, that is obviously where these characters are being left off for the season, but the very last shot of this season is of Blair and Serena. You know how they have their joined rooms with the bathroom in the middle? In that bathroom, in the bin in that bathroom, is a positive pregnancy test. Oh yes, bitch. Yes, it is. So we don't know if it's Serena's, we don't know if it's Blair's. So yeah, that is where we finish off with season 4. These are long videos and they're taking a long time. I'm filming this now at the end almost of July, and I think I filmed the first part in May, I think maybe, or June. I can't even keep track anymore. It's taking so long and they're going to take so long to edit, but I'm so excited for you guys to see all of it. I haven't even started editing part 1 yet, but by the time you see this, obviously part 1 will be up. Who knows when that is going to be? I just have faith that when they do come out, everyone will love them, hopefully, because it's so much work, but it's going to be worth it because I'm having so much fun and this makes me happy. So that is where we're at the end of season 4 and the end of part 2. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you made it till the end of this such a long video, and for also just coming back to part 2 in general after you saw part 1. It means a lot to me for you to keep watching this series. In the next part, that will obviously be the final part in this Gossip Girl trilogy. In the next part, we will be covering season 5 and season 6, which is obviously the series finale. So we're gonna learn how this whole shit show ends. I feel like I'm excited to see it once it's all fully done and finished with everybody up there. Hope you guys liked this video. If you did, please like it, comment, tell me anything you want to tell me about Gossip Girl, about seasons 3 and 4. Did you like them? Do you think they're, you know, a bit lacking compared to some other seasons? What's your favourite moments? Who are your favourite characters? Literally anything at all. Make sure you give it a thumbs up and subscribe. Notifications on so you will see when the final part is posted, because I'm really excited about the final one. I will see you guys in my next video. Bye! XOXO. Right, on to the next one then.
Oh my god!
I can't do this shit anymore.
I have a feeling we're about to sin.
Any truth to the rumors that you and your husband are no longer living together?
You fit the bump, and she's like, oh shit.
It's a body.
A body whose?
I can't tell you that.
The way the proper characters were shown in this book, I'd be grateful that I was just a side character in this shit show.
That was from all of us.
So she is the real Charlotte Rhodes.
Welcome to your future as Gossip Girl 3.0.
The men in this show, sometimes they just push my blood boils.
But he has never had to face off against Blair Waldorf and her bitches.
That is good shit. I tell you something, that is good shit.
You may think my best days are behind me, but this old girl still has some new tricks.
No, it can't be. That was the beginning of Gossip Girl? So you've had the power to reveal her identity this entire time?
Stay tuned. XOXO, Gossip Girl.